So, ladies and gents, welcome back. Here we are. I'm Adam Sims, and next to me we have recent champ, George Grisley.
Hey guys, how you doing? Hope all is good wherever you are tuning in from.
We're very excited to kick off the finals event here in Brouwersdam. We will have Sandy joining us as well. He's actually just on the way. This is how last minute all of this is. So pretty exciting to make sure we're seeing an event happen here. And I think conditions are looking quite good.
Yeah, absolutely. The wind is slowly building up. The riders have been preparing all morning. We had a good skippers meeting, and we've just slowly been watching the conditions build. The riders have been testing it out, and head judge Rafa has decided it's a go. So we're going to be on with the first heats very shortly.
Perfect. And what size sails have you been seeing them out on?
4.8 mostly. A couple guys of the bigger guys on 5.2. So we're going to see if conditions develop or not. Awesome. The forecast is obviously for it to build throughout the day. So hopefully that happens and we start getting onto those smaller sizes of sails, 4.4, maybe even 4.0. To get through this single elimination and the women's single elimination as well.
Exactly, yeah. So we have the women here as well. It's going to be an exciting, it's an exciting fleet. We've got 32-man fleet. We've got 6 women. So absolutely stacked out. The order of the day is we're going to start here outside of the pool. So many of you know here there's this kind of pool, this area where there's this kind of flat water zone created. You can just see it actually in the small picture on the side there, just behind that ramp. And that pool is like a nice flat water section, really good for doing sort of the technical moves. And the plan is to move there a bit later as the wind builds. It's just a couple knots less than outside, so we want to make sure everyone gets some nice strong winds on the outside. So we'll kick off with that single elimination shortly, and then we'll go through the single elimination, first 2 rounds, into the women's single, and then get moving. We'll have to take a bit of a break, move over to the pool with the anticipated wind as long as it picks up as per the forecast, and then head on over to the pool there. So we'll have a little intermission, a little lunch break. We'll stay live, and then we'll head on over there. Yeah, and then the forecast looks quite good for Friday as well. So we're going to hold here until Friday and utilize that also. So quite an exciting lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot wait for the action to get unfolded. We've got some massive heats already in the first round of the single elimination. Obviously, there's a lot of a big local scene here at Brouwersdam. So some real rippers who maybe haven't been on tour so much, don't have such a big seeding, who are going to be coming up some of the more established riders on the tour.
Yeah, we're going to have some surprises, that's for sure.
Yeah, some standouts for me so far looking at the order is actually the second heat of the day is going to be Lennart Newbauer versus Nick van Ingen. Massive heat there. And then obviously side by side with them running at the same time is going to be Felix Volkart versus Julian Weimar. Obviously the final of the German freestyle battles.
Damn, heat 2's a big one. Stacked.
Felix took that win in Meldorf.
Oh, he did? Okay, yes.
And now I'm sure Julian will be looking to exact some revenge. So I'm looking forward to this one. Some other really good heats going down the order. We've got Piero Rautnik and Fivos Supras, also a nice lineup there. And yeah, some of the younger kids coming in. Leander Helm, obviously you guys would have seen some of his videos blowing up on the internet. He's competing for the first time here, up against Manolis. Yeah,
we saw him out in Bonaire a little bit, didn't we? Just messing around, throwing down some moves, and now yeah, good to see him here. In the pro fleet.
Absolutely, stepping up to those continental events from the proving grounds. Exactly. And yeah, I'm excited to see how he does here in these conditions.
Yeah, exactly. So it's, if you're wondering where we're checking all of this, so you can check it on the freestyleprotour.com. It's a good platform to see also the live stream, and you can see the eliminations below it, and then you'll watch as people progress. There's a live scoring with a breakdown. So a nice website to check all of it out and see the finer details of everything, and be able to follow along at home. You know who your favorites are. Yeah, as you know, as we went through now the elimination there with the single elimination. There is some stacked heats. Heat 2 seems to be a big one. If you're wondering, it will be 4-man heats. So we're going to see all 4 of them sailing together in the first round. Maybe in the second round we go to man-on-man, but we might continue with a 4-man just to get through some of the earlier rounds. Then we'll have that double elimination later in the day to break it down a bit more. So first 2 heats, yes, here we go. So we've got Bodie Kempen, local Bodie Kempen, against Bulgarian Kirillov.
So yeah, they are sailing at the moment. This is going to be the first heat. Bodie, obviously, this is a local spot, so he's going to be looking to make a statement in the first round. Side by side with them is going to be Matthias Vingard versus Mark Pesman. I'm excited to see this lineup.
Pesman is the one on screen now here on the Severn gear. He's just cruising through the heat. I think we're perhaps right on the edge of starting. Might be started.
There we
we
go.
see a move. So a nice Kono from Bodie Kempen there in the blue lycra. Yeah, local talent. Definitely going to be a hard one in these conditions. So we're just looks like we're just getting the cameras into position on the riders as we just fire them here for the start of the heat. Perhaps it hasn't quite started yet. We're just getting that information right now. It's all very quick into everything this morning. So yeah, exciting stuff as we check the photographers there. We've got a lot of photographers, cameras around, so it's going to be a nice packed out event with lots of footage to come. George, you do socials as well, don't you, here?
Absolutely, yeah. Stay tuned to all the social media, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, for all the updates of the highlights, what's going on throughout the day, some behind-the-scenes action. As you can see here, we've got a nice view over the dam here. You can see the wind is coming in. It's a little bit stripy at the moment, but as we said earlier, we're predicting that's going to fill in and only get stronger. So hopefully we can see some really explosive action from the guys.
I mean, from the morning already, it's just it's filled in already a bit more. You know, it's starting to go in the right direction there, so that's pretty exciting. We're just hearing it's training heat, training at the moment, so it's probably that warm-up heat happening right now before the official start. That information will come on screen soon. So the matchups, back to the matchups. Kempin against the Bulgarian, Kirilov.
Yeah, it's his first event here on the Freestyle Pro Tour. He's driven 38 hours all the way from Bulgaria, so super impressive. He's super happy to be here, and we're super happy to have him. I've seen a lot of his socials and sails a lot in Limnos, I believe. So really up-and-coming rider. It's great to see new faces on the tour.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure he's in for a tough one against Bodie Kempen here. Obviously now become a more established rider on the tour. And some great results in Bonaire in coming fourth there. So, yeah, it should be a bit of a baptism of fire for Kirill, but I'm sure he's up to the challenge.
Exactly, and the double elimination, they have a chance to come back. And actually quite matching age as well, weren't they? 21 and 19.
Yeah, young guys coming up through the tour, so that's exciting to see. And then we have Matthias Vingard and Mark Pesman, actually two of the most stoked guys on tour, I would say.
Battle of the smiles, isn't
This is a really good matchup. Matthias obviously doing a lot more events this year and having a really good result in Neusiedl, just losing out in that heat against Jupp Schmidt. In a very close battle in that double elimination. But he's really stepped up this year and putting down some really big heat scores, really impressing everyone. So I'm excited to see him here. He did have a foot injury 3 days ago. He said he had to go and get it checked out, but I think at the moment he said he could walk and he thinks he can sail, so I'm looking forward to seeing him get out on the water. Yeah, this is Kirill on screen now, stepping into switch. Ducks the sail really nicely.
Just going through a nice funnel there. So, yeah, it looks like we're still in the warm-up phases. We're just waiting till, I think, as they make their way upwind. So you see the yellow mark there, that's our upwind marks. I think the photographer there is sitting kind of on the other upwind mark almost on the other side. And heat area is quite compact. There's no need to make it too big here because the wind is filling the whole heat area. You see a lot of campers in the background. That's something Brouwersdam is famous for. Everyone turns up in their camper vans for the weekend or a couple of days on forecast and really scores good conditions. We love being here in the past. It's been a bit of a while. Pandemic era saw us away from here for a while, and obviously really stoked to be back.
Yeah, it's a super cool place, really great community of windsurfers. Obviously, it gets a lot of people from northern Germany as well. I was here a couple of weeks ago actually training, and if it's a hot day and there's wind on the forecast, you have to be parked up almost at 7 o'clock. It's so busy. There's so many people on the water, and it's such a cool community to see, really good vibes on the beach. So super excited to be back here, obviously, and cooling some of these heats. It's great that we've got 32 men as well, filling the full ladder, giving the guys, the pros, some real challenging heats. And we're just hearing we've got 5 minutes until the start of the heat now. So
I think a good opportunity to go through a few more of these matchups actually and have a look through, you know, the rest of the heats, see how these guys face up in the stats a bit. You know, there's been a lot of work going on the tour behind the scenes with the statistics. George, you can actually tell us a bit more about that. You're quite heavily involved in that.
It's a super fun thing to be able to do, to compare each rider's statistics. And
how many years are we going back on the stats?
So for the averages and everything, it goes back to 2018. It's when the live scoring was introduced. Cool. And the results and heat event wins and such and heat event results go back to 2014. So wow. We've got quite a big data log.
That's 10 years pretty much, isn't it? So
pretty much, yeah.
Huge.
So here's one of those heats we were talking about, the Battle of the Germans. It's this is coming up in Heat 4, and Felix Volkart versus Julian Wiemer.
Heat 2B. So it's it looks like Heat 4, but for those at home, we're going through 4-man heat, so they're going to be condensed together. That 1A, 1B. Don't get confused by the fact that it's a fourth in line. We're going to be doing those 4-man heats, so this will be after this next heat. So kind of the fourth, usually where we have those 2-man, it's the fourth. So Felix Volkart, Julian Wiemer.
Absolutely. Julian, a little bit more experienced competitively, I would say. But Felix, again, as I said earlier, proving himself by beating Julian at the German freestyle battles earlier in the year. And then we have this other big heat, Lennart Neubauer versus Nick van Ingen. So Lennart, obviously our tour leader, an amazing performance in Austria at the start of the year. Yeah, also had a good result in Bonaire as well. Is currently leading the tour in that beautiful yellow jersey. But Nick van Ingen, maybe someone you haven't seen competing for a little while, since before COVID times.
Yeah, I'm stoked to see him compete. I love this guy. He's great style, unbelievable skill. That's a heavy matchup.
Absolutely. I think if this was in the pool, I would say my money would almost be on Nick. From the clips that he puts out, it's very, very, it would be a very close battle. So we're hearing that the red flag's just gone up, so that means that we have 3 minutes until the start of the next heat. So the sequence works, you have a 2-minute red flag, and then the riders will see the yellow flag, which signals 1 minute till the heat. And then the green flag is up, and we get some action on the water. As you can see, guys, they're just trying to stay upwind at the top of the heat area at the moment. You want to give yourself as much space as you can. Obviously, you're going to be traveling downwind to do all your moves within the area. So the guys just giving themselves some time and space, kind of getting in the mood, relaxing, so that they are ready to send it for 7 minutes. The format's 3 moves each tack. And... So 3 moves each tack, and out of 7. So the riders will have several attempts, 7-minute heats. So it will be interesting to see. It looks a little bit light at the moment, but there are some strong gusts coming through, so expect some big moves.
It'll be this kind of morning effect where it's not, the day's not warmed up quite yet, and it's the wind's coming in sort of gusts and lulls. The guys are on 4-ways. They're also positioning themselves just before the start of the heat, looking upwind, trying to find where that dark patch is and kind of almost mapping out the first part of the heat based on the gusts, trying to be...
Advantage there. Here on screen we have Kirill, who, as we said before, rookie event debut, just looking out for the flags there by the looks of things, getting himself ready.
I'm really excited to see him sail. So I've heard great things and really keen to see, him rip and stoked that he's here. I've heard he's also really stoked to be here as well, so that's cool.
That's what it's all about. We love welcoming the new faces onto the tour, so that's super great to see the next generation wanting to come on. Test themselves against the best freestylers in the world.
Looks like one trying there, training down in the bottom right corner. We've seen actually a lot of kids here. So there's a lot of kids learning some courses going on. And I think it's quite an inspiring time for them to see a lot of these top riders, some of the best in the world here, competing. And, I can only imagine how it was, for me back then, if I saw someone turn up at my local spot ripping a few moves, I was inspired to another level. So super cool to see this happening here. There's the scores on screen. So we'll have the scores on screen. If you want to break down again, so over to freestyleprotour.com. Looks like the heat has started, 7 minutes to go. 3 moves to count each way. And they will take the best 3 to count, obviously, and they can try up to 10 moves, I believe it is.
Yeah, This is Bodie Kempen on the screen, local boy. Just pumping in to get some extra power before he goes for his move here. Just starts off with a flacker 360. It's a nice, safe start. He's up against Kirill, the rookie, so he's going to want to build a nice score. And Mark Pesman in the heat below also with a flacker.
Perfect, just dropping in the flacker there. So people stacking up the moves at the moment, often referred to as building a house, putting in your foundations, getting those more basic moves. You know, these are more basic for these, you know, good freestylers. And then they'll be building up to the more power moves as the opportunities arise once they have those safe moves in the bag.
Absolutely, yeah. Building the house, and yeah, you wanna have a base, you wanna have a score, and you can always build on that. The worst is when you start off with a couple of crashes, then it really puts you on the back foot. So to have a couple of moves safely in the bank is going to be a real advantage for the guys there.
Absolutely. So here on screen, Bodie Kempen.
You see, it's still a little bit light.
It certainly is, isn't it?
But Mateusz Vingard, a light wind specialist, he's doing okay. They're just flying through the screen with a one-handed shaka. Ooh, just goes down there on the landing. Doesn't quite get the board around by the looks of it. So he's going to be chasing another score on starboard tack there. Yeah, the guys all seem quite underpowered. Perhaps the wind has just dropped. But again, as we said, there is some strong gusts coming through. So they will be looking to take advantage of that. As you can see, Bodie Kempen's found one there. The guys behind, Mark just getting going there behind. Mateusz Vingard also pumping in the top left screen. As we see Bodie step into switch on the bottom left and goes and pulls in an E-slider. As we said before, yeah, just building the house, making sure he's got a score on the board. Oh, Mateusz got a little gust there, but didn't quite have enough power to go for a move, so he decides to tack around. Perhaps he's seen something on the other side of the dam. We see in the big screen there, Mark Pesman still waiting for a gust. As we see a big gust coming through here, look at Bodie Kempen going in there. And also Mateusz Vingard top left. Here we go, both guys on screen there, that's a cool shot. As we can see in the bottom of the screen, the live score. So Mark Pesman actually with that flacker in the lead as he goes round an E-slider of his own, and Mateusz Vingard with a shaka. But Mark getting a bit wet there on that E-slider. I believe that was Bodie going in with a Spock. I would have think he would want a Spock Kulo, but decided to back out against it, playing it safe. As the guys go back on port tack. There we go, that looked like Kirill came through with a flacker there, very nice. He'll be happy to get his EFPT scoring underway. As Mateusz Vingard ducks the sail, ooh, doesn't quite catch it right, so keeps going. He's still got the speed, still got the power. And goes for a Spock, kind of shove it Spock. And Kempen with a funnel. Mark Pesman in the bottom of your screen there, nice shaka, really clean. He'll be happy with that. It seems like the wind's just come in a little bit more now. The guys are playing a little bit more consistently as Kirill goes through the screen. We see there Mateusz Vingard with a one-handed F funnel, but he goes down. It's not going Mateusz's way at the moment. Bodie ducks the sail regular. Stomps the Kono. He'll be happy with that. And Mark with a Spock, so he's going to extend his lead there by the looks of things on Mateusz. Mateusz gone down on a couple moves now. So I think that's going to be advantage Mark Pesman. Bodie seems to be pretty comfortable at the moment in the top heat against Kirill. Here we go. We got Mateusz pumping in, Mark behind him. So we just wait for those scores to update as it happens. As we see, all the guys planing there. Mark Pesman decides to heli-tack around. He's maybe seen something on the other side of the dam. And Mateusz, wow, really nice. Gets around that Kulo, super underpowered there. And Bodie again in switch. but doesn't have the power, so backs out of it. Decides
Yeah,
against
potentially he ran out of the heat area also. It looks a little bit like that possibly happened.
Yeah, he'd already put the E-slider in earlier in this heat, so I think that he would probably, that with the power he had there, I think that would have been his move, but he wisely decided against it, trying to keep the ground upwind, wait for another gust. As we see, he's got a pretty commanding lead at the moment, 12.34 points versus 4.7 from Kirill. Good to see the guy getting some moves on both tacks. That's super good. And as I said before, Mark Pesman taking the lead in that one, almost 8 points to Mateus's 2. He's had a few crashes, Mateus. I wonder if that foot is playing up. He had a little injury, but that's a nice flacker to answer back. He'll be happy with that. Although he looks like he's coming quite far downwind now, close to the beach. We've still got a minute to go in this heat, so a lot can change. As I say that, he's taken the lead. So he's winning definitely on port tack, but he's just missing some moves on starboard, so that flacker will really help him. Kirill also updating his scores now, so that's super good for him.
Yeah, it looks like we're just seeing the guys go a little bit out of the heat area, maybe to get a bit of wind to come back in with some speed and fill up their moves on the port tack there. So yeah, I mean, I think the call to sail outside was the right one, as we know it's a little bit lighter inside the pool. So these guys are able to get some moves in early on. We're seeing the score sheets getting filled up. So yeah, nice start there for Bodie Kempen with 12 points. But Matthias Vingard actually highest. If you look between all four of them, which you're not really supposed to do, but with the highest heat score at the moment. Mark Pesman has a good opportunity to come back if he works on his starboard tack a little bit more as well. So you can see there where it says port and star. Obviously port tack, star for starboard tack. And
that is the end of that heat, though. So we'll just wait for the final scores to update. Mateus doesn't look too happy, but actually he's in the lead in that heat at the moment. I think Bodie had the other one in control, although Kirill has put in some good moves there. So that's really good to see. Kirill with a Kono, a flacker, and a funnel, so he'll be very happy with that. But his 3 moves weren't quite enough for Bodie's, who's just pulled in a funnel right at the very end there. So yeah, he's moved up in the score lines. And yeah, good effort from Kirill there. Yeah, tricky definitely. Conditions. He's gone for a couple of funnels there, so maybe something to work on for the double elimination. And we see Matthias Vingard takes Mark Pesman there. The guys look super underpowered, but as we see the no-handed flacker coming in from Mark.
Yeah, potentially a score to drop still. So let's see. That'll be updated, so you can check that live as we prepare for the next heat. You can check that on the live page and see how it's updated. So
we have some replays here. So the flacker 360 from Bodie, that's how he opened up the heat, and Mark with his flacker. As we were talking about earlier, Adam, Bodie just building that house really nicely. In these light conditions, it's really important that you stick your moves.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see it's light. You know, it can be a bit frustrating in the morning. These lighter conditions and those early heats, they're always pushed a little bit to get things going, get things started. But that is why we have the double elimination. We'll see some good action later where everyone has a chance for a comeback and to reposition themselves into, have that second opportunity. Some nice moves still, like the air funnel going around pretty high on the air funnel he did there. So little Spock there. And this was that
This was the Kulo that he looked very underpowered, but look at how he manages to pull himself back over the board. Really nice.
Well controlled.
And the nice flacker. So again, not the biggest moves that we're seeing just yet. Obviously, these conditions going to build. And here we go. This is what we've been waiting for, actually. The early on, Lennart Neubauer, Nick van Ingen. This is going to be a really, really great heat. I'm excited to see. I'm intrigued to see what Lennart is going to go on, whether he goes the 4.8. I imagine he's going to go 5.2. He does have the 5.6 if he needs it. So Lennart obviously on Severn starboard, and Nick is going to be on the duotone, and I think he's still on the Fnatic board.
Lennart's a bit of a weapon with the larger sails.
Absolutely. He has proven himself this season to be a light wind machine. So these conditions will suit him well, I believe. And then on the other side of this 4-man heat, we have Felix Volkart and Julian Weimar.
Another one who's been training with the larger sails as well. So Julian will be quite Quite a tricky one as well, I think, in this with those, with that familiarity with those larger sails. He's been sailing on that kind of local river spot he's sort of founded down in the depths of Germany. So
absolutely on the Rhine River, but also Felix is a local to Brouwersdam and a very light rider as well. He's not the tallest guy, so he'll be planing pretty early. So he'll expect some big moves from all of these guys. As we go into the green light, we're already on. I think those scores you're seeing at the bottom there are still from the last heat, so don't worry about that too much. As Lennart,
I'm going to call that as a flacker shacker.
I think
attempt.
So.
I don't think he got around the shacker, but I think he probably came from a flacker into that.
As we see Nick van Ingen with a burner already. So as you can see, guys, conditions are seeming to be improving. Burner is a big power move, so Nick will be happy to start with that against Lennart.
And we'll be bringing up other riders soon. In the meantime, Matthias Vingard and Bodie Kempen were the ones to advance, so that's confirmed, making it through in the first heat of the day. And the second heat of the day, Nick sticking a nice score already with 5 points on that burner, and Lennart with a 4.12. So air flacker, okay. So
perhaps he wanted to go for that shacker, but he couldn't quite get the rotation, so wisely decided to step out a little bit,
perhaps,
control it.
Yeah, that's one of the interesting things the judges do. Often they will count, the move as rather a good single move than a maybe under-attempted double move, because actually it gives you more points in the end. They're very good at spotting that and making sure that each rider gets the best out of what they've attempted.
As Lennart does a culo, and then Nick answers straight away back with a culo of his own. So
very nice.
Nick is really matching Lennart here. Obviously, the tall lead is under a little bit of pressure. It's a big draw for the first round of the single elimination.
It certainly is. Nick is really good. We see a lot of good stuff of him going up on social media.
It's Lennart with a lovely future, though. The Ponch 360, they score very well and really suit these conditions, actually. You can kind of carve down winds. You've got this nice, consistent chop. So he would have found one of those and adds the 360 to turn the Ponch into the future. That's Nick with a shacker 360 of his own. Both riders landing all their moves here. Ooh. That was a super nice culo from Felix there. Probably the best out of the three that we've seen on the screen so far.
But Nick van Ingen is stacking up the points at the moment. He's getting very quickly up with the scores. I think Lennart's been sticking a lot of moves as well, but he's been sticking so many that the judges are struggling to keep up, but they'll be putting in those scores. They'll be dropping soon. Yeah, I mean, a really solid start from Nick with 15.27. There you go, Lennart coming up now with 14.692. So a good start on that side of the draw in Heat 2B. Felix against Julian. Slower start. Julian getting a slight lead there as we see Felix power through a burner 360. And
I think Lennart with a culo on port tack as well. As
Nick with a Kawaguchi. It's going off. There's Julian Weimer flying through screen. I'm sure we'll get him on screen soon. There we go. Ducking.
Culo of his own stomps it. Really nice style on that. Very whippy rotation. He'll be happy with that one. Not as floaty as Felix's. It'll be interesting to see how the judges scored that. It's Felix with an air bob.
So exciting moves. So it's all power moves now. So the winds are filling in. And we're seeing a lot of these power moves, so exciting stuff. Yeah, I mean, nice air bob there from Felix. So Felix looking actually pretty comfortable in his sail, I'd say. Yeah,
Felix has been training a lot, obviously. Comes from Dusseldorf or near Dusseldorf in Germany. So Brouwersdam is kind of his go-to spot. Spent a lot of time with him training this winter in Cape Town, and he was sailing super good. And obviously just come back from a trip in America with Alex Mertens. Looking forward to the video dropping of that. Stay tuned to Felix's channels for that. As Lennart there, I think that was an air funnel?
Yeah, very nice solid air funnel on screen. So Lennart just stacking up the moves. As we can see and look back through the scores a little bit. So we see that Lennart had the air flacker in the beginning, the future culo, he will have the air funnel as well. That was on starboard tack, and it goes together with a burner and a culo there on starboard tack. Yeah.
So scores still updating on the stream, but as if you go to the website, the scores are rolling in from there. So as we've got 2 minutes 40 still to go in this heat, it's all to play for on both sides of the draw. Very close battle between Felix Volkar and Julian Weimar at the moment. Not a lot splitting them at all. Lennart's pulled a slight lead on Nick van Ingen, but it's still all to play for. Nick sailing very well, as Lennart with a shacker there. Not going to be as good as Nick's Shaka Flaka. But as we see in the top left there, Julian Wiemer with a really nice, stylish, no-handed Flaka. That's going to score really well with the judges. Very difficult move to do in this chop.
These heat scores have gone through the roof already. It's, we're almost at 30 points with Lennart Neubauer there on 29.75. Nick, 21.47. Got a little bit to do. Lennart's a solid 14, almost 15 points on each tack.
Lennart there has filled his score sheet, though, and Nick has still got 2 moves to come in on each tack. So it's still very all to play for. Nick only needs 4.5 points for each move on each tack as he pulls in a punch there. To bring him up to 25.8 points. So he's really he's not far behind Lennart, he's right on the heels.
This is a really tight heat, isn't it? You're right there. So we're missing a port tack move. He only needs like a 5-pointer. You know, that's a good power move, and he's right back in the game there. So let's watch closely there with...
as we can see, Felix Volkart and Julian Wiemer, as Julian just goes down there, but they are split by 0.01 of a point at the moment. It's so close in that bottom heat between the 2 German riders.
0.01.
That is so close. So keep an eye on that with a minute to go.
Yeah,
as we see Julian there in the bottom left, Felix with an E-slider.
We saw Julian with a regular chachu before that going down, but coming straight through the screen is Lennart Neubauer with a Flaka Shaka. So putting that on. And
Nick van Ingen, though, is up to 30.29 points. He's just behind Lennart. So he only needs to upgrade probably on that punch that he had.
Wow.
And he's done a switch Flaka. So a move on each tack he can upgrade, and he's really within reach of Lennart Neubauer here. The tour leader is under a bit of pressure with 28 seconds to go. Both not planing, though, at the moment. Nick really needs to find a gust here. We can kind of see one on the horizon. Will it make it down through the heat area in time for him to get another move on the board?
And meanwhile, Felix will be looking for something on port tack. Anything on port tack really will bring him back in the game and potentially in the lead. So it'll be a close one here as we see a hand drop. I think that's Felix in the background, knowing he needs something on port tack. Is that? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, he's waiting on port tack. But Julian with a another chachu crash. So we'll wait for those scores to update. I'm not sure if Felix's E-slider has come in yet. But I think Lennart Neubauer might have just survived a real tight scrape there with Nick van Ingen.
Here we go. So breakdown. There we go. So breakdown of all the moves. Let's run through that quickly. So on the port tack, we've got a lot of moves there from Lennart. Nick filling his score sheet with really solid moves, not going down on anything. You know, everything landed clean. And then on the starboard tack, both having very solid heats. It's a close one, isn't it? I mean,
that Spock Kulo and the Kabakuchi, just a little bit of difference there, but both high-scoring moves. In this one, we see Felix Volkart has actually taken that. 23.16.
So that E-slider coming in, yes.
That E-slider came in. It did make the difference. So Felix Volkart once again takes down Julian Wiemer in the rematch from the German Freestyle Battles final to go through.
Some nice replays on screen. So there's that one where we saw the end of it. So yeah, going for the Flaka sort of shack. It didn't quite make it, but getting a nice air Flaka out of it.
Absolutely. This is Lennart's Kulo. Probably would have wanted the double Kulo there, but decided to play it safe, building that house. And that was Nick answering straight back again. This will be the future. Super nice style, you can see. Always in control of that. The judges will see favorably on that.
I'm so absorbed. I'm watching these replays and I'm so absorbed by the technique and the moves going on. It's cool to see like some really nice, powerful moves happening here back in Brouwersdam. Lennart absolutely stomping the moves one after the other.
And this is that Kabakuchi on the slow motion. We like to see that.
His facial expression is like, whoa, I got this.
And that's the switch Flaka there from Nick van Ingen, followed by the Spock Kulo from Lennart. So
amazing, huh?
That Spock Kulo really making a big difference, scoring 6.4 points.
Yeah, it might not be the wildest spot Kulo, but for these conditions, it's a tough one.
The judges will see that and they'll understand, they'll sympathise.
Exactly. So quickly into the next heat, we have Tigo Court, 2 locals, and Tim Risseners going against each other. So it's going to be a close matchup again. We've seen Tigo on the tour quite a lot this year. Tim was on the tour way back when. and cool to see them against each other.
And Eugenio, who's also slowly becoming a tour veteran now, coming up against another new face to the tour, Tom Robrecht.
Just 16 years old, so cool to see young names and new faces entering the arena as we get started here with 7 minutes, 3 moves to count each way, remember?
And
we see already
Tim
first
starting
move.
off with a nice shaka to start. He'll be happy with that. Tigo on screen now.
A lot of speed. He's found a good gust.
Ducks the sail nicely.
Whoa.
Whoa, almost goes a little bit too much on that cooler. Just loses the back foot strap and goes down. Not the ideal start for Tigo there.
Come out the blocks at 110%, and that 10% just got him and just pipped him down, so he'll be looking to get that one again. But showing, obviously, there's potential for double moves even with that much speed and power.
Absolutely. You see Tigo in a nice gust there. Looks like the wind is filling in now. The guys are playing much more consistently
Real
from that
strong
first
gust,
heat.
Yeah, you can see here, very strong gust. You see upwind actually a bit lighter again. So this is that moment for them to maximize, get 2-3 moves in the pocket so that when the lighter wind comes, they can reassess their position. And we see both riders ducking. We see a funnel and what's that, a culo on the other side.
The bottom left. And up the top left, we have Eugenio Marconi on his new duotone board with a nice shaka.
So
really nicely done. He's slowly kind of really building himself a nice profile on the tour at the moment, Eugenio. Not the loudest figure on tour, but silently goes about his business, putting together solid heat scores. Super humble guy. Sails really well. I've seen him training in Tenerife in the waves now. He's really dialed in those pascos, those shifties. So, yeah, I'm excited to see. He's a young guy, obviously, still coming up on the tour. As we see Tigo with a shaka.
Very nice shaka there. So just comfortable one, getting around it, nice and smooth, sticking it and getting those points. That will get him get going on the starboard tack with the scores and start to get in place for the rest of the heat. So 5 minutes ago, already 2 minutes have passed. So pressure's on a little bit, and there we see now that light wind. So there'll be some smaller, lighter wind moves happening now. So a moment to get some of those sliding moves in, and we'll see things like the grubbies and the e-sliders happening. Flacker there, not enough. A little bit of frustration.
Yeah, as the scores on the bottom there, that is from the previous heat, so don't worry too much about that. We can see that Lennart Neubauer and Felix Volkart did indeed advance into the next round, into the second round. That will also be a great matchup, Lennart versus Felix. I'm excited to see that lineup.
Meanwhile, on screen,
not a lot of wind going on. I think that is Tom Robrecht in the top left of our screen. Here we go, onto the big screen. Ducks the sail in switch, and he goes for the funnel, but you can see just a little bit underpowered there. Didn't quite have the wind to get over that sail, and so lost a bit of control.
So the scores you're seeing, they're scores still hanging over from the last heat as the system refreshes. But these are the matchups. So Tigo Court against Tim Rustners. There we have Tim on the black, yellow sail on the right side. And that will be Eugenio Marconi on the other side against Tom Robrecht. So there we are. There we go. Update on the scores. And we see Eugenio with a nice start, 11.62. So actually the highest score amongst the four of them is obviously the winner of Heat 3A advancing, and the winner of Heat 3B is not the best two amongst all four. So
absolutely, yeah. Tigo taking an early lead against Tim there. As we see, I think that was a bob from Eugenio Marconi.
Nice, cool. So we see a breakdown. So we see a good start on port tack with Tigo there with 5.9 points overall starboard tack. Needs to build up a little bit more. And equally so for Eugenio down the bottom there in the other heat. He's there with 7.4 points already, so also a good start. And Tom Robrecht having a nice one as well, getting a couple moves in. Looking forward to see a few more come in. So here he is on screen.
He seems to have a move on each tack, which is a good start for your debut event. That's kind of always good to get a nerve settler in.
Exactly, yes.
Land a couple of moves, get your feet in the straps, as they say, and kind of feel your way out through it. He looks a little bit underpowered at the moment. A little bit of a smaller guy, so I'd be intrigued to see what size sail he's on. The wind seemingly dropping a little bit for this heat. I don't know if the guys have taken smaller sails, having watched the heat before, but I imagine they were already on the water, so... just waiting for some gusts to come through now. There's still 2 minutes, 15 seconds to go in this one. As Tigo and Eugenio both start getting planing at the same time there. They're in the same gust. Tim looks like he's about to sail on port tack into that gust. And we see a switched Chachu from Eugenio Marconi, very stylish. And we just lose Tigo out of frame there. He's most likely gone outside the heat area. Tim coming onto your screen now. Pulls in a nice flacker.
You can see dark patches again upwind, so we'll probably get a bit of an exciting finish to this heat, giving them opportunity to get a few more moves in. It looks like, 14.68 or 6.9 for Tigo there.
Oh, nice air bob in the background there. I'm not sure if that was someone warming up or if that was Tigo. As we see Eugenio with a nice punch. And Tigo steps into switch, ducks a sail, and funnel clock attempt. Oh,
cool.
Stylish. Not a move you see very often these days,
No.
especially in competition, but a very stylish move nonetheless.
Certainly a personal favourite move. Absolutely love that one.
Yes.
When you get that kind of hook under the sail and you just come round sort of one-handed on the, almost like kind of E-slider.
Very stylish looking move, isn't it?
Very stylish, so cool. Saw some of the guys throwing this almost similar move in the towing we had just in Geneva.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a move, I think, one of my ones I've been trying to learn recently is the air funnel into funnel clock. But yes,
crazy stuff, crazy
35
crazy combos.
minutes left on the heat score. The guys aren't playing at the moment, so they're going to be looking for that gust to finish this heat off with a bang. At the moment, we've got Tigo, who's extended his lead over Tim there. I believe we're still waiting for a couple of scores of Tim to drop, as they do indeed drop there. And Eugenio putting together a solid heat there undercover. 20.76 points. In these conditions, he'll be pretty happy with that, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a solid heat. So anything, in the 20s, you're getting a solid heat already. Tigo, is just scraping there, but maybe that early culo got him. You've really got to maximize every opportunity here in these heats. So
as the red
just
flag
after
goes.
the buzzer.
Right, Adam, I think I'm going to leave you. I'm in not the next heat, but the heat after. So, I'm going to go and use my duotone gear for the first ever time.
Who are you facing, George?
I'm against Sebastian Gux, a very underground German ripper, so I'm a bit nervous. But it's first time on the new gear, so let's see how it goes, and I'll catch you in a bit.
Awesome. I'm sure we'll see someone join me very shortly. I think Micah was waiting in the wings, so we'll get some more people. I see Sam and Steve actually there in his Lycra walking down the beach, getting ready. As we see the scores on screen, so Tigo caught having a solid one, 17 points overall. There you see the breakdown. And Tim Russen is unfortunately out in the first round, but a chance to come back in the double elimination. And then on the other side, we saw Eugenio Marconi, solid start with over 20 points, and Tom Roberick there getting in a few moves. So a nice air flacker to start with, so showing he means business, and here's some replays at the same time. So Micah in the booth joined me. Micah.
Good morning.
Morning. How are you doing?
I'm all good.
Bright and early
some
start this morning.
already.
Yeah, indeed. Excuse me. So we have there's some replays going on. Micah, you're waiting in the wings a little bit, aren't you? You're up a little bit later.
Yeah.
We're going to see a couple of rounds of the men's before we start the women. That probably suits you, doesn't it? The wind is only going to build.
Sounds good. Yeah, I came here to see if I could maybe get a 4.8 rigged. Because I've currently got a 4.4, because it sort of seemed like in the forecast it was going to pick up, but I'm starting to doubt if we'll see it. So
early days. Yeah. I think I had a quick look at the forecast while the heat was on, and saw that it is still going to pick up as we get into the afternoon. So come 12 o'clock, I expect to see the wind building and us potentially shifting. We might stay here whilst the wind is like this in this area and not move over to the pool too soon. We may stay here all day. Let's see. So, wind is expected to build between sort of 12 and 2. So next matchup is on very soon. Big one, Jentel Cares.
Very big one.
You know this guy, don't you?
Yeah, definitely.
He's a pretty well-known name around here. And tell us about Mick Visser.
I actually don't really know him.
Okay, so he's not a local post there against Leander Holm. So Leander, he's...
Up-and-coming kid. I've seen him around here a few times. Been training a lot, I think, with Leonard as well.
Absolutely.
We'll
be looking for that.
Very keen.
We'll be looking for that trademark no-handed spot, won't we? He's been throwing them out all over the place. And here we see the Greek. Oh,
here we go. Jentel.
Jentel means business. Unfortunately for Mick, it looks like business has started for Yenta with a double culo.
Nice.
Manolis going for the double flacker. Excellent. So almost a bounce into the second one there. Really nice. Good start. So solid start from the guys. You can follow along on freestyleprotour.com and we'll see more of the moves, breakdowns of them coming in with the scores. Yentel's double culo, not the cleanest one. He'll know he can do better, but getting a 5-point double culo to start off is nothing too bad as he goes there for a
Nice
shaka 360. You getting inspired by some of these moves, planning out your own heat, or do you just go for it once you get out
I think
there?
I'm just going to go for it today. I haven't really had time to think about it, but yeah.
But how do you approach it? You approach it a bit like the start of the heat. You're going to stick some of those kind of more solid moves, the single moves?
Yeah, I like to start with a move that you know you can land, because it sort of builds your confidence, and then sort of build from there. But I think it's very personal. I think some of the guys also like to start with a really hard move, and then when they get it, it's, you know, it's a good
True,
start.
yeah.
Oh,
That's
a
then you
nice
go in with fire, like
switch.
into the rest of the heat. Like I've got this.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. We see some nice moves there. So Yentl, that was a chachu?
Switch chachu,
Switch
yeah.
chachu, yeah.
I think it means he's a bit underpowered, because I'm guessing he wanted something bigger than that.
Yeah, we're seeing these gusts and lulls come through. You can see it on the screen. So upwind, you'll see darker patches. Those darker patches, as they come down, will offer more for the riders to work with. And then in the lighter winds, they'll be going more for those kind of lighter moves. When you have that heat going on, as we see Leander Helm there on screen, so Germany 4-3-7, the young Leander. We'll see him just here go on starboard tack. Let's see what he's got for us.
Nice one-handed flacker.
Very nice, yeah.
Very stylish.
Very nice move there. So Leander, yeah, getting a good start on the starboard tack. And yeah, as I was saying, so when it's that lighter winds, you know, as the wind plays, it comes gusts and lulls. What do you aim for when the wind gets a bit lighter?
I just saw Yenta do a lollipop, and I think that would be a nice move to go for. That because you don't really have to get into the straps, and you don't have to be fully planing, so that'd probably be one to try.
That's definitely one of the lightest wind moves, isn't it? Possible, so. But we're seeing a real mix. He started with a double culo,
yeah,
and then a lollipop. So real variation, and it's showing, you know, how important it is to have that full variety of moves in your bag. Leander here on port tack. We're going to see that no-handed spock. It's pumping, it's going for the smock. And just getting the shifty kev, as we call it. So the attempt at the spot, but not quite making it around the air jibe part, as we see. So starboard tack here. So two Nil Pride riders going across. Stepping in switch for Yentl Kers there as he ducks the sail, goes round for a burner, and of course sticks it with ease. Manolis sliding around. I have to say, I didn't quite catch that, but perhaps... potential punetta. He came out in regular stance, so he must have been switch going into it, or a funnel if he ducked the sail. So here we have Leander top left screen. Yentl already up and planing. I mean, he's showing that experience a lot here, and Leander another flacker. So stacking up the flackers, trying to one up his.
Oh, and into a gecko. Oof. Oh, Yentl going down.
So into a gecko. So he's. Increasing his flacker 360 game there. Yentl just going down on the ponch, so trying to get one of those power moves in that lighter winds. We see Yentl going down on the ponch, so just a bit too light, but already 16 points on the scores on the scoreboard there. Yeah, I mean, we're actually 4 minutes into the heat already, so a bit of a lighter one, but there I'm seeing some more wind coming in, a little bit up, so we'll see probably in the next 30 seconds, everyone up and riding again with, you know, planing across the heat area. As we see Yentl cruising through the heat area. What's he got for us? Meanwhile, Manolis on port tack, ducking. And going around the culo, squeezing the culo out, but just water starting there. So just making it out of that culo, but not his finest. He will be the first to admit that as well, but a move on the score sheets to make sure he's securing himself a better chance for the win. Leander getting points as well on the score sheets there. And then another one, and we're just hearing a couple of horns in the background. So yes, so he cancelled. So unfortunately, the wind is not enough. The race director has determined that there's not been enough attempts at moves in this. And as as is the case, we see the heat cancelled and a resale will start again shortly. We'll have more update on that soon as we see some of the replays. Jentel going for that early double culo. Extra wet. One hand, 1 foot.
1 foot out, yeah.
Really nice. I love that bounce.
Yeah.
Bit wet as well at the
Very
end. So
stylish.
the guys are pushing. They're pushing to get the extra rotation. They know it's going to be worth a bit more points. And just a lot of moves coming through. So switch Chachu from Jentel, Flacker from Leander. This was that moment where I didn't quite catch that move from Manolis as Jentel went round the burner. And Leander, the Flacker, a lot going on. It looks like a lot, but it was packed into that first sort of 5 minutes of the heat. So, yeah, those are kind of all the moves we saw. We'll see the heat restart again soon. Until then, yeah, the heat is on standby, and they'll just be reassessing. So, Micah, you've got your 4-8 set up, you said?
No, so I left it at home in the rush this morning.
Oh, you actually left it at home?
Yeah, so I'll just go and see if I can borrow someone's in a second.
Okay, well, there's a lot of people around, and obviously
Yeah.
when the girls' heats are on, the guys are not. So
Exactly, there's
be a
enough sales
4-8
around.
or
Yeah.
2 available, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, as we said, it's a bit of time, and as we see heat cancellations, we'll see the rotation get set back a little bit until you start, and the forecast is only set to improve. So it looks like we'll have you sailing in some quite nice conditions. So maybe that 4-4 is absolutely fine. So tell us a little bit about, we've just come from Geneva, our last stop for the towing and foil style disciplines. And you had a bit of a run there with the towing.
Yeah, Geneva was very cool. We had the setup with the winch, so we went out with the boat. I'd say like 200 meters, and we'd set up, and then there was another wakeboard making like a pretty big wave for us. So yeah, it was really cool to try that. Compared to Wesel early in the year, the wave was a lot steeper. So yeah, we were flying a lot higher than I had been before.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, you did some big ones in Wesel, but you definitely started going even higher in Geneva there. And we're seeing like that double rotations going on. That's super cool. So you're really going for like that kind of Pasco, that full. I mean, there was one where you went around 2 times completely.
Yeah, I felt like from the video it looked like more of a shifty rotation that I was doing, but
double shifty.
Yeah.
In towing. Awesome,
Yeah.
sick. Yeah, we saw some crazy innovation at that event. We saw all sorts of moves going on. There was really, you know, towing is a discipline. It's not for everyone, but it's a great showcase there right in Geneva. And it's, yeah, awesome to see kind of the innovation and progression. Here we see the wind building sort of now, and we're starting to see those more traditional freestyle moves before we perhaps see more innovation and progression as well here later on. And hopefully if we progress into the pool here, as we see scenes of the Brouwersdam area, a dog walker out enjoying the blustery conditions. How often, this time of the year, you know, is quite stormy here. How often do you find yourself getting on the water here?
So it depends a lot, but I'd say in autumn we get a storm about every 2 weeks on average. So we would get about 2 or 3 days, sort of what we're seeing now. We'll get a few days of wind, and then it will go away, and we just have to wait for the new storm front to hit us. But yeah, about probably 3 days every 2 weeks.
Cool.
So it's pretty good, yeah.
Good amount of time to rest and recover, and then go full power again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and what's good here is the direction is, I mean, it changes sometimes, but we've got a lot of these little pools like we have here, so we can sort of change where we're sailing depending on the direction. Yeah,
that's true. There's a lot of different dams around. There's, I mean, here already you actually have the potential to sail here in like 270 degrees of different wind directions. It varies a little bit more gusty from some areas and more clean and consistent from others. This direction is considered, you know, fairly pretty good direction as the wind builds.
This is how we usually like to see it here.
Yeah, so it's cool to see. And yeah, as you say, many spots around the area, so the whole area around here is a fantastic location for windsurfing, freestyle windsurfing. We see 2 big names walking through the screen, Jentel Kers and Sam Steve. Jentel was in that heat that just got cancelled. So if you're just joining us, the heat number 4 it was cancelled due to the kind of what's considered unfair conditions. So it's not everyone's getting the fair opportunity. It's a bit too gusty as we build up through the morning. And so it was not deemed fair enough for everyone to put down all the moves that they should be able to do. So the heat was cancelled. We're just on standby awaiting news until we resail this heat. Sometimes they go into the next heat if the other riders are up there and ready, but I think I saw Yentl changing around, so probably they're going to be going straight into the next heat. We see Nicholas Nabeling there. We see Felix Volkart and even Fivos Saparos. I apologize, Fivos, my pronunciation of the surname there. All preparing, getting ready. So yeah, we're just hearing over the air that we're on a heat break. So we'll keep probably in the rotation of the watch of the clock. So if you have a watch at home, countdown at home, then you can also be aware of what time it will be till the next heat. There we go on screen, 6:17 till the next heat. So a few minutes to kill. These guys, they'll be preparing sort of the 5-2 sails, won't they?
Yeah,
5-2s and 4-8s.
And they're just trying to make their way back upwind, probably.
How often are you using 5-2?
Never. No.
But you did in Viesta.
Yeah. In Viesta, I think in Viesta we had almost similar wind conditions to now, maybe even a bit less.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't bring my 5.2, but luckily Dieter was around, so I could take a bigger board and a bigger sail of him. And I think that made me realize that how much of a difference it makes.
Yeah.
So yeah, for next year I might get it.
Yeah,
it just opens up an opportunity to go sailing when it's lighter.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, there's this, obviously go to the foil. We're seeing a lot of progression in the foil and the foil style. We saw on the first day in Geneva last week, a little bit of foil style happening, but not quite enough to get going with it. But in Viesta, we saw the foil happen a lot. But there's that kind of wind range where, it's maybe nice to keep going on the fin. And that's obviously where the 5.2 and for some of the 5.6 even, take part in the game a bit, and you can get on the water on the fin, still connected, and slide through moves, throw power moves, and it's quite satisfying to be able to, it's a bit of a challenge to yourself, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
To learn the moves you can do on smaller sails on the bigger ones.
Because it gets harder and harder, at least for me. I don't know if you feel the same, but to get the pop for culos and burners, in windy conditions when I'm on 4.0, I don't really have to push up as much. But then as soon as I move up to a 4.8, I don't seem to be able to get the same amount of pop, and I really need to throw myself, and I still haven't quite figured it out. Yeah,
sure. So what I found is speed is your friend. So the key is to try and generate and find as much speed as you can with that bigger sail. You'll see like Yentl, charging around, actually really fast. But then with the speed, you can generate then the pop. And also it gets that apparent wind more in front. It gives you more to work with when you duck the sail, things like this. So it's it's definitely harder.
It's a different technique, I feel like.
Yeah, it is. It's harder, but that's the part of the challenge, and that's why it becomes more satisfying and a new challenge to try and do those moves, with these bigger sails. You can also do the combo moves, and the boom comes quite long as well. So it's quite interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
So here we go, 3 minutes 47. We are preparing for a resale of Heat 4. So you'll have Yentl Kers against Mick Visser and Manolis Chrysopoulos against Leander Halm. On screen, Yentl Kers against Mick Visser. So Mick, first event, he's actually local here, working here, 19-year-old, and faces Yentl Kers. What a matchup, unfortunately for him. But that's part of the game. That's how it works with the single elimination. You'll face a bit of a tougher seed. Here he's against Yentl, and then obviously it's a tough draw. No one's really expecting him to make massive gains in the beginning, but that's where you have the double elimination, and that chance then you'll face the other people who get knocked out, and then you can start to climb the ladder. Yentl Kers is quite famous for climbing the ladder. More recently, he's done that quite a lot, and some upsets now and again, early knockouts, and then climbing the ladder back up through the double elimination. A lot of work to sail against so many people. So it's cool to see. So on the other side, Manolis Chrysopoulos against Leander Halm. Two very good competitors as well. Young for Leander, 14 years old, against Manolis Chrysopoulos, 26, and 26 years old from Greece. A keen guy on tour. We've seen him at the events competing. And some interesting stats there as well. One of his good results has been 17th in Rhodes, which is where he's from. And he's been doing quite well in the training as well. I've seen him a lot with a lot of good content on the socials. Sailing, we're just having a bit of a change here as Micah steps out of the booth and Ariane Alkus is joining us. Lovely to see. We haven't seen you for quite a while. Ariane Alkus, nice to see you here.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to be here. It wasn't really in my schedule to do a EFPT competition. I didn't even know it was, but yeah, it's good. It's good to see you.
Close to home, so
it is. It's not my home spot, but it still feels a bit like a home game.
Indeed.
Yeah.
How far away do you live?
Still 3-hour drive.
Oh, 3 hours. Okay,
yeah, I'm all the way up from the north.
Oh, really? Okay.
So,
it's such a big country.
well,
3
it's
hours
from
drive.
north to south, so
Yeah.
that's
Cool.
yeah, that's pretty cool. But I've done here the PWA before, and
The ESL was a while ago, wasn't it?
I have, yeah. And we had 2017. We had a competition here.
Some pretty strong wins from what I remember.
Really strong
Very
wins.
strong.
So I was expecting that a little bit today.
Yeah.
But it's not there yet.
Well, slow start in the morning, isn't it? I mean, we're checking the forecast, often, and
yeah,
we're
I think
seeing
it will.
this.
It looks like it will pick up. I think so.
Yeah, and also as the day warms up a bit, we're seeing it pick up more and more. So, yeah, a little bit slow start, but I think, as I was saying to Micah, I think that only suits you guys.
Yeah, I think for me I'm quite happy to have a
windier heat.
4-4
Yeah.
freestyle session.
Yeah.
A bit of chelp. I actually would prefer to sail here, I think, instead of in the pool. Yeah, for shakas especially on my starboard tack. That's
You do it both sides.
I do them both sides, but not on the flat.
You got one up on me there.
if I think tactical, this would be quite good for me.
Yeah. Yeah, cool. Well, I mean, I think the single elimination, so far as I understand, for the
will
girls,
be on this.
will be on the chop here.
Okay, good.
Before we make a transition, if that does happen. If the wind remains a bit lighter, I think we're going to stay here, yeah, because it is where the wind is more.
Yeah, right now I think I actually never sailed in the pool here, which is of course really famous.
Never.
This pool, never.
In competition, or just
not
never?
even never.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
because I'm only here for competitions or events, and then it's always really busy.
Yep.
So I actually was like texting with Mike and saying, "Wow, first time in the pool. This will be," but still not probably.
I think it'll be quite exciting if we get there. Yeah, of course, it's looking a little bit 50-50, I would say, right now. There's no certainty around it. But, yeah, it would be cool to see very flat water. I think a lot of the guys and girls here, they're keen to have a try at it. And if we set up there, we would at least set up an area where actually they can start outside the pool. Upwind.
Yeah, I think it could be really
Use the
nice.
chop.
And there's so many events where it's choppy or waves, and I think it will be really cool to show people what we can do on really flat water.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
that would
some
be
of
really
these,
nice.
like actually all of you, you have certain moves that work very well in flat water.
Yeah.
Which maybe you don't necessarily try in the choppy water, or you leave it till quite late because it's a bit of a more risky move.
Yeah.
So it'd be cool to see some of that, happen and see where people, when they're in this more comfortable flat water, how far it progresses.
I think it's completely different sailing, especially like for the women. We only had one event in PWA, and it was in Fuerte with 40 knots, big chop, and I think it's completely you cannot compare sailing in flat water with that.
Absolutely, and also in Viesta we had lighter winds as well there, and it was also different conditions. It was choppy, lighter winds. So I think we're hoping. We've got our fingers crossed. A lot of people want to be sailing there and getting competition done there. So let's keep an eye on that. As I see riders getting ready to head to the water. So we had a bit of a heat cancellation due to the kind of inconsistent morning winds as it builds. And now we'll see that heat sail again. So it's, as we're hearing, it's 1 minute to go. So Jentukes Mick Visser on one side of the draw and Manolis Chrysopoulos against Leander Helm on the other side. In the meantime, Ariane Alkus, what's going on in the life of Ariane Alkus in the last months, years?
Months, years,
yes.
even. Yeah, well, it's been COVID there for everyone. So I sort of planned to stop competing for a bit, and then COVID hit, and I
Made
became
that
pregnant.
For you, didn't it?
So good timing.
Yeah.
But running a lot of clinics everywhere, windsurf clinics, windsurf yoga, sort of retreats. So that's been pretty cool.
Yeah. Traveling the world with your young daughter?
Traveling the world with her, yes. I didn't travel till I was 18, but she's been 3 times to Bonaire already in her life.
Wow. I think that's more than me.
Yeah, that is. She's only 2, so that's a good average.
Damn, yeah, that's
We're
not too
going
bad.
to Brazil to Jerry next week.
Oh, wow. Cool. Next week.
Have a clinic
Amazing.
there also.
Cool. And you
So-
stay on a bit longer afterwards?
Yeah, I stay 2 months.
Cool.
Tickets are so expensive.
Awesome. Well,
so the
he has
guys are on
started.
5-2.
Absolutely. He's up. Well, I would say that's a smaller sail. I think it looks like a 4-8. So
that's what I thought.
probably persevering with the smaller sail as we see Berno getting started. Yentl straight in with a Kulo 360. So not going for the double Kulo like he tried to before. And we see there as well, must be Mick Visser there also. So just ending a move as well. With absolute fireworks to get started. There's action all over the place. So we've got Yentl started very solidly with the Kulo 360. And we have him doing a... it's not Yentl, that'll be Manolis, and Yentl on the big screen there with the Kulo on the other side.
So Mick Visser is a local kid, or?
So Mick Visser, yeah, he's just working here, and he's decided to try competition as well, which is awesome to
Nice.
see. So it's a good place to start, at home. Yeah, all sorts of moves going on. So live scores on freestyleprotour.com, also on screen here, but again, a breakdown on the website. As we see Mick go through a nice funnel there, and I think I just missed what Leander did. Funnel 3, or just a funnel there from Yentl Air Funnel. All over the place. Moves
All over
going
the
on.
place.
Yeah.
I'm like just looking. I was like, wow.
So these are 4-man heats. We've got 3 screens, and Martin, who's down there doing the switching, is switching between the other camera as well. So we have 4 cameras. We're trying to get all moves on screen, but if everyone goes at the same time, it becomes pretty tricky. So fantastic job being done here to bring as much of the action to you guys.
So
at home.
who's with the duotone sail?
Duotone is Mick Visser.
Ah, that's Mick Visser. Okay.
Yeah, and then we'll have Yentl on the JP Nilpride, Mick ducking. Ducking go for the.
He was pushing a bit for the chop.
Yeah, so just gives you a nice ramp, a little takeoff for most moves. It gives you a good takeoff for the moves. Yentl Spock Kulo, so absolutely building up the moves. It must be more wind in this heat because he's done a bunch of power moves that he was struggling with before. Still getting them, but struggling with. Mick going down on a E-slide, I believe it was. Just caught the end of it. And Leander.
Trying a duck.
You know Leander from, he's been in Bonaire quite a bit. You've seen him there?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, talented up-and-coming kid. Obviously quite young, 14 years old. He'll build up the moves a bit. Flackers and Spocks and no-handed Spock variations and Flacker 360s. So we'll see some cool
It's
moves
cool to
going on
see
there.
so many young and upcoming kids in the
Absolutely, yeah.
competition.
Yeah, we see here Manolis stepping in switch, ducking the sail, going for the funnel. Is it the top of the mast? Does he sail out of it? We'll see him appear back in the shot soon if he does, as we see
Crashing a Spock.
Mick going down on a Spock there. So I'm not sure Manolis got that one. He came back out of the screen quite late. Leander getting a gecko there, I think, at the end of a flacker. Air bob from Yentl going down. So, fireworks going on, all sorts of moves. Yentl on 25.3 points
wow.
already. Halfway through the heat, and he's stacked it up. So, crazy action from the local Belgian.
Before that, was it Leonard with the highest heat score so far?
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, over 30 points. But a tough draw for Nick van Ingen,
Nick was doing really well. I felt a
Yeah.
bit sorry as, it's so cool to see him sailing again here and then absolutely sailing such a sick heat, but being up against Leonard is
brutal.
tough.
And so far as I'm aware, he had the second highest heat score of the day.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
brutal. So anyway, so that's unfortunately how it is, but there is that double elimination. So
Well,
a
it's
chance
can
to
still,
come back.
It's not that far apart between Manolis and Leander now.
Yeah, so quite close there with a 6.73 and a 4.33. Those guys will start to stack up more moves. Yeah, Leander, they're getting an air drive on the, Leander, air drive on starboard tack. So both sides, he's doing the Spock rotations. Very cool to see. As we see Yentl double Kulo, not quite getting it. Pushing for those double power moves, crazy. The skill and technique involved in doing that in such light winds
Yes,
is
such light wind, that's incredible.
really impressive.
He's an incredible windsurfer.
I would say such light winds. We see Manolis go through a big air funnel, so there's some gusts to be had. You'll be out there hunting a bit, I think, for those gusts and trying to maximise. Do you make a bit of a, you're watching upwind and you plan a little bit your heat. You see the gusts. All right, okay, I'm going to go here, and then I see the next one and make sure I'm.
Yeah, you have to adapt in the moment. Like you can have a complete heat in your head, but it all depends on the gust.
Absolutely, yeah. See the end of an E-slider from
Flaka
Jentel there.
for Leander. Oh, going
a
down.
spot from Manolis. So again, moves going on. Haven't seen the scores update for a little bit. I think we'll probably get a bit of a refresh shortly and see those scores update a bit more. Jentel's on that 25.3 points there. So a solid start on the website. Yeah, so 30 points there for Jentel on the website. So scores are a little bit more updated there. Mick with 6 points. So getting some moves in. That's cool to see. We are seeing a funnel E-slider to count from Mick on the port tack, Kona from Jentel there. Move after move after move with this 4-man heat. So
Mick down on an E-slider for Mick.
That will be, so not quite making that one. A little bit more speed needed into it by the looks of it, so that you can continue the slide and the rotation round and get that clue kind of punched into the wind. One tip I got a long time ago from a guy called Phil Richards from Get Windsurfing. It was be like a baboon, punch your chest like this. So you punch forwards and then you punch back the other way as you land.
But I feel there's 2 ways of doing an E-slider. Like you see people doing them really different. Like changing the clue really soon already, or really waiting till the end.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true. There is. So on screen, last seconds of the heat, going for an air jibe. So Leander, nice. Getting the air jibe. Mick cruising along. There he is, going on the duotone sail. Nice flaka. That'd be a nice finish to the heat. So, and Manolis, very nice culo. Very nice. So sticks a culo, and I think cements his victory in that heat as well. Jentel cares comfortably through. We expect nothing less from such a champion. So multiple titles and I mean a huge
world
name
champion this year, right?
World champion indeed. Two times world champion now. So he's got a couple to his name. There's the points breakdown. So points to look through and scores to look through there as it flies through quickly. But we must go through the heats quickly so we can maximize with all these competitors here, have that opportunity. So you see some awesome replays. So air funnel there from Jentel and that shaka, just a casual shaka. A nice bounce at the end. It's quite satisfying to see that bounce, isn't it?
That is.
Oof, good spot culo. This was the ponch. And Leander coming around. Oh, just catching the rail on the spot. Cool to see him both ways. It's really good to start that early on.
That is. Once you, I think if you do them straight away on both sides, then you have it. And the longer you wait, the harder it becomes. I can do them both sides, but my chocolate side or dark side.
Chocolate side.
That's how Oda calls them. It just feels scary to do a Spock even. Like the crashes are gnarly.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
I know what you mean. Okay, so the next heat coming up, we have Sam and Steve against Sten Bremers. Actually an exciting heat. Sten's definitely ripping as well. We've seen him a while back competing with us. Sam and Steve, a well-known face in the scene. Unbelievable talent. Some of the craziest moves in freestyle windsurfing done by Sam and Steve. And quickly over on the other side of the heat, George Greisley. So George was with us in the booth earlier, out on the water against Sebastian Gux. So he was a bit concerned up against Sebastian. Sebastian's been tipped as a bit of a talent for this event. Comes from the German freestyle battles, who we're kind of working with on the Freestyle Pro Tour as well, with a nice collaboration. As we've seen, those guys have a really cool scene, a lot of competitors, a handful of them coming down, joining us here on the Freestyle Tour.
He didn't do PWA?
I believe not, no.
So, I don't know him.
Yeah, cool to see him taking part here. So on screen, on screen we have George Greisley on his new setup, duotone rider now, had his first runs on the gear in Geneva last week in this crazy toe-in setup. If you're wondering how these guys put out such amazing scores so quickly, it's actually just the system refreshing. And we'll get a refresh of that quite soon, and we'll see those scores readjust as they carry over from the last heat. But we're seeing some early moves, a really smooth bob there from the guy on Severn, which will be, I believe, Sten Bremers. As we see Sam ducking. Sam looks on quite a small sail, actually.
Well, he's
definitely
a lot
4.8. I'd be surprised if he went on 4.4 already, but he does like to choose that small sail early on, just sticking a culo. So kind of messing up the duck, keeping planing, and then getting that speed again. And as long as you don't take off, it doesn't count as your move. Obviously, you're only allowed one move per tack at a time. You can't do one move and then straight continue on the same tack, do another one. The rules are set that you can do one, then you must go the other way, do another move, or put in a quick tack, like double tack, to slow things down a bit. Just gives the judges a bit of time to make sure that everything is seen and scored well. If things are too quick, then it becomes a little bit too much. We want to make sure everyone has a fair opportunity, make sure the scores are well received. So here we go. Found a good gust into a nice ponch. Meanwhile, George.
Shaka, and he was pumping that whole run. He was pumping, but he still
I got to
made
say,
a
he's
Shaka.
looking a little
I think
underpowered.
Sebastian Gexdich did a double flaka before.
Oh, he
flaka
did, wow.
360.
Very nice. Yeah, cool. Okay, cool. So we're seeing moves coming in. Early lead for Sten Bremers.
Looks a bit lighter than the other heat, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, it does. We're getting these gusts and lulls, and actually sometimes almost for a whole heat. But the race director, Rafa Severo, he'll be watching this closely. And, as he's already done, made a good call to sort of cancel that heat earlier on and resale it. And in the resale, they have really good conditions. So now he'll be watching this closely. They run it quite far through in case we get a wave of wind again. That looked like a Flaka Diablo, I believe it was. So from Sten Bremers. So Sten getting some nice diversity in. And getting a Flaka Diablo. Sebastian Guxer on the Gastra sail up the top screen. On our left screen, George Grisley pumping. Not quite getting the wind. He'll be a bit frustrated, that's for sure. And we see, at the moment, a bit of a lull. So
a bit of a lull.
Yeah, indeed. But there's a dark patch now. They're all going to get planing. Here we go.
How many man heats do we run before it's women?
It'll be the first round, which is 8, and then the second round, which is 4.
8, yeah.
Most likely, we're going to stay in 4-man heats for both, given these lighter winds, so we can progress through. So it would be a minimum of 12 heats. We still have a bit of a way to go through this first round.
Then I'm up in the first woman heat. So
you are, okay, yeah.
I
so
should get maybe
a little bit on the edge of your seat.
Get my gear over, I think. As I see it's so light, we will be sailing
Well,
here.
it's 10 minutes per...
10 minutes, yeah.
Yeah,
so
per
it's,
heat with the heat transition as well. Each heat is 7 minutes long, 3 minutes transition. So 10 minutes per heat. Quite easy to calculate then. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 heats now. We're halfway through this one. 4 heats after, so it's a good
minutes.
hour and a half until the girls will start, till your heat.
No, it's only 4 heats, right?
4 plus the next round 2. We'll do 4
round
heats
2.
as well.
I'm chilling here with you a little longer. All right.
Exactly. And we've got Sandy Clunas on the way as well. Sandy Clunas is
yes, he will do commentating,
our
right?
known commentator. He's flying in last minute for this event as well. I think a slight delay on the travels, but he's on his way. And will be here shortly to join in the studio also. So I think by the time you're out sailing, we'll have Sandy in here as well. And giving us a good run through. And no doubt he's following along the way, watching the heats, trying to keep up to speed with it all, checking the conditions, and checking what's going on in terms of moves.
Checking at it now.
Not a lot of moves right now,
Doesn't look
unfortunately.
that good.
Looks like a little slow down. But
Sam, they already did make 22 points already in this really light conditions.
yeah, we can see that. So on the website, Sam and Steve's put in a bunch of moves already. So this is the thing where it's super important to maximize when you get the gusts and just to go for it, move after move after move. And you'll be exhausted after it, but you'll have some time, you can see,
yes,
standing
you
around
really
waiting.
need to use the gas wisely.
And there it is.
That's
expected.
cancelled.
Yeah.
Yes, that was expected.
What do you do when it's cancelled? What goes through what's the mindset for you?
Well, I
Kind
don't
of
know.
depends on how your heat was, wasn't it?
It kind of
really?
depends on how my heat was. Well, my heat got cancelled in Fuerte. I don't know if you got that. That was.
I heard something about this.
I was
yes.
pretty upset about that one.
Yes, sure.
But that was not because the conditions were not good. We were halfway in our heat and I was on a roll. I really felt good. I landed my moves because I was against Lena Erpenstein and she's a good wave sailor, of course. So I thought if I get my freestyle moves in, I'm quite safe.
Yeah,
but she can
sure,
do good wave moves.
Yep.
So I was sailing really good. And then halfway the heat, I saw Micah waving at me and the heat got cancelled because they didn't get the scores in from the heat before. But they didn't cancel my heat up front or after.
Just
so I'm not often upset or angry, but I got a bit upset with that.
Yeah, understandable.
And
so,
you know, it's
but-
all about mindset, and that was really
Exactly.
something I had to learn, because I was really upset because I didn't think it was right to cancel midway, like either cancel before or after when it's not about my heat.
absolutely.
But then you have to, you know, reset your mind and go again, because I had only 2 minutes to go out again, and I was still upset. And then when your mind is not good, I crashed everything, like
Yeah, of
everything,
course,
because I was angry and
it's
like, this
mindset,
is
yeah,
not
as you say.
fair, instead of
Yeah,
being
I mean, as you
really
see-
focused. And
as
that's all what matters. You have to be in the moment and to go for it and to feel good and confident. And I think that's from my experience, for me, that's what's most important.
No,
Just to have the
absolutely,
right mindset before going on the water.
I agree, and I think, you know, in the past when I was competing quite a lot, I also had that many situations where it was cancelled, and I was like, why is it cancelled? You know, I've got moves, and then other times it's cancelled, and you know, I've got no moves, and I'm feeling a bit like, okay, good call,
Yeah.
like happy. But that was rare, you know. I rarely went through a situation where heat was cancelled, and you know, it felt in favour of me. And some of these competitors, you know, we saw in the replays quite a few moves. Some of them will be coming off the water now, relieved.
Yeah,
you know, and I
that's
think
always it. Yeah,
George-
that was with me and
Yeah.
Lena also. Like she saw me being upset, and she even said, like, because she didn't have a good one, so
Yeah.
for her it was a second chance, and she's like, I'm gonna get this one.
Yeah.
So she goes in it completely different. Like he
with
will
that
be.
different mindset, yeah.
Yeah, Grizzly
So-
will be pretty happy, I think. Like
Exactly.
he was not playing all the time, and he's a bit heavier, of course. Also, he's
Yeah.
a big guy.
And we saw he's
So,
on 4-8, so he's probably gonna.
He
you know,
should
take
probably
the
swap to
5-2.
5-2 for him.
It's probably a good opportunity to do that, because the judges, knowing this, they won't be so lenient next time.
and
you
and
know?
I think that's fair enough. Like
You've
if you
had
have
your
a
opportunity,
you
you
need
get
a
it
5-2.
once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was before often, right? That
Yeah.
guys stayed on their small sails because, of course, it sails way nicer for 8.
Yeah, of
but
course,
if the conditions are not
if they're not
suitable
there,
for
gotta
it, you
give
have
yourself-
to go bigger. Yeah. For me, I really don't like my 4-8. I really prefer 4-4, so I will push it to stay on 4-4.
Yeah,
but
for the girls, it's like, you know.
and when I'm on 4-4, it still
where-
means,
guys, yeah.
but still, if there's really no wind, I have to just grab my 4-8 also.
Yeah, I mean, you saw there Rafa Severo running in, speaking to George. Rafa as the race director. They're just matching up the watches, making sure that the guys are going to go back out with the right timings. So just ensuring that no one, starts too early or too late, and then, they'll come in afterwards and be like, but this move or that move. And George Grisley, sticking to the 4-8, I have to say. It looks like he's decided to opt for that sail, and that's going to be his sail. He's obviously seen the forecast. No, it's going to pick up.
Yeah.
It will pick up. It is absolutely sure it's coming in stronger. Whether it picks up a lot more or just a few knots more, or maybe just becomes more stable.
It's hard to
yet
tell
see,
on the forecast. It looks like it can.
Yeah. So in
Maybe
his
when it
mindset,
clears
he's like,
up,
yes.
I
it's-
stay with this. Yeah.
But
How
also
are
he's
you?
relieved.
You prefer to stick with one sail, knowing that sail, or you prefer to just swap?
I used to be like that, and
Yeah.
then I would have my other sails ready, and just even if it was without the boom, just knowing it's rigged and I
Yeah.
just need to change the boom, and it takes 1 minute to change
Yeah,
the boom.
to change.
Then I know I can just grab my 5-2. I can even my 5-6 I used to have in the past ready.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, and I started getting used to that sail. So I see Lennart on the 5-6 often, and it kind of brings back memories of also
Easily,
going on
yeah.
the 5-6 and that challenge.
But it does make sense. I used to have a 5-2
Yeah.
also, and I'm not as heavy as most guys. I think it's good to have a bigger sail
Exactly,
up
yeah.
to a point that it's not helping anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So it's an interesting one. I think Sam is still on 4-8 as well. You can see quite a tall character, but you can see the sail's quite small. I almost tempted to say he might be on 4-4, but I think that's a bit maybe presumptuous that he's on 4-4. I'm sure it's 4-8. This guy inspecting the wind coming down. Sure, he's kid, his kid. So he's worked out the binoculars the other way around. There we go. So everything's a lot closer now. And so Sam making his way back upwind. It looks like the others are heading back out. So we had a heat cancelled there. Second one of the day actually cancelled. So Rafa just making sure everyone gets their opportunity. Important to do. Really make sure that they have their fair chance. And as we were just discussing, he might be less lenient on this next heat because he's seen, some of the guys are on smaller sails. The rules are you should be on a minimum, I think it's 5'4" actually, with a 100 litre board.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the minimum requirements. If you're not on it, you're not planing. You've
Doesn't,
taken that risk,
But
if you're on 4'8". So
From this heat, I don't think anyone was on a 5'2", were they?
I don't think so. No.
No.
So they're all playing for the gusts, which there is this difference for you, the girls. There's this difference between 4'4" and 4'8". For the guys, there's a good difference between 5'2" and 4'8".
I know.
And if you're not used to it, especially
It's
then,
different sailing.
Yeah, you just feel so much more comfortable on that 4'8". Some of these guys, will have the sails, the 4'8s also rigging on 370 masts.
Yeah.
Which makes
that
it
makes a big
significantly
difference.
lighter.
That's for me. It's not even just that it's lighter. I think it's also the stiffness, or I don't know.
Yeah,
for
the performance
shakas,
as well.
With my 4'8", I struggle way more to do a shaka than on the 4'4".
If you're on the 4'8" with a 400 mast, it just doesn't quite feel the same, and it feels a bit heavier. So there's kind of that almost bonus, with the 370 mast. Some of the sails, they do perform better on a 400 mast. So some of the brands do favor the 400, but to get more performance from the sail. But generally, the feeling is, the lighter setup, lighter equipment is preferred, and that's where you want to use a 370. It's less carbon.
Yeah, it's better, and it's also, I think, it's also in the mind. Like for me, I stick with 4.0 for a long time, even though it's 3.6 weather, and the same with 4.8 weather. I prefer to stay on 4.4.
Yeah.
And then, if you're competing, you just also have to at one point. You have to also be able to. You have to train with the bigger sails.
Yeah. If
with
you're
a 5.2, if you want to perform well, I think that's part of competition, to be good in all sails.
No, absolutely. And now, so if you're in this position now, you've been on a sail out there. You're in George's position.
Yeah,
Would you change now, or
I would change.
Yeah.
I did this in Fuerte actually, where it was super strong wind, and then the wind dropped, and 4.4 in Fuerte felt mental for me. I've always on 3.6 there, but a minute before the heat, I did swap to a 4.4 because it dropped, and I think that's also where you have to just go for it and not stick to your 4.0 because you're used to it.
Some people come in the middle of the heats as well, and they'll change. It's often, quick pit stop, Formula One style. Here it's tricky because you're starting upwind. If you come in,
here I think that would take too much time.
So you would lose a lot of ground. You're sacrificing a lot. I have to say, actually, I think George is on the 4.8 and sticking to it because he's working for us and he hasn't had time to get anything else ready. He's been up since 5:30 a.m. And so definitely defending George's corner there, that he's probably not really got a choice because he's just not had the chance to get on his 5.2. I'm sure he's wishing he's on it and using it. He's an experienced competitor. He will most likely be wanting to choose that sail and going out on it, but it's no doubt he's actually just stuck to his 4.8 because he hasn't got the other one rigged because he's been working too much. So maybe we need to make sure that he's got a bit of time in the future. So
let's hope for him. The wind is picking up now.
Yeah, but for George, he had a fantastic event in Geneva. He ended up actually just 4th place, but he took the European title in the tow-in.
Oh, really?
So he's been doing some crazy
I
moves.
saw that. I watched the tow-in.
Crazy.
This looked insane.
It is insane. It's absolutely insane. It's out of this world moves.
Yes, it's out of this world. It's unbelievable what they can do.
And like I swam a little bit. I swim and film a little bit. Sometimes I love to get behind the cameras, steal as much as I can. And I swam out there, and the feeling you get when you're there in front and looking up, like literally up, as if you're like in a wave spot.
Yeah.
And they're spinning like double or triple rotations. It's
and do the guys like they proper train for it now?
There's always at the events a lot of training.
Yeah,
Not
the
many
events,
people
but
train outside of it. I know Lennart does a bit.
Because there's a difference between the top guys in freestyle and the top guys in this, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what do you think makes them that they're really good at it?
It does cross over.
Yeah.
It's just actually only a handful of people really choose to go for that kind of show discipline because it carries risks. It's a dangerous element.
Yeah, it's way more dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. And as we go higher and more progressive with
more speed,
with it,
high, and I think because there's no wind, that's you keep spinning easily, so it's easier to twist something.
We've seen
right?
injuries more recently injuries, and
I think it was a girl who broke 4 bones,
to hide
right?
I mean, Lucy Honegger, Andreas, also from Austria, Andreas. Both of them have suffered foot injuries.
Oh,
They've
Micah
broken
just told me
bones,
she bruised a rib also.
Yeah, I heard something about bruised rib, but the main things were broken bones in the feet.
Yeah.
Where they're kind of breaking the kind of inside bones in the middle as they kind of come down and sort of damage them on the landings. And it's tough. It's tough to face injuries and then fight it, come back.
Yeah, that takes a lot of time. And I think, although it looks dangerous, but for people who don't freestyle that much, but actually in freestyle, there's not that many people getting injured.
Yeah, absolutely. Compared to the hours on the water.
Yeah.
Sandy was saying something during the event last week that that it's all relative.
Yeah.
It's relative to how much you actually go on the water doing a sport. And if you don't go on the water so much doing towing, it's relative.
Yeah.
So it's very few injuries, few and far between, considering how crazy the moves are. But this is a natural progression of sport in general, extreme sports. As they get more and more advanced, you're reaching the pinnacle of human performance because you are hitting that point where injuries begin to happen. And that's the point where, tours like us, we take note and we're like, okay, this is really now right on the edge. We've got to think responsibly and make sure that the future of the sport is safe, but also still progressing.
And it's up for the riders who dare to take that a bit more risk and want to go for it, of course.
It is, yeah, and so that's why we see
it did look really, I was watching, I was like, oh my God, the speed they go, and how fast do they go?
It's insane. They approach the ramp at 70, 80 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, that's
this is
insane.
top speed you would normally go in freestyle. Like freestyle at 40, 44, when it's really nice flat conditions, that's really the top speed you'll get up to.
Yeah.
Maybe not even this. And then approaching a ramp, 2 to 3 foot. There we go. See Sandy crossing the screen. So interrupting. Sandy Clunas will be joining us shortly in the booth, and he's going to join us right here in the studio. So he'll be coming in, sliding in the side here, and obviously fresh early start for him as well, flying in from the UK. So back to the action and what's going on here.
Almost upright. I think we're starting soon.
Yeah,
somebody coming in.
So up next, it's the resale. So 2 more minutes till the start of the next heat. Sam and Steve against Sten Bremers in the A side of the draw. Both 26 years old. And obviously Sam there with a little bit of an advantage, 60% heat wins. Average heat score is just a touch below 30. That kind of 30 is that magic number where you start to get, into the
They take the score from from last year or from all the...
since 2018.
Nice.
We have this, and then the event scores are taken from 2014, so almost 10 years of stats.
I'm curious for my heat wins and average heat score.
Yeah, well, come up on screen later, you'll be able to check it. If you take your phone out on the water, you can have a look.
Oh, perfect.
as surfers do, take your phone out. No, you can check it afterwards. And then we've got 2,700% career heat wins, so... massive.
That's massive.
That sounds
I think
huge,
you have to come the other way around.
Sandy Clunas in the house joining us. So obviously that's a percentage score taken out of a single statistic. And on the other side, we have George Grisley against Sebastian Gux. A bit of an interesting matchup. And George is apprehensive, to say the least. Sebastian is doing very well on the German freestyle battles. And he's had some good, interesting ones. Just a quick... bye to Aaron Alkus, who will be leaving us.
I'll be leaving. I will start preparing a little bit, carrying the gear up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nice catching up.
We'll see you soon on screen.
Yeah.
All the best.
I'll do my best. Wave at you.
Absolutely.
All right.
So thank you so much, Ariane Alkus, for joining us. So yes, as we just talked about, we had that resale. We're about to have that resale. We had that first heat cancelled in heat 5. Resale is coming up shortly in under a minute. And sounds like green flag even. Might be green flag, so it could be the start of the heat. And ready to go with heat 5A and 5B is Sam and Steve, Sten Bremers versus George Grisley, Sebastian Gux, Sandy Clunas. How was your journey here?
We're here now. That's what matters. And it's straight into the action. George Grisley, go and switch. And there's the air funnel.
Air funnel, perfect. So you had a bit of a journey this morning?
Bit of a journey this morning, but we're here. And the most important thing is it is windy. And we are getting up and going. Hello, guys, too, if you're tuning in. My name is Sandy, and I will be calling the action with Mr. Adam Sims. Heat 5A, Heat 5B running. George Grisley this is his first time on the duotone gear.
Yeah, it is
in
true,
the
yeah.
wind.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the other thing. And we were talking that he probably hasn't had time to get his 5.2 ready because he's been working for us for the tour,
Yeah.
trying to make sure that. Huge Kono from Sam and Steve, showing that obviously the wind is here.
That's Sebastian as well with a nice one-handed burner there.
Very nice.
And there's 360 on the end.
Perfect.
Sebastian
Gooks. Maybe I'm saying
Yeah,
it
up
wrong.
against George Grice. I was speaking to George earlier. He was a bit nervous because he was like, obviously Sebastian, I'll say it now, and I don't know, I'm not sure, I think you boys have probably covered it already. This competition is full of undercover rippers. That's what I like to call them.
Yeah, we touched on it, not too much, but yes, absolutely. Undercover shredders, rippers are out there, that's for sure.
Yeah,
so.
these guys who, potentially we haven't seen in competition, they all sail a lot around Europe, especially, Brouwersdam. This is a hub for windsurfing freestyle, especially within Europe. So to be able to do the competition here, all of them have made the journey down. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that affects the results here.
Absolutely. George planing a bit more. It doesn't look super powered up, but planing more than last heat. So we know that the wind is there. Going around a burn, a bit of a wet one. Sam, Steve, Gulo, and a funnel flacker by Sebastian.
A flurry of moves there.
Absolutely. In this gust. And you can see, look, so we've been watching the gusts a bit. There's gusts upwind coming down, but there is another lighter patch potentially. So these guys will be stacking up the moves quickly. So we see Sten. Very nice funnel. Very nice.
Oh, it looks like he dipped in a bit at the end there, though. It is that kind of wind, isn't it, where you get the gust, it's good, you can do your move, but sometimes by the time you finish the move, you're kind of out of wind and it all gets a bit difficult. Sam and Steve with a punch there.
Absolutely. No, you're totally right. It's that kind of feeling where you go through the move with power and then you're like, I've got to land on the board, like on it, to make sure you get it clean. Otherwise, you might fight it a little bit for the.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice air funnel there from Sebastian as well, putting together a good score. It's still all to play for between him and George, but George is a bigger rider. Chatting to him the other day, I think he said he's coming in at about 92, 93 kilos now.
Really?
So I think he's he was
pulling some weights in the gym.
Well, I think so. Yeah, so I think he was, and obviously that combined with I think he was a bit nervous about the gear, so he'll be looking to try and make a little bit of a statement at least.
It's a big transition, when you change from one set of gear to the other. I don't think anyone's expecting fireworks and tequila out this guy right now, but I think it's just a big transition as you change from one setup to the other. They are different setups, and he's so familiar with that old setup.
Yeah,
so it will take him a little bit of time to get used to this. He'll use the wind to break to really get it dialed in. I'm really excited to see him competing next year. But at the meantime, we have him on screen doing moves, sticky moves, more so than in the previous heat. So the wind is up.
Yeah, 100%. The wind. Yeah, it seemed I've been following it on the way, and the wind has definitely seemed to be picking up, and it's forecast too as well. Wow, that was super stylish there. Flacker. Oh no!
The hook
He
in.
hooked in clean first. So tell me, will that count? Because he landed that.
I'd say so. He was sailing.
Yeah, he was
just had to
sailing.
flip the sail.
But yeah, if he'd flipped the sail and then hooked in, I'd be like, for sure that will count as landed.
I
but
think
because
they're
he was
gonna
clue
count it,
first,
yeah.
be interesting.
I would be surprised if they didn't, but there is reasoning and grounds not to count it as well.
100%. Be interesting to see whether the scores will count for that.
Hooked in. I think it was by my looks, it was right. Yeah, look, there's more wind coming. In a little bit of a lull at the moment, but there's more wind up there. Very dark, a lot of white caps coming down as well. So I think we're going to see some bigger moves happening.
100%. Sam and Steve just putting on a masterclass, obviously coming off the toe-in Geneva as well. But he's one of those riders as well. If you haven't met him, he's deceptively large. He's very tall.
Yeah.
He's easily 6 foot.
Yeah,
and you kind of watch him and you think he looks like one of the smaller riders when you see him because he's just got so much pop and he can condense himself so small going through his moves. But he's a big guy as well.
You always think he's on a smaller sail than he is as well.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. So, it's and it's just a nice welcoming pathway.
Yeah.
That's what it is. So, they're also, taking part in these events where we're starting to see our collaboration, develop together with the German freestyle battles. Some of those events counting with, small amount of points towards the overall rankings as well. So they'll be carrying some interesting, results and points over, which can help them, progress up 1 or 2 positions. They don't carry with huge heavy weight of points as they're lower ranked events based. Class by prize money is essentially the way it's handled. And we see him go around an E-slider and just a move there. I just saw on the smaller screen, just missed that one. So
Yeah,
plenty is still going on. These last dying seconds of the heat, it's the closest one is obviously between George and Sebastian. They'll be pushing for moves. It's very close. Sebastian just taking the lead at the moment.
It looks like that's the end of the heat. So it looks like Sebastian will go through by literally 0.6 of a point, basically. But I think a couple of moves might have been done before that. So we'll just wait to confirm that with you. Sam and Steve with a pretty big lead over Sten.
Here we go, yeah.
Here's the full breakdown. So yeah, look, that Flaka Shaka coming in at 5 points earlier on in the stream as well. You know, you said it earlier this morning. If you can just do one move really well, sometimes that's better than going, I need to add another rotation.
Exactly. Let's take Burner 360, for example, here on Sebastian. 4.964. This is more than a burner, but actually scoring less.
Scoring less, yeah. So Sam scoring 5.1 something for just a burner. So actually, sometimes it's not necessarily about, I've got to go and do all these moves. You know, I say it all the time. It's building a house.
Yeah.
Sick Kulo there.
Very nice. So good start. The wind was very good in the beginning.
Yeah, nice air funnel for
the
George.
guys got underway, very motivated. Oh, nice forward loop. So I love a forward loop.
Must have been a good gust there. That's a sick Kono there, full rig flip.
Yeah, I love how the board turns down.
See, that burner, if he'd just come out of it, he probably wouldn't have scored much worse. If anything, may have scored even better because the 360 at the end was a little bit forced.
It slowed him down a lot.
Yeah, it did. You know, if he just stomped it.
Interesting to see, isn't it? So here we see Sam with the punch. Wow, really nice. Sebastian putting up a really good battle there. And actually, you know, having very good scores as well. So, you know, it was very close. George watching Sebastian go around. Look at
you never do that. Never do that.
Drop a little bit. And it was really close. Very, very close. I'm sure George, he can't be too disappointed. You know, he had a good heat given the conditions and the scenario at hand.
100%. Yeah. So. And, you know, he said, I always sail best when I don't put any pressure on myself. And I was like, you don't need to put pressure on yourself at the moment. You know, this is your essentially first heat on this gear, but it's difficult. He's just come off that big win in Geneva, toe-in champ.
Exactly.
He's got the new gear. He's had all the accolades and all the everyone, oh, well done and all this. And I'm, you know, probably deep down inside him, he's like, well, I need to follow this up.
Exactly.
Couple of big heats coming in here.
Big heats. We're seeing someone on screen. He might not be in this heat. Martin Molnar against Magnus Vessel. But on the other side, we have Steven van Broekhoven against Pavel Sulik from Schultz, I'm hearing, being corrected by someone who has Polish heritage. And against each other, Steven van Broekhoven. This is obviously a very tough draw for Pavel. Steven, I think needs no introduction, and starting there with a nice cooler.
Yeah, Stephen. Yeah. You know, he's you don't need to introduce him at all. I saw him just coming across the car park as I was coming in, and he was like a laser. I kind of went, "Oh, Stephen." He was not up for it. He just wanted to. You know, he's in that zone.
Yeah, he's currently second on the rankings.
Yeah,
and so a position to hold on to with such a big fleet.
Well, in contention. Yeah. You know, and I had a really good chance to catch up with him in Geneva, and his whole mindset behind it all was really interesting to hear about, and how he's approaching competition now, and he's kind of just having fun. Yeah. As we see him slide through a beautiful Shaka 360, just
very nice indeed,
making it look far too easy. And you know what we were saying earlier about larger riders. Stephen is also one of those larger riders, but is just such a specialist in these light winds, and he's such an expert on these larger sails. You know, you were talking earlier about Lennart as well, and I had an interesting chat to him in Geneva. He's been training a lot on the 5.6 and all this, and you hark back to 10, 15 years ago, and we were seeing the guys freestyling on 6.1s and things like that. Obviously, gear has advanced a lot since then, but I still think it is important. You know, when you're competing, you have to have the moves on the 5.2. Even some guys don't even like to use a 4.8. Yeah. You know, it's so important when you get down to this, because if there are lighter winds, and it can be contestable. You know,
as
we
see that struggle. You know, as people try to hold on to the smaller sails, and obviously they're not quite getting the heats they want, and you know, a little bit of frustration sometimes. So, there's Stephen firing through the funnels. We saw the scores flash up quick, but I think it's just that reset of the refresh of the score system at the moment as the moves drop in. So we'll expect that to update very shortly.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're starting to see the moves. Stephen just stacking them up. He's very involved in research and development on his equipment. He has been for years. Definitely for the brands he's on, he's always comes with so much knowledge and understanding, and is so finely tuned to his equipment that is why he's playing all the time, despite being a larger guy. Obviously a lot of experience going around a shove it spot, just knowing how to stack up the moves.
This is it. Yeah, he's the perfect example of building a house. Even the air funnel, he probably could have added a 360 onto the end. As we see Pavel sliding around a nice Bok 5 there.
Very stylish. We see in the background all the campers here watching the entertainment, but getting on the water themselves. A lot of people still enjoying the later season wins.
Yeah, it was awesome to see. As I came in, the pool, the famous pool, was absolutely stacked with beginners. I think anyone who says windsurfing is dying, come here and then tell me that.
60 beginners, I heard.
Yeah.
In a lesson.
Which is
one lesson, 60 beginners.
There you go.
So a lot of them learning and obviously getting inspired by all the talent here.
I was going to say, what a show they've got for their first lesson. Yeah, Stephen already on 14.1 points. So starboard tack putting down some real moves. Nearly 10 points already as we come to just under 4 minutes left to go of this heat. Stephen, look, he's just always playing. Pavel there struggling. But Pavel looks like he's on a tiny sail.
Possibly, yeah.
He's a much smaller rider than Stephen.
Yeah, absolutely.
You think, I would probably say Stephen's on a 5'2", Stephen van Broekhoven. I don't know if he goes any bigger than that, but
he has 5'6" as well. But yeah, I think he would stick to 5'2", especially in these conditions. There is wind around. It's not light. It's just on the lighter side. The gusts are actually quite strong once you're powered up on the sail you choose.
Yeah,
because we are seeing some of those bigger moves as we see a
future there from Stephen. That's not an easy move in light winds.
No, it's not.
To be able to get the sail, pull that sail back up and get round that second 360.
Yeah, but a real evidence here to have the gear the right size, and carries so much experience as well. With so much experience, Stephen has such an upper hand. As Pavel steps into switch, I always see him disappear behind the crowds, building crowds on the beach.
Always like to see it.
Yeah, come to enjoy the action as we start to get through this single elimination. We'll get through the first round here, then we'll be into the second round, and then if things continue, we'll be on to the first heat of the women.
We've got a stacked fleet across the board as well. We've already seen Micah Hooverman, Ariane, obviously here in the booth earlier as well.
Yeah,
we've got some heavy hitters. It's going to be very exciting.
I can see more wind on the way, so Pavel will have more opportunity, I'm sure. Although right now he's probably thinking, "Come on, a bit more wind."
Well, yeah, as I say, it's forecast to pick up throughout the afternoon, really, isn't it? So we should be in for a day of action. It's only going to get better and better as we get through the heats.
Yeah, if you're wondering why we're not seeing much of the other side, Martin Molnar, unfortunately, is not sailing due to limited resources. He's doing great duty, actually switching this show that you're watching. Doing excellent work behind the scenes to make sure. I think it was up until 2:30 last night. Woke up at 5:30 in the morning. Unbelievable. Yeah, 3 hours of sleep. So massive respect and huge thanks, I think, from everyone for him sacrificing his session on the water. I know he really wanted to go and compete, and he's got his infamous Matador move, the half Matador, which he loves to pull out. But he's got some amazing other combos as well, spot Matadors and things like this. He's really...
he's got the signature Skopu as well.
Exactly.
He's
got some moves in the bag.
Absolutely, but I think Magnus probably owes him a beer for this, for sitting out and letting him essentially get a bit of a bye. But Magnus is also one of the undercover rippers.
Absolutely, yeah. So
he's got some moves. Seeing him on Instagram. It looks like...
I'm just wondering if he's saving his energy and he's decided to go out there and just do one move and then it's passed.
Yeah, so, he's done the move.
Yeah. So I'm sure he's out there still, trying to, as you can see, Pavel, Stephen hasn't stuck too much more lately, so I think that wind, you can see it there hanging, the stronger wind hanging upwind, but not quite coming down. It's a difficult one for the judges because, race director Rafa Severo will be watching this and be like, well, Stephen's stacked up his heat. He's got moves either way.
It's a tough call, isn't it?
Exactly, and Pavel's not. I think that's Magnus going around there we go. So that wind has come down. We've seen the wind come out. Magnus go around a gecko, I think it was, as I see.
Looks like Pavel there. Saw the sail go horizontal, so I think it looks like he tried a burner, but we'll wait and see through the scoring. who will be going through.
I think we'll get those cameras jostling around a little bit, repositioning as the crowds build,
Yeah.
and just getting the other competitors on the screen as we come up through the next heats. There seems to be a bit of an extended heat area. Maybe a surprise. Maybe the judges decided to put the heat area further out. So end of the heat. I mean, obviously, clearly for Stephen Fabrocco and Pavel's been a bit stuck with the wind. Yeah,
29 for Stephen there. A huge heat score there. So you know, it's going to. Pavel's going to be hard pressed to kind of protest that heat, really, isn't he?
he is. Yeah.
You know?
And
I mean,
Pavel's
look
stoked there.
at
He's such a cool guy. Like, this guy has shown up on the scene a bit, like on the competition scene. He's been around obviously for a long time, competing, or not competing, but free sailing and stuff, and very good sailor. You know, so he'll feel very hard done by here. Unfortunately, I think it might be.
I mean, look at the move Stephen's putting down. Look, completely filling that score sheet.
Yeah.
You know, a Chachu, 5.3 points for a Chachu.
Yeah.
So one of those moves that's still gonna. That's one of those moves you kind of think, oh, it's quite old school, things like that, but it's so stylish and it still goes down so well with the judges.
Exactly, yeah.
We still see it in heats. You know, people like Jacopo Testa, who I can't wait to see sail later on. You know, he's like basically his signature move.
Yeah, there'll be more of them. Pavel showing signs of frustration. I mean, understandably so. Looking around, Magnussen going around. He's got Stephen's other Lycra on. There you go. So Magnus has Stephen's other Lycra on. Yeah, we're a bit short on Lycras because we came straight from a towing event to here where we don't need so many of the Lycras. So it might be my bad leaving a few.
I mean, I wouldn't. You know, if you're going to wear it, you want to wearing Stephen's jersey. It's a bit like wearing your favourite footballer, I suppose. Maybe it brings you a bit of that luck.
Yeah.
Next
So,
up, Nicholas Nieblung up against Stefan de Bel. Stefan, another undercover ripper. Nicholas Nieblung, not so undercover, but by no means, you know, by any means, an absolute ripper as well. So this should be quite an exciting heat. Nicholas Nieblung, though, he's not a fan of or anything like that, but you know, he's very much a strong wind sailor, spends a lot of time in Fuerteventura. And then on the other side of the draw, we've got Tim Gerdes, who's great to see him sailing. He kind of hurt his back a little bit in Geneva, you know, didn't do any of the tow-in or anything like that. So I'm really excited to see him sailing here up against young up-and-comer Julian Calderwide.
Probably has the best photo of everyone.
He looks stoked.
Exceptional.
He
looks like he's about to take off with those wings.
So, so Tim, I don't want to take anything away. I always feel bad when I describe someone as this, but Tim is a bit of a dark horse. I think it's quite easy to forget how good he is.
Tim is,
he is so good. It's, you know, things like what we saw with him in the foil style in Viesta earlier this year, and how he's really pushing that. And I think that's really been translated into his sailing on the fin as well.
Exactly, and he's like, he's kind of transitioning one to the other, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's also pulling it back to the foil style. So start of the heat, here we go. Damn.
Oh, puts it
What
down.
do you say about light winds?
Yeah, sorry, I take back everything I just said. I'll just leave. Yeah,
Looks like he's
got
been
it.
training
He's got it
more
down.
than any of us thought. So.
Yeah,
And meanwhile, a really good move as well there from Tim.
5.313 coming in for that Kulo 360. Kulo 360 again, a move you don't see it as much as like something like a burner 360, do you? You know, it is a little bit of a harder rotation, so the judges will be rewarding that. A nice air funnel as well.
Trademark. I remember when he was just a young kid coming to the lagoon in Fuerte.
Wearing gloves.
Just everything, the full setup. And just learning, really, I remember learning the first funnel and then like kind of got the funnel just disappeared for 1 year, came back, could do like everything suddenly, but super good as well. Like really, he's a really high talent, tipped for great things in the future.
Yeah.
We're seeing all sorts of moves going on. Sorry guys.
No, that was a burner. So we had a burner from Tim. I think it's Tim on the red freak and it's Stefan on the white freak on the bottom left of your screen. Stefan also landing something, either a funnel or a burner, not too sure. As we see Tim going round a Kulo as well, putting down some scores. Tim as well, he's not a small guy. You know, he's really, really tall, quite lean. So, you know.
Very tall. He must be like 6'2" or something.
Yeah, so sometimes in these light winds, I think actually having a bit of height can help. You know, Steve and guys like that, you've just got that little bit of extra leverage. You can really throw that sail up when you need to. And it kind of helps, you know, things like burners, Kulos, things like that. It stops the sail going into the water.
Tall but lightweight.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah.
And, we see Nicholas Navelin go frustratingly off screen a little bit there, but I think what's happened here is the competition area has been stretched a little bit. So far as I understand, the cameras are being moved when we have time, and not to miss moves at the same time. So he's coming back, so I think he landed his move. Came back very quickly.
Yeah.
So looking forward to see how that comes through. As we see the others up and riding, we're going to see Stefan de Bell there, and
Stefan not looking too powered up. As we see Tim coming around an air funnel.
yeah,
Tim coming around an air funnel in the top left of the screen as well. So Tim building a nice house. As we see Nicholas Nieblen pumping, he's going to go for the punch. Wow.
I'd say he's looking very
I'm going to take
powered
back
up.
everything I said earlier. To pump into a future,
Yeah.
that takes a lot of skills. Usually that's a
does.
move you associate with 4-0 weather and nice ramps.
And I have
Although
to
it looks
say
like the chop's quite nice for the
Yeah, it
punches
does.
today.
It looks very nice, yeah. I have to say his boom looks quite low, like slightly on the touch on the lower side, which gives you more control, but for lighter winds, it's actually a touch harder to get planing. So, that's even more impressive to see what he's creating out of that. So already over 20 points.
Yeah, really impressive there. Tim on the other side of the draw, 14 points. Julian yet to put a score down on the board. Stefan de Bell 9.5. So putting a nice heat together as he comes around a culo there on the bottom left screen. But yeah, Nicholas just storming ahead with 25.3 points altogether.
Julian going for the air drive, just going down unfortunately. He's got a small move on port tack, but he'll be wanting to step that up a little bit with a couple more moves.
Wow, Tim with a nice air funnel. Bit slow at the end, but popping into that second rotation.
Very nice, yeah.
Air funnel is kind of the go-to sort of opening move in these kind of conditions. You know you can put a power move down. You don't necessarily need loads of power for it. You just need to make sure you've got a nice bit of speed.
Absolutely.
That's why we're kind of seeing that move coming. You know, it's a staple of everyone's heat.
It's one of the first lighter wind moves you can do that is a double power move considered. You know, it's sort of a double pop
Sick
from
double
a power
spock.
move.
Nice double spock there from Nicholas Nieblen as well. It's one of those things, you know, now that Nicholas has got the points down, cool, now we can start going for some different moves, trying to add extra rotations on, things like that. You know, you want to get the moves that you know you're going to land every time in first.
Absolutely. Was I right there in seeing a spot culo attempt?
Yeah, Stefan de Bell just going down on a
Cool.
spot culo in the bottom left of your screen. You may be a bit confused by all the Severns. As I said, Stefan de Bell on the white Severn Freak in the bottom left screen. Tim Gerdes on the newer Freak, the red one, on the top left-hand side. And that is Julian on the big screen. I think that's a foil Freak that he's on.
Yeah, some of these guys are opting for that foil Freak. It's a good light wind sail.
We're seeing more and more riders using it. I think, you know, you've seen, obviously, Bals Muller, you know, using it for foiling, but also seen him for that. Julian Weimar as well. I've seen quite a few videos recently of him using the foil Freak. Yeah, it'd be really interesting. You know, it's kind of cool. They've got a 5 batten and a 4 batten option. And having that 4 batten, obviously, the sail's going to bag out a little bit more. And you're going to have a little bit more low-end power.
Exactly, yeah, that's true. So, and with the 5 batten, you get a bit more, high-end control, but also, yeah, a bit more stability in the sail. So it's kind of like mix and match. Some people like that 5 batten as well because they have this, how did he hold on to that? The rail, the nose kind of part of the rail on the downwind side was catching in the chop. And I was absolutely convinced he was going down, but somehow popped into a culo. Didn't quite make it, but very impressive to kind of keep that control. Meanwhile, down there we have Tim Gerdes sliding through. And
also goes down. Also goes down on a spot culo there. Yeah, just didn't quite get the pot. Almost looked like he was kind of too far downwind by that point, you know, to throw the culo. You want to stay a bit more across the wind, I guess, let the sail power up before you go for
almost
it.
Upwind. You kind of almost want to spot upwind. I know Tonky Franz was a specialist at this, kind of doing the spot upwind. The scores for Nicholas Nieblen are way up over into that magic 30. One of the highest heat scores of the day, so showing what business he means. Tim Gerdes really solid one as well, with nearly 25 points.
It's a very respectable heat score there from Tim.
And Stefan showing that all the studying is not causing him too much because he's over 20 points already.
Yeah, no, that happened very quickly. Last time we kind of touched on Stefan, you know, 3 or 4 minutes ago, he was only on 9 points. So he's been putting a really good heat together. You know, if he'd come up against Tim, that would be a really close heat. So really respectable for Stefan, considering he's not necessarily a familiar name on the tour all the time. So yeah, really great score for him.
Julia going for I think a mix between a grubby and a forward loop there.
Yeah. I mean, he very nearly just stuck a flacker as well, which was really cool. Tim with loads of speed here. Let's see what he's got. Spock. Oof. Oh, that's a lot of speed to go for a Spock.
And down
obviously wants the Spock culo, I would say.
Absolutely. So that'll be the ambition. A lot of these guys, they're looking past the Spock. They're looking past that first move, trying to go for the double whenever they can. Tim, anyway, very respectable heat. Done very well. And I think on the other side, Niklas Nebelung is going to take that.
Yeah, absolutely. So it will be Tim Gerdes and Niklas Nebelung heading through into the next round. Taking a look at Niklas's heat score there, but also Stefan's as well. Air funnel, a burner, a switch chachu on starboard. So actually, he was just missing a move. He was missing a move on both sides. A Shaka 360, a Kulo, and a Flaka 360 on port as well. So
Actually
really
getting
good.
3 moves there. So it's 3 moves to count each way in this first round. I think in the second round as well. It may stay all day. We'll bring you updates as we hear it. But for now, 3 moves to count each way. Julian with the best photo on tour. And Tim Gerdes with 24.75 points there. Obviously...
So yeah, Tim putting a nice heat score there. Kono, Kulo, Flaka. And then, he wanted that spot Kulo, didn't it? You can see there's the attempts there.
I mean, we can see that for Tim, he's kind of holding himself back with the kind of air funnel and air funnel. So what he'll be looking at for the next heat, because he's going to, it's going to get important to start stepping up. This is a good heat score. It could see him get through a couple of heats still, but he'll want to be working on stepping up, and he'll be looking at, upping that starboard tack options there with something a little bit more diverse, no doubt. So maybe as the wind builds, we start to see the Skokus happening in Konos. I think we've only seen one Kabakuchi of the day. We've seen a couple of really nice Konos, but it's still early days for those kind of upwind power moves.
Yeah, I think they're also ones that we're going to start seeing more of as the wind picks up slightly as well, which it is forecast to do. And looking ahead, next heat, we have, I said his name earlier, Jacopo Testa.
There it is.
Coming up against Jelle Van Halen.
Very exciting.
Undercover Ripper. And then on the other side, we have Piero Routnik. Every time I see a video of Piero on Instagram, anything like that, he's doing a new move. He's learned something new.
It's crazy.
He has improved so much. I'm really excited to see him sail in this competition because first time we really saw him was in Rhodes a couple of years ago at the event in Theologos. And he was sailing good. But he's just improved. As I said, every single time I see a clip go up, it looks like he's learned something new. So really excited to see him sail. And he will be up against Fivos Supras, another absolute ripper, Greek, but coming out of Germany, really involved with the German freestyle battles. All those guys, obviously, just been in Geneva with us, doing all the towing and doing some crazy moves in that.
So stoked.
Yeah.
He's so stoked all the time. I love it. The attitude is amazing. And Piero Routnik there on the left side as well. So, Piero travelled here with Eugenio Marconi. They arrived pretty late last night.
Right.
And then had to get here. I think what I heard is they slept 2 hours in the car and 2 hours here. Before getting ready for the start of the day. So some tired eyes out there, people making big efforts to get here. It's fantastic to see everybody so hungry and thirsty for competition in great winds. And as we see, the winds are building now as anticipated. And we're going to start seeing some bigger and bigger moves.
Looks like this is Fivos on your screen there, ducking the sail with a nice burner there.
Solid start, isn't it?
Yeah. And as I say, you guys are going to be fed up of me saying it by the end of the day, but with these heats, with the freestyle, it is all about building a house, laying the foundations.
Indeed.
You want to get those moves down first. Just get the burner down. You can do a burner 360 later or a burner funnel or anything. Take a hand off, take both hands off. We know Fivos has got that no-handed burner, but just build the house. As we see on the top left. I was going to say Jacopo just flying through the air there in the background.
Got a little leg shake. That's a classic. So what you saw there from Piero Routnik on the hot sails, just passing through the screen, was him basically on the very edge of trying to get planing. And sometimes that means your back foot comes up with a little leg shake because you're on the edge of catapulting. And there he goes around a culo. So just
nice culo there from Piero. And Jacopo Testa on the big screen there with that new 0.7. Looking good, little camo look to it. He's got plenty of speed. Stepping into switch. One of the few riders that will go switch on port tack. He's got the big one-handed burners on port tack. Let's see what he's got for us. Oh, so steezy.
So steezy, yeah, indeed. Well said, definitely.
Throws he's just got that technique where he just seems to throw the sail vertically up and then jump up to it before he starts rotating. It's so interesting to watch.
just kind of floating on the sail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sick culo there as well from Jacopo Testa. I mean, of course, it's to be expected. We're just waiting for the scores to drop in there. Piero Rautnik with a heat score already of 6.6, Fivos 7.7. So this one's very, very close. Hele Van Halen as well, one of the local rippers, just jumping into a Vulcan or a Spock there. As we see Piero Rautnik, I think, coming out of an air funnel.
I believe so, yeah.
I know he does the switch moves on port as well.
Hele looks like he's just water starting, so didn't quite make that. And a Shaka Flaka?
Shaka 360, yeah, yes. From Jacopo Testa, getting his bum wet a little bit there. Very uncharacteristic. But yeah, just came out a little bit too aggressively.
The score's starting to build, starting to stack up. So we're just seeing the B side of the draw, 8B, get some scores in here. So Fivos getting an early lead. Meanwhile, Piero's building up. He's had a couple of good moves, and Jacob Testa's scores drop in at 14 points already. So
that shove it Spock of his is so good as well. Speaking of, what I said earlier with the way he does his burners, the shove it Spock is quite similar as well. He kind of pushes out so aggressively. It literally just looks like it lifts him vertically up, and then he somehow brings it back round. Usually, when you see riders going that big on a shove it Spock, it's very hard for them to land. Often you land kind of on the tail. Yes. But he just seems to land right over that mass foot, sliding backwards beautifully in control.
That's the key.
Yeah, exactly.
He's still sliding, which gives him more opportunity to do more things.
Yeah, and that's why he does a lot of the kind of shove it Spock combination moves, doesn't he?
There he goes.
As we see, speaking of Spock combinations, beautiful Spock culo there from Jacopo Testa.
All sorts of action going on in the background there.
Fivos answering. What a nice culo there from Fivos as well.
Nice.
I mean, obviously not answering. He's on the other side of the draw up against Piero Rautnik, but yeah.
It's going to be a tight one at the moment. Piero is doing a good heat. Fivos is having a good one as well. So it's going to be an interesting one to watch there as we see Yella go around a Flaka.
Nice Flaka there from Yella.
Fivos.
Wow, sick. Oh, no. Goes down on the paunch there from Fivos. Oh, Jacopo just doing the Galito thing. Yeah. I'll watch what my competitor's doing and just do it, and ever so slightly better.
Exactly.
Yeah, kind of trying to psych him out almost.
Sometimes inspired in your heat by what
maybe
you see other people do.
Yeah, doesn't quite realise he's not against Fivos. So I suppose there's no bad blood there. Maybe just a bit of inspiration. He goes, oh, there's a bit of chop there. Might as well just do a punch.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
It's still a high scoring move upon, if you can execute a good one, land nice and dry.
That's what I love about freestyle is the adaptability. Some of these guys, they just adapt like in seconds. They, even in the middle of a move, they'll be like, actually, I'm going to turn this into a Kawaguchi suddenly or something for a Kono. Yeah. Talking of Konos, we saw Piero do a Kono in the background a few seconds ago. So he's stacking up his side quite well. It's a tight one, this one, huh? On that side. It's
not so tight. On the other side, Jacopo already above 30 points with just over 2 minutes of this heat to go. Yeah. It really is a point of difference we're seeing with some of the riders that are getting above that 30-point range. That's when you're really starting to get into... It kind of doesn't matter who you're up against. You're going to be, have an advantage until they come up against each other in the next round. As you said, Tim Gerdes earlier, 25 points of a heat score. He's going to want to start bettering that if he's going to be coming up against these guys.
Absolutely. As
we see Fivos with a beautiful Canabrava. There's been a lot of talk about Canabravas after the event in Geneva. Yep. And I'm all for it. I love the Canabrava. I think it's so stylish. You can do it on the end of so many moves. Exactly. Especially things like the Shakas, the Flakas, that sort of rotation. I love seeing the Canabrava.
Japo is going with a lot of speed. What's he got for us? Flaka, Shaka, of course.
Beautiful.
Sticks it. Nice and easy. So 1 minute 20 of the heat left. Jacob Testa currently leading. Piero Rautnik on the other side. Oh, actually, Fivos has tipped him now. 20 points, so more scores dropping in. Fivos has a comfortable lead now. So looking good for Fivos right now with 1 minute 10 to go.
Yeah, Fivos, that was getting pretty close for a minute there. But Fivos is quite an established competitor now, really, isn't he? He's joined us for a couple of events, but, the German freestyle battles, obviously, we're kind of doing things with them now, but, all the kind of events they're doing, Fivos, it gets a lot of competition experience, and that really, really helps, because you do have to think differently to when you're sailing, in your own time, when you're free sailing. As we see, Jacopo Testa, uncharacteristic there, going down on a chat shoe.
But what I like to say about that is that emphasizes how hard that move is. He's just gone through a heat. Landed, I think, pretty much everything. I think
that might be the first time he's fallen. He got his bum wet on a Shaka, But
exactly. So really emphasizing how hard what might look like a fairly simple move in comparison to some of these higher, more powerful moves, but emphasizing how hard that regular Chachu is.
Well, I think because of the nature of it, of what it looks like, it's very easy to compare it to a Spock.
Yeah.
It's very easy. Oh, well, you kind of learned Spock and then you could learn to Chachu. But actually, it's such an advanced move. You know, the Spock is one of the first kind of moves you learn.
Last seconds to get a move in. What are we going to see? Jakob Testa coming in now.
He's got loads of speed.
Is he going to use the last seconds or is he not? He doesn't need it.
It looks like the horn
gonna
has
use it.
blown.
Wow.
Oh, such a nice no-handed flacker.
Doesn't need it, but that was amazing.
I mean, he probably was just like, well, it's fun.
Yeah.
So at the end of that, Testa with a comfortable lead, he will advance through with some immense sailing there. So the burner, Shaka 360, and the ponch will count. So yeah, interesting look there. So that just a ponch counted higher than a flakka shaka.
Oh, there we
you
go,
wouldn't
yeah.
you wouldn't think that necessarily, but yeah, as we said, if you can execute a ponch nicely, and then
Spokulo, almost 6.5 points. So one of the highest scoring moves so far of the day. Really.
so this is it. So the judges not only, you know, it's not necessarily just about the technicality of the move, it's also about the way it's been executed.
Absolutely, yeah. And a quick shout out to Jelle Van Helen. Good efforts on the other side against Jakob Testa there.
Absolutely.
So nice to see him out there and giving it a go. On the other side, looks like Fivos.
Fivos will be advancing through, a fairly comfortable lead over Piero, but Piero putting down a really nice heat. Flakka, air funnel, but yeah, a second air funnel, so needs a little bit of that variation. Perhaps wasn't quite powered up enough to go for the burner there. Yeah. As we said earlier, you know, the air funnel is your kind of go-to lighter wind switch power move.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Fivos had a very nice burner over 5 points, so his highest scoring move of the heat. And securing him a nice advance into the next round.
Which we are now going up into, and well, I mean, every heat now is absolutely stacked. So coming up next, we have local ripper and local hero, Bodie Kempen, will be going up against the most stoked man in freestyle, Matthias Vingard, coming out of Denmark. An absolute pleasure to have him at all the events.
Love this guy. It's
Yeah.
so much fun.
Yeah, brings the family
Yeah.
with him. He's always got his, you know, couple of little kids running around, and yeah, how he balances that with staying so stoked and putting in the time as well. He's absolutely rips on the water. He's one of those ones as well. Undercover ripper, you forget. And then on the other side of the draw, this is a huge heat. Leonard Neubauer up against Felix Volkart. Leonard Neubauer, you can see, repping that yellow jersey, so is in contention.
Exactly.
For the title.
Yes.
So yeah, it will be very interesting to see this heat. Felix Volkart also been doing a lot of sailing, but over in the US recently, exploring with Alex Mertens, you know, around California and stuff. Looks like they've had some really good sailing over there.
I believe there's a very nice video project coming. I'm very excited.
That'll be
about
awesome.
that.
Yeah, I can't wait to
George
see
was
that.
in
It's
here
always
earlier.
nice to see a new location, you know, things like that. So that'll be really cool. But yeah, has been putting the time in on the water. So this is going to be a really exciting heat. Obviously, Severn either way are probably going to be sitting there going, well, this one's good for it anyway.
So if you're if you're wondering about the matchups, freestyleprotour.com, you can see who's against who, and we're into the second round. First heat, Bodie Kempen against Matthias Vingard, Leonard Neubauer against Felix Volkart. Yeah, as you say, everyone's done really well already. I think there is no heat here where it was below 25 points in the first round, and so we're going to see definitely heats of 20, 25
Yeah, we're going to start
plus.
seeing some big moves go down. And once you get to this point as well, this level, you know, as I said, the wind's picking up. These guys have already performed in the lighter winds, so they're not necessarily going to have as much of a problem. As we see Leonard Neubauer on the right-hand side of your screen with the black Severn Freak with the Red Bull sticker. On the right-hand side, we see, I think that's actually Bodie Kempen with a nice Flakka Shaka. Leonard with a Shaka 360 to kick off the heat. Matthias Vingard ducking the sail. Nice Kono. Gets a bit stuck on the end there. Frustrating. But it looks like, oh no, he will crash. He will, feet are out the strap. So that will not be counting as a move. So frustrating start there for Matthias Vingard. But Bodie Kempen on the other side of that draw, putting down a nice Flakka Shaka. That's going to score well. And then Leonard Neubauer, Shaka 360 to kick things off. Don't forget, guys, if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, leave us a comment. Let us know where you're watching from. It's Wednesday. It's the middle of the week. Let us know what you should be doing instead of watching windsurfing. And let us know who you're rooting for, who you want to see on that podium. And then finally, don't forget to follow us on Instagram at Freestyle Pro Tour, where you can keep up with all the behind-the-scenes action, what's going on. There's some really cool stuff on there about, what's been happening behind the scenes. So make sure you're following us on there as well. As we see Leonard Neubauer pumping. Looks like there's a bit of wind upwind. It's just a little bit gusty still. From what I saw around sort of 1 o'clock onwards, it's really kind of filling in. And I think the direction's changing slightly. Or this is what someone told me. As I said, what the locals were saying. As we see Felix Volkart, I think, going for a Kono there. And it also looked like Leonard ducked the sail in regular as well. So we would just be waiting for the scores to come in for that exchange. As we see, Leonard looks like he's turned around pretty quickly, so I'd say whatever he did, he definitely landed it. As you see him ducking the sail on the other side as well, opting not to go for it.
I haven't seen Felix reappear too quick, so I'm not sure Felix would have made that move, unless he's been eaten by the Kraken, but I think that's unlikely. It's quite shallow here. So, yeah, we see, Lennart came back pretty quick. So
that's Felix in switch there, ducking the sail, and then we've got Bodie Kempen also in switch, ducking. And a nice air funnel there from Bodie. Makes it look far too easy.
And a beautiful Kona in the background by, I think it was Matthias Vingard there as well.
He's also on a Black Freak, same as Lennart's, but obviously sans Red Bull sticker. So looks like Felix. There's a big gust there that Bodie will be taking advantage of.
Wow.
Nice culo there from Felix.
Felix is on a mission. Left. I think maybe he went down on that move and he's just stacked 2 moves together really quick. So
sick culo as well from Matthias Vingard in the top left. As we see Bodie go down on an air bob, he has got that move down. So that will, he'll not be too happy with that one. I love an air bob.
Indeed. I think it's one of my favorite moves.
Yeah,
I think probably one of the masters of it is Dudu.
Dudu, yeah. You can't talk about air bobs without talking about Dudu.
Shredding that move.
Yeah, and
missed here. Unfortunately, we wish Dudu was here. Tied up in a situation that everyone doesn't really hope for.
Absolutely, I think obviously big love to Dudu and everything like that. And
to all our Israeli sailors and freestylers and sailors out there. We really hope that situation clears up fast.
Yeah. As we saw, Matthias Vingard just there coming around, while we're talking about air bobs, coming around a really nice air funnel. He seems to have really kicked into gear there using those gusts after a bit of a slow start, crashing that kono. So far, he stuck another kono. Again, got the rail a bit wet, but did a really nice kulo as well. Matthias starting to put together a nice heat and nipping at Bodie Kempen's heels. So far, Bodie leading with a 16.85, Matthias Vingard 11.3, but I think we're waiting for some scores to drop. Leonard Neubauer and Felix, however.
That is interesting right now.
Felix Volkart, we haven't really seen much of him, but he's been busy. 24.74 total heat score. Leonard Neubauer only on a 15.82 as we see Felix.
Shaka.
Oh, Felix going down on a spock there.
Yeah, Matthias had a quick shaka there. Felix, obviously, he's on a mission. There's a fire within Felix, I think, to really go for it. Lennart would be a big scalp to take. And I think
huge.
He's
tour leader,
Indeed, yeah. And Felix has the moves, he has a lot of moves. This is a spot he knows very, very well.
Yeah, essentially his home spot.
Exactly, yeah. So he's feeling comfortable and sailing like he's feeling comfortable as well, because right now he's in a clear lead.
Ooh, shove it, coming around a shove it Spock there for Matthias Vingard. A bit of a shaking head there, not what he wanted. He wanted it a little bit cleaner, but hey, points on the board. We still just got just under 2.5 minutes to go. Plenty of time. Lennart looking underpowered. Not something you see often. Looks like he's on quite a big sail. He's really bagged it out. A bit surprising there. As we see Matthias Vingard looking like he's got plenty of power. Looks like he's on much smaller sail. Nice kind of double flacker there from Matthias Vingard. So really putting something together. Lennart, there's the punch, but doesn't quite get the future either. He's going to need to be adding that extra rotation on if he's going to get the points up to where Felix is currently sitting at with just over or just under 25 points.
And that's Felix is really on the charge, so Lennart has some work to do. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bodie is taking a bit of lead. I feel like the scores have been a little bit stuck. I think there's going to be a refresh.
I think so too,
We're gonna see some stuff happening.
Wow, nice kono there from Matthias. No, he goes down.
Oh, no, goes down on the kono. Unfortunately, 1 minute 30 to go. There we go, refresh. Damn, super close. 24.45, 24.74 with Lennart and Felix. Felix still in the lead. This is a really tight one, so it's going to be all eyes on that side of the draw. Meanwhile, Bodie has a nice lead, but it won't take much for Matthias Vingard to come back. So very close. Felix here on screen, charging through on starboard tack. And Lennart also on starboard tack, going around one kulo.
There's so much going on.
Probably a second kulo as we see Matthias go for a Skopu.
Not what Matthias Vingard wanted. He's got that Skopu down, so just didn't look like it's probably a double kulo he did there.
I believe so, yeah.
But Felix Volkart also 27.6, so it's just bouncing back and forth.
Lennart looked determined on that double cooler, I can tell you. As he went into it, it looked like he was not going to crash that.
No.
So I think he got that. Interestingly, on the port tack, Felix is leading that side of the heat. So if he steps up his starboard tack, he has contention still. 15 seconds to go.
That's a good point. It's kind of opposites, isn't it? Yeah, so if Lennart can get something really good, on this port tack run here. He looks a bit underpowered, but if he can pull off something stylish, I'm thinking a Chachu, a no-handed flacker, something like that, he could really add to it as we see Felix go down on a burner. Big culo there from Lennart, just on the buzzer as well.
I think an exceptional, valiant effort by Felix.
Incredible.
He was leading the heat for quite some time.
Yeah.
But Lennart stepped into gear in the last seconds and managed to bring that one back in. So amazing sailing from both of them.
But this is where we can get into the mindset of it a little bit. Ultimately, you only have, less than 10 minutes to put this together. But that is actually quite a long time.
Yeah. 7 minutes. It's a 7-minute heat. It's very short. Yeah.
So you in that 7 minutes though, to be honest, Lennart, the first 2 or 3 minutes he was not having a good time. Yeah. But to be able to then kick himself into gear without getting frustrated is a real skill in itself to learn, and it shows the discipline that he's got at only 19 years of age, and that's why he's wearing that yellow jersey. Absolutely. As well as his skills, but the fact that he can remain cool and go, right, come on mate, reset yourself and get into this, and let's hit the reset button and go for it.
Rather than we just saw Kempen taking the victory against Matthias Vengard, showing that local experience and tour experience is helping. Obviously, a lot of skills he has as well, and that's securing him the victory there. Meanwhile, Lennart taking the victory against Felix, who put down an incredible heat. So good work for Felix. End of the road for the single elimination, but the double elimination will give him a chance to climb.
if his performance is anything, Felix is one of those guys. He very much is that kind of free sailor, likes doing the video projects, things like that. But 2 years ago in Teologos in Rhodes, we saw him put down an absolutely stunning performance in that double elimination. Absolutely. He had one of those Jentel Kers signature comeback style things. So maybe we'll be seeing that coming from Felix, because he should be fired up.
Exciting replays here. Wow, action. Sandy, I'm going to leave you. I'm going to get on down there and help out with the team.
Yeah, for sure.
Some great stuff, but we'll have someone join you very shortly. There's plenty of riders out there, and I'll point one of them right up your way.
Yes, please. That would be brilliant. Yeah, until then, thank you. As we check out these replays, Matthias Vingard, really impressive rider. Again, I do have this term, and I hope it doesn't offend anyone. It is those undercover rippers. And that's not to say they're undercover for any bad reason, but purely, you see these guys on Instagram, they don't necessarily compete so much. They're putting out these mega clips. And then, of course, you've got guys like Lennart Neubauer there just putting down the moves. Felix Volkart there just getting stuck at the end of a Skopu there, just missing out on going through. But, to go out against the current tour leader, there's that beautiful double culo there from Lennart Neubauer. I think that was the tipping point that put him back in the lead. Beautiful kono there from Bodie Kempen. You can really see that he used the chop there to get that extra little bit of lift. And then a culo off the knuckle of a bit of chop there to finish off Lennart Neubauer's heat. So next up, Heat 10A, Heat 10B, couple of big heats. Every heat is a big heat now. We have Tigo Court, local ripper, local hero. Always a pleasure having Tigo, and he will be up against Eugenio Marconi, one of the Italian riders on the duotone coming up against Tigo, as we see. And on the other side of the draw, we have Jentel Kers up against Manolis Chrysopoulos. So maybe a confusing heat. We've got 3 riders all using the same equipment, the JP Neo Pride equipment. So these kind of purple and orange wizards there. But that is Jentel Kers up on your screen now, the current world champion. Ducking the sail and going for a immense kono there, full rig flip kono. In the top left of your screen, we see Eugenio. Oh, just switched there as we saw. Eugenio Marconi on the duotone equipment, only rider on that. And then Ned 195, that is Tigo Court stepping into switch. Let's see what he's got for us. He's got plenty of speed. He's got good air funnel, good burner. Oh, such a sick burner 360 there from Tigo. Wow. That is how you start a heat, my friends. And there is the air funnel burner from Jentel Kers, but he will go down. Just got a little bit stuck there to the bottom of the sail. Got a bit caught. And then up the top, so stepping into switch in the top left of your screen, that is Manolis sailing from Rhodes as he jumps around a nice burner. Gets a bit stuck on the end, but will stay dry. That will add to the heat score. Tigo with a beautiful shaka there. It was only a year or two ago, Tigo, actually, we were chatting, and he said he couldn't shaka. So he's got that move down now. As we see Jentel Kers with a nice shaka 360 on the other side in the bottom left of your screen there. So an absolute firework already in this heat. Eugenio Marconi stepping into switch, ducking the sail and going for his own burner there. Just so easy there. Made that look so simple. We're just waiting for the scores to come in. But already we've seen so many moves going down. It definitely feels like that wind is picking up. I'd be really interested to know what size sail the rider's on. Potentially we can get a good look of that, the duotone, because usually you can see, I think it's a 4.8 that Eugenio is on. And Eugenio also not a small rider, you know, he's quite tall. So yeah, just going to show, I think this wind is picking up. As we see Tigo Core in switch, duck in the sail. And there is that air funnel. I think it was an air funnel. It would be interesting to see if it was scored as a funnel. But yeah, it looked like most of the rotation was in the air. And we saw Eugenio answer with a nice punch. Yento Care's textbook spot culo. So we have moves going down left, right, and centre. A reminder, it is Yento Cares up against Manolis. We see Manolis go down on an air funnel there. And then it's Tigo Core up against Eugenio Marconi. And here are the scores. We have just over 4 minutes and 15 seconds left of this heat. So far, Tigo leading over Eugenio. Yento Cares also leading over Manolis. But still very close, still all to play for. And there is still over half of this heat left. So yeah, this is still anyone's game. I'd say obviously Yentl potentially with a bit of an advantage over Manolis, you know, in terms of the moves that Yentl has been putting down recently. As we see him pumping into it and going for a punch, landing a punch. The wind looks super light. So yeah, to be able to pull off something like a punch is really impressive. Manolis with a nice flacker bouncing out of it. I'd say he probably wanted another rotation, but we will still put some points up on the board, which is the most important thing, obviously. Tigo with a nice flacker 360 there. Tigo building a nice house here. As we see Eugenio Marconi answer with a Kono, but he will get the rail caught a little bit, land a bit wet, but it will still count. Don't forget, guys, if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, leave us a comment. Let us know who you want to see going through the heats, who you want to see on the podium, where you're watching from. Yeah, we love hearing from you guys watching at home. That's much better. Manolis with a nice air funnel there. That will bump his scores up nicely. Yento Care is now on 20. Beautiful Kono there from Eugenio Marconi in the top left of the screen. Big screen, currently we have Mr. Yento Cares. Let's see what he's got for us. On the other side, Tigo Core. Oh, insane shove it Spock there from Yento. It was like a shove it air Spock. He kind of didn't really come down and slide at all. He was all the way around by the time he landed and flipped the sail. That was awesome. Manolis with a little shaka there as well. Coming round that. That will add some points onto the board. So Yento Cares currently, scores have just updated. Yento Cares 25.24. And on the other side, Manolis 18.51. So Yento Cares advancing, well, over Manolis so far. Just over 2 minutes of the heat to go. But however, on the other side of the draw, we have Eugenio and Tigo both on 20 points. So super close still. As we see Tigo stepping into switch on the big screen. Let's see what he's got for us. Looks like he's running out of wind a bit. Maybe we're going to see an E-slider switch Chachu. And there is the E-slider. I called it. Super nice there. Looks like there's a little bit of a lull at the moment in the wind. Eugenio Marconi has taken the lead over Tigo, though, with a 24.84. So Tigo really needs to be putting some moves down. And speaking of putting moves down, I am joined in the booth. Felix Volkart, how are you?
Hello. Yeah, good. Just came back from my heat against Leonard.
You were
quite fun.
We said, man, you put together such a good heat. You were actually leading the heat for the majority of it.
Oh, really?
Leonard, yeah, it felt like Leonard couldn't really find a groove. And then the last couple of minutes, I think he stuck a double culo. And then after that, I think that just got his brain working. And then he just landed sort of 2 or 3 moves in succession. And then that just got him above it. But I think you got... You know, your heat score was right up there.
Yeah, I think I started the heat quite well because there was like some gusts coming in at the beginning and it was super fun. Like I was able to put some moves down, and then in the end, unfortunately, the wind was dropping a bit.
Yeah.
I was like really trying to up my scores a bit more for like some double moves or like spot combinations, but like I don't know, like. Today was probably not the day for me, but I'm happy with. How
you're in a pretty good position for the double. You know,
yeah.
It's not. It could have been a lot worse. You know, you managed to get through the first round into that second round, and to come up against Leonard. I mean, we've said it so many times. There's no easy heats anymore.
Exactly.
But by no means is Leonard of the hardest heats, he's probably one of the hardest to have,
Exactly.
you know.
Yeah, I started off with the heat against Julian, my friend from Germany. Like we sailed so many heats already against each other, and it's always so much fun. And then straight afterwards was like another tough one with Leonard.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, you know, like this guy just became world champion, so I think it's fine if you lose against someone like this, you know.
For sure, yeah, exactly. And that is the end of that heat there. So it looks like, I think it will be Eugenio Marconi going through against Tigo Core, and it will be Yentl Cares, our current world champion, going through against Manolis Chrysopoulos. So yeah, heats coming in, super close heat there. Tigo managing to pull it together a little bit,
nice.
getting a nice bob on that side, and then an E-slider. Actually, the Flacker 360 counting over that. But yeah, Eugenio putting together some real nice moves.
Yeah, it looks like Tigo is also like, for us, he's like the same tag like me.
Yeah.
So he's going switch on port tag.
Yeah.
And the problem for us is like, if you go like inside of the area, like port tag, there's like a little wind shelter upwind. So the wind actually is a bit lighter on port. So that's why I was like, in the beginning of the heat, I was always trying to stay at the outside buoy.
Right.
And was going outside of the competition area and then going back in to do the move right there, because otherwise it's super tough.
It
sometimes.
makes sense because realistically, you do want more wind for the switch moves, don't you?
Absolutely.
It's Ponch. So you can see there, yeah, you're right. There's kind of wind lines coming through. It looks like it kind of drops off for a couple of minutes and then it fills in. I mean, it's European storm wind.
It's a bit gusty today, but I think like the weather actually looks like it's going to improve. Also, the forecast says that the clouds should move out a bit during the afternoon, and this is what we usually need for the wind to be proper here at Brouwersdam. Like, it's always a bit gusty when it's clouds around, but especially for like later today, it's supposed to like clear up a bit, and the wind is supposed to
It's forecast to fill in a bit more. It's forecast to get windier, so hopefully we're going to have a bit of a good day. And then of course tomorrow looks like not so much wind, and then Friday looks epic.
Exactly, like Friday is probably the best day. Like also from the direction, it's a bit more westerly, so the wind is going to be for sure 100% stronger. Then there's good weather on the forecast as well, and this is usually like formula to success here, for example.
Yeah, exactly. So fingers crossed. Yeah, Friday we should see a load of action as well. Yeah, tomorrow will be a bit of a lay day, but I think a lot of people were kind of driving through the night and everything to get here. So people are probably going to appreciate a bit of a day off tomorrow. You know, it'll be a bit of a relaxed day. All the riders can catch up with each other properly, get themselves ready for the kind of double elimination where we will be crowning the champion for this season.
Exactly, that's going to be super nice. I think it's also super fun because we will end with like a super big day and like good action. And I heard some rumors that we might even put the competition area inside of the pool. That means we get like perfect flat water conditions. So that's 100%.
We're going to see some big moves.
Exactly. So that means we were going to see some combinations and crazy moves, and especially with the stronger wind on the forecast, it's going to be super fun.
Yeah, absolutely. So next up in this round, we have Sama Steve up against Sebastian Gux. And then on the other side, I think it is Steven van Broekhoven up against Magnus Wessel. Magnus Wessel on your screen there with the Goya board and the 0.7 sail. So not an easy heat up against Steven van Broekhoven. And then on the other side, Sebastian, an undercover ripper. Sebastian on the GA sails. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he does up against the flying Frenchman himself, Sama Steve. Obviously, we saw his signature kind of one-handed burner style in Geneva in the tow-in. And I'll be really interested to see if he can replicate that with some wind in his sail as well. Ducking the sail there.
Guys here as well, and I think it's cool to see some new faces on the tour.
100%. Yeah, that's what I said. When I first got in, I said it's great to see the list. There's so many undercover rippers, so many guys. They're these the Instagram windsurfers. They're putting these clips out that you're like, oh my god, they're so sick, but you don't really necessarily see them at events. So it's great to see them here with us as we see Steven van Broekhoven in switch, ducking the sail. Uncharacteristic there. Kind of didn't like the duck, but thought, well, I'll just go for the funnel anyway. And then at bottom left, Magnus looking like he has plenty of speed there. Ducking, heading down. There's nice punch there for Magnus. Stuck easily.
Sick one.
Interesting thing we're seeing is, things like the kind of punch, shaka, stuff like that, they're counting really well. If they can be executed nicely, you're landing dry. It's not about, I need to add an extra rotation. You can start doing that in the second half of your heat. First half, as we see Steven as well.
Bam.
Beautiful punch there. Fine. Perfect. You're going to get some points on the board. It's a great move to do on port tack, especially. It looks like the chop's perfect for it today.
Exactly.
You know,
it's super nice. Actually, like the stronger the wind gets, the better the chop is going to be. And also, I think the later it will get during the day, the less people there's going to be on the water. Because right now, it's like Brouwersdam is a super famous spot. So there's quite some guys, free riders out there. And unfortunately, they're all like going like back and forth through the competition area because you cannot really like exclude
it's
them.
hard to block it off.
So it's actually quite choppy. Like sometimes you can see it. Like usually the chop here is super nice and organized. So it's amazing for moves like Pascals, ponches, I mean, and this kind of stuff. But when there's so many people sailing around, sometimes it gets really messy. So I think that's why we sometimes even see some crashes of the big guys because the chop is just
the pyramid chop we call it. You know, like it's like corrugated iron. You know, it's like this, and it's so hard to sail over it. As we see Sebastian going down there, I think on a Kono. You know, it looks like a bit of a patch of light wind, but everyone's sort of powered up a bit now. Sam and Steve, he doesn't seem like he's having too much of a good heat. He's ducked the sail on both sides in regular and in switch and decided not to go for a move there. So obviously not too comfortable. He's not one of those riders that will force anything. You know, he'll just kind of bide his time and wait as we see Stephen tweaking himself around a beautiful shove-it spot there. Another move very similar to the ponch. If you can get that move down, it is going to score really nicely if you can land that clean. But Sam and Steve actually saying that he's been getting busy. Beautiful Kono there from him, putting down a heat score so far of 18, just over 18 points. We have just under half of the heat left. Steven van Broekhoven already above 20 points as well.
And Magnus was a nice forward in the background, super cool.
Yeah, Magnus just waiting for some scores to drop for him. And then Sebastian, just under 11 points for Sebastian. So still all to play for on that side of the draw. Magnus obviously has quite a lot of work to do. Oh, Stephen there with a nice air funnel. Really, that was a quite strange ending there. He kind of ended, he was like right next to the clue.
Yeah. It's like when you go one-handed, like he did, I think, sometimes you get this whip in the first half of the rotation, and then you're like, oh, that's
you have to kind of pull back on it.
Exactly. You're gonna try to like stop the rotation a bit, and this is how you land then. But it's super fun. It feels super cool.
That's just a sign of experience there. He just knows exactly where he is. In the middle of a move, you know, it feels like you're going at 1,000,000 miles an hour. In the middle of the move, he can literally go, now I need to lean back a little bit.
Yeah.
And just boof. And that's the difference between landing it kind of planing or stomping a move and catching the rail a bit and getting your bum wet. You know, and that's going to make a big difference to the points.
Also, I think, that's such a
lollipop.
trademark move from Stephen.
Lollipop from Stephen there. Beautiful. Not something you see so often, but if you can pull out a move like that as well, the judges love seeing something a bit different.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
Usually Stephen is one, I first thought it's a Barracuda because this is usually what he's going for. There's like a super
this Chachu one,
unpopular move, but it's super, super cool and super technical. Stephen is like, I think one of the only guys who can actually like kind of land it safe. Oh, nice one.
Oh,
and this is, I think, a super perfect example for like how experienced Stephen is, because you saw him like almost getting stuck on the Spock and then still being able to pull off the culo is a super hard skill.
Oh, Sam and Steve with a nice burner 360 there, getting a bit caught, but just, again, like what we said, just adjust the technique slightly and just whips himself round. Stephen, nice shaka, and he will add the 360 on the end, of course. Another staple. Oh, Sebastian with a beautiful air funnel there in the bottom left corner. That will add nicely to his score. Sam and Steve, 22.36. So not the highest heat scores that we've seen throughout this. As you said, Felix, it does look like there's maybe a bit of a lull during this heat. You know, the wind may be coming through in kind of every sort of 5 minutes, things like that. So sometimes you will get a little bit unlucky in a heat. What size sail were you on out there?
I was on 4.8 actually.
Yep.
I tried my 4.4 just before the heat, and I think it's like I could have already gone with 4.4, but I just wanted to play it safe because, how you said, it's still a bit patchy. It's up and down a bit.
Yep.
So I was like, maybe better go the safe way and take the bigger sail. And I think in the end it was a good decision because the wind dropped off in the end a bit. So
you look like you were quite comfortable most of the time. Sam and Steve ducking the sail there in regular. Let's see what that will come in as we've got 20 seconds left of this heat. Sam and Steve 27.5. Stephen gone up to 29.1 as well. So the other guys on the other side of the draw trailing quite significantly, especially in heat 11B. But obviously up against Steve van Broekhoven. That's it. That's enough to just psych you out. Just thinking about that. Magnus catapulting in switch there. Nobody likes that. And that is the end of that heat. So it will be Sam Steve and Steven van Broekhoven advancing through into the next round. Next up, we have the last heats of this round. And that will be, but before that, let's take a little look at the total heat scores there. So yeah, that Shaka 360 coming in 5.1 for Sam Steve, Future 4.7, and the Kono at, the Kulo counting at 4.8. So it just goes to show, yeah, as I keep saying, you don't need to add an extra rotation. If you can just stomp one move really nicely, you are gonna you are gonna land and get yourself through some nice heats. And then on the other side of the draw, Steven van Broekhoven obviously taking the victory over Magnus Wessel. So yeah, as I said, next up we have Niklas Nieblang up against Tim Gerdes. Ooh, that's a good heat.
Yeah.
That's a good heat.
That's going to be an interesting one to watch. Usually Niklas is like super tough competitor. He has like all the moves down basically.
Yeah.
He's like one of the best guys in Germany. Especially with like all his signature double moves, like which we all know from Instagram, like the air funnel burner combinations and like double burners, air scopus. He has them all, like also double air coolers now.
Yeah.
This guy is definitely on a sick level, shredding.
Yeah.
And
nice forward there from Magnus. And there's that lollipop, beautiful lollipop.
Nice one.
From Steven. Yeah, as you said, I wanted to see the Barracuda, maybe saving it. Sick air funnel there from Sebastian as well. Really nice. That one-handed extension like you were talking about. You throw it up, you get that big whip round. It's the air funnel is a really interesting one because it's essentially like a different move. There's two completely different ways to do that. As we take a look at the matchup we've got coming up, Niklas Nieblang up against Tim Gerdes. Tim, obviously, his home spot.
Yeah.
You know,
Tim is a local at Brouwersdam. He's working at the center here. I was working here as well a couple years back, and he's already here since I can remember. Like one of the funniest guy on tour, I would say. Always in a good mood, always smiling.
He's a lot of fun to have around at the events. Yeah, he's the epitome of good vibes, Tim. Yeah, so he's really great to have. And then on the other side of the draw, we haven't mentioned yet, Jacopo Testa up against Fivos Supras. So Jacopo, you saw him in the background earlier on, just, training there. And, he is one of the most stylish riders that is on the tour. Look at that average heat score he's got is over 33 points, which is insane.
Yeah, I think this is just a sign of how consistent he is as well.
Yeah. Yeah, incredible there. So from Jacopo Testa, Fivos Supras, obviously, you're sailing a lot with Fivos.
Exactly. He's also part of the German crew. He's also from Kiel.
Yeah.
Fivos also like kind of a...
Yeah. So, Fivos, sailing with you guys. Yeah, he's, from Greece originally. But, yeah, very involved with the German freestyle battles and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, what we're going to do actually, we are going to take a little break from the men, so we will finish off the second round later on, and we are going to switch over to the women's heats. Yeah, so actually, no. Well, I lied. I was wrong. We won't be doing that. We are going to finish off round 2 of the men. So, as we were saying earlier, Niklas Nieblang and Tim Gerdes. And then on the other side, Jacopo Testa and Fivos Supras. That will be the next heat we'll be sailing. After that, we will be switching over to the women's. So, sailing now is that men's heat, the last men's heat of the second round.
Oh,
beautiful one-handed burner there from Tim Gerdes.
Yeah, Tim is looks like he's also on 4.8 now. He was sailing on 5.2 before. And Niklas, check this flow through the move. It's so
both
thick.
of them with the same thing as well.
So cool to see.
It's a good move to get started with, that Shaka 360.
Exactly.
Every rider's kind of got it. Good way to put some points on the board. And also, it's one of those moves. It feels really nice. It's a nice way to get into that flow. Like you said, the first thing you said was flow. Tim going down there, speaking of flow, going down on a Kulo 360.
Exactly.
Again, that's an experience thing. He should not have tried to do the 360 there.
Yeah.
Just get the Kulo.
Usually, absolutely, he should have just done for the safe way. Just start off with the Kulo. It's like this famous saying of you want to build a house, so maybe just don't go all in the first couple of minutes already.
Yeah.
But actually, it's like a bit. I'm a bit surprised because usually if Tim has the Kulo 360s down quite safe. I was sailing with
like you were saying though, with the chop, things like that. That's a move really. You want flat water for that move.
Yeah.
It's difficult. As we see Tim ducking the sail, huge shove at Spock in the background there from Jacopo Testa. Tim going down on an air funnel. But this is the thing as well. You get into that mindset of it. Once you crash one move, then you crash another. You start to, you get a bit frustrated, and it just keeps going
you
down.
out on the water because you're also like, we just have 7 minutes, and you know, like, it's kind of tight. You know, like there's time to do all the moves in that kind of period. But especially when you start off with some crashes, it just gets to you. You know, like it's this mindset thing, and you just get a bit nervous, and then. Yeah, it just distracts you from being in your routine. I think the best is like how Leonard always says, like just go out there and have fun. And yeah, this is a perfect example. And now he just went for the single culo, does it perfectly,
Yeah.
super nice style. So I think now he's slowly getting back into the routine.
Back into the rhythm, yeah. As we saw Fivos going down on a like air flacker into Shaka there. Yeah, he just went a little bit too big. Looked like Jacopo Testa with a nice kono in the background there.
And Tim.
So Tim, let's see what Tim's got for us. He's got the burner. He's already done the burner, the one-handed burner. I think he went down on the air funnel, so I'm going to say he's going to want to stick an air funnel now. Maybe bouncing into a second one, but for me, if I was Tim, let's just get the first one.
Loses a bit of speed there after
Nice
the duck,
air funnel
but
there.
Still, good.
Points.
Good one.
Points on the
Good
board.
one.
That's what he needs, especially up against a rider like Nicholas.
Exactly.
You know, once you're in this second round, you need to be bringing your A game. Jacopo Testa, I haven't seen so much of him so far. Just
From
waiting
this
for some scores to
perspective.
drop. Let's see what he's got for us. Pumping the sail. And he will duck in regular. And there's the Kulo
Wow,
360.
take the style.
Such a nice one. He just like lands and then he kind of pushes his arms one way and legs the other way and just goes round again.
It's such a technical move. Like, it's insane how smooth he's landing it, and even in the chop, it's super nice to see.
And so much, you know, me and Adam were saying earlier, it's such a different move to the burner 360. Burner
Oh, yeah.
360 is much more of a normal move you see all the time. You know, something like the Kulo 360, you notice it in the scores, it does score a lot higher.
Yeah. No, actually, also for myself, like I can do a burner 360s, but Kulo 360s, I don't know. Like I still haven't really got them. It's like there's something about this move that's weird. I don't
Doesn't
know.
work,
It's
yeah.
super technical, I think.
Yeah.
Like once you got it, everyone says it's super easy, but yeah, for me, I didn't have this clicking moment, I would say.
Yeah. And then Nicholas Nieblang there with a nice spot Kulo, just kind of going down at the end, but it will still count. You know, he kind of water started out of it.
A bit too far inside. These campers are actually exactly upwind of you, and they
Yeah.
block the wind a little bit.
But it even looks
So-
like there's a bit of a bank there as well.
Exactly.
You know, you don't want to go right up into that corner,
Yeah.
like you said, and that's why you were kind of sticking on the other side, especially if you're doing those kind of switch moves on that side, which you need a little bit more wind for. And speaking of a little bit more wind, Nicholas Nieblang is super powered up there.
Ah, he wanted to go for Flaka Shaka, but
Yeah,
just
but-
catches the rail.
Big and went down, and that is the end of that heat. So it looks like it will be Jacopo Testa advancing over Fivos, who just couldn't quite string it together. Yeah, as you said, on a 4-4, potentially just a bit underpowered.
And Niklas also advancing.
And Nicholas on the other side of the draw will advance over Tim Gerdes. But Tim, you know, was with Tim in Geneva only a couple of days ago, and he was injured. He didn't sail there. He hurt his back on the first day. So it's quite stoked to just see him sailing here. I wasn't sure if he could be competing.
But it's unfamiliar. I just saw this, the scores from Niklas. Looks like he's missing some moves on starboard. It's super unfamiliar. Usually he's like putting
Starboard's
down
usually
all
his,
moves.
well,
Yeah,
I mean,
he's strong.
to be honest, both sides, he's got both sides down, but nice future there from Nicholas. Big burner from Jacopo Testa.
Yeah, there we can
This
see.
is Fivos. Yeah, look, just got a bit caught in the chop there. Didn't get the pop for that kind of Shaka rotation there.
Yeah, and this is also like Niklas just got stuck on the chop there after the spock. I think usually Niklas would never settle for just a spock. Usually he's always going for
No, he wants
like a
something
combination.
bigger, doesn't he?
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure. There's that spot Kulo that we were saying about earlier. Just got a bit wet on the end.
Fivos with a nice Shaka.
Nice Shaka. Oh, I thought he was going to have the 360.
Oh, Japo. You see how much he travels downwind when he's doing
Yeah.
double kulos? That's so insane. So cool to see.
Didn't quite get the wind in the sail for that Kono, did he? Like,
Yeah.
it just
He
looked like
missed
the wind wasn't
gust a
there.
bit, looks like. And just getting
Nose.
stuck with the nose.
The nose just buried into the back of that bit of chop there. So as we said earlier, that is it for the men's for the moment. We will stop after so that's the second round of the single elimination for the men's done. We are now going to switch over to the women's. And as we said, we've got a pretty stacked list of riders for that as well.
All right. I think I'm quickly going to put on some normal clothes. because
Yeah,
I'm
mate.
slowly getting cold.
Yeah. No, it is. Once you sit for a while in a wet wetsuit, you are going to get a bit chilly. So yeah, go and relax, Vivos. Sorry, Felix. Felix Vivos.
All right.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
thanks for joining me.
And catch you
And
later.
yeah, see you later on. Always great to catch up from the riders and get them in the booth, get a bit of an insight into what's actually happening and what the conditions are like on the water there. You know, obviously we can sit in here and talk all we like, but it's great to get some insight from the guys who are actually out on the water. Yeah, I think I would just confirm. I think we may be. Yeah, this looks like the first run of the women. Okay, so the postponement flag has gone up, so I think we are going to be having a heat break. So whatever you guys need to do, you have 7 minutes to go and do it, or 10 minutes. So yeah, go and sort yourselves out, get yourselves ready, and yeah, make sure you are back for the action that will be coming up soon for the women's. First up, the first heat will be Yannicka Reyers up against Ariane Aukus. Ariane, obviously, always stoked to see her coming down to the events. You know, she's an absolute institution in windsurfing, and we can't wait to see her hit the water. So, yeah, that will be the first heat once we are back. So, yeah, take a break for a minute, and we will see you guys back soon. Welcome back to the finals here, the EFPT finals here in Brouwersdam. As you can see, the scenes here, there are a lot of people out windsurfing, and it looks like the wind is picking up. As we've been saying earlier, if you tuned in earlier, you'll have heard us talking about it. The wind is forecast to keep rising throughout the day. We had Felix Volkart in earlier, German rider, but kind of essentially one of the locals here. You know, this is essentially his home spot, and he was saying, you kind of see in the background there, the clouds are starting to clear, the sun is starting to come out, and that is a very good sign for the wind here. So yeah, fingers crossed, we are going to get even more wind on the way, which is always a good sign, of course. And first up now, we have the women's single elimination. So we've got through 2 rounds of the men's single. We are going to switch to the women's, and then we will go back to the men's later on. So yeah, we are just waiting for the first heat to get started. And that will be Janneke Reyers and Ariane Aukus. As I said earlier before we stopped, Ariane, obviously an institution within freestyle windsurfing. You know, she's been on the scene for such a long time, but great to have her here competing with us. You know, we haven't had her at a competition for quite a while. She does a lot of coaching all around the world. So yeah, great to have Ariane here representing duotone on the women's side. So yeah, wherever you're watching from, are you watching on YouTube or on Facebook, let us know who you want to see on that podium on the women's side. Yeah, what you should be doing instead of watching windsurfing. And don't forget as well, head over to our Instagram at Freestyle Pro Tour, where you can keep up with all the behind-the-scenes action, all the stuff that's going on here at one of the most famous windsurfing freestyle spots in the world, or just windsurfing in general, Brouwersdam here in the Netherlands. We're very excited to be here. And yeah, as I said, the forecast is building, and we can't wait to bring you all the action. Some love coming in from Sasha, my man Volley. Some love coming in for Felix Volkart, who was in the booth earlier on. Lucy Honiger, I'm currently on bed rest. Lucy was competing with us in Geneva, but unfortunately has injured her foot, so she's watching from home instead of being at uni. Excited to see so many of the girls ripping. So we are just waiting for the start of this heat. And here we go, up and sailing. Ariane Aukus on the duotone gear, H131. So we're just waiting for the official. Just waiting for the start of this heat, and that looks like Ariane in switch, sliding herself around a nice funnel there. Hasn't lost any of those skills. Looking at the water state around her as well, looks like the wind has really filled in. So we should be in for an afternoon full of action here at Brouwersdam. So Ariane putting a nice funnel on the board. And we are just waiting and coming round a nice spock as well, Ariane. Yeah, just dipping her bum in a little bit, but we'll save it. We'll sail out of it. And that will count some points on the board for the first heat of the women's. So just waiting for Janneke Reyers as well, who is up against Ariane. And then on the other side, we have Yvette van der Molen and Maud de Bruin. So again, on the women's side, undercover rippers. And then the winner of each of these heats will go up against the seeded riders from this year's tour. And that will be Lisa Kloster and, of course, Maaike Hooverman. So, yeah, some really exciting heats to go down on the women's side as well as the men's. So currently just Ariane Aukus that we've got on screen. So far she has put a funnel down on one side and then just did a spock on the other side. So looking like she didn't quite get what she wanted there, so choosing just to tack. Often it's better. It's very easy to force a move, and you never want to do that. If you force a move, usually it's not going to turn out the way you want. So yeah, Ariane Aukus there currently put down a 3.2 for that funnel, 1.6 for the spock. So penalised a little bit on that spock for kind of falling in a bit at the end, getting her bum wet. Ideally, you want to be landing those moves clean and dry. As we see her ducking the sail in regular. Oh! Just got a bit too heavy on the backhand there. Looks like it kind of pushed out. I think she probably wanted the Kono. We know that's a move that she has got absolutely down. On the other side of the draw, Yannicka Reyes with a heat score on port of 1.85. So plenty of speed here for Ariane. She's one of those riders. She's got the shaka on both sides. Are we going to see it? Looks like there's a nice bit of chop. And there it is. Shaka from Ariane on starboard tack. Called it. So straight in with that. So Ariane will be adding to her heat score. So we've got the shaka on starboard. Will she going to do it on port as well? That's a difficult move to be able to do on both sides. But super impressive and definitely something that the judges will be rewarding quite nicely. But we see her ducking in regular. Wanted the kono, but just let the sail drop a little bit too low. Looking upwind there into the corner, you can really see that wind shadow that Felix was talking about up by the campers in the top sort of right-hand side of the screen. So Ariane Aucas just went down on that kono. Let's see what she's got on starboard tack. She's already done the shaka. She's already got the funnel. Will she be going switch again? And after this heat, we are actually going to have a resale of one of the men's heats. It was the heat with Tigo Core up against Eugenio Marconi. There will be a resale of that coming up after this, and then it will be back to the women's. So I think that is Yvette on the red freak there, just water starring out, and she will be. I think she's out of the heat area now, so she will be making her way back into the area. She is up against Maud de Bruyne. Ariane tacking there. So a couple of people asking where to find the scores. Can't find them anywhere on the website. If you go to freestyleprotour.com. You will open that and it will show you, you can watch the live stream on there, and then you will also be able to keep up with the live scoring that is going on. So currently Ariane Aucas on a total heat score of 9.47. But the heat scores may be updated on the website before they're updated on the stream. It just takes a minute or so to come in there. So we're just waiting for the heat scores to drop for Ariane and for all the other riders as well. But yeah, if you want to keep up to date and really get into the nitty gritty, you can head to freestyleprotour.com. Where you can keep up with the full live scoring and how much, the breakdown of each move as well. So Ariane coming into that port tack end. Ariane going down on a kono there again. Really wants to get that move in. Okay, we've got one of the riders here going for an E-slider, but just will go down. So Ariane back on screen. So she's got the shaka on port tack. I wonder if we're going to see it as well. Obviously, she's got that big Wind Jerry sticker on there. Spends a lot of time out in Brazil. I'd say she'll probably be heading there quite soon. As we see her duck in the sail. Beautiful kono there from Ariane. Oh, but she goes down. That was such a sick kono as well. I mean, she's already got a pretty commanding lead in this heat, so she's potentially not too worried. But from a sole windsurfing point of view, she's going to be pretty frustrated not to have landed that one, because that one was really nice. Yvette there just jibing, obviously I think coming to the end of the heat area. So let's see what Ariane has got. So last few seconds of this heat. Next up, we will have the resale of the heat between Tigo Core and Eugenio Marconi, as we see Ariane sliding around a flacker, but will just go down at the end there. And that is the end of that heat. So we are just waiting for results. Ariane Aukus will have a pretty comfortable lead over Yannicka Reyers. Ariane will advance through into the next round. And Ariane will go up against Lisa Kloster. Ooh, that's going to be an interesting one. That's kind of a mix of old and new. Not to call Ariane old at all, but Ariane, obviously, you know, one of the, you know, she's been on tour for a very long time. You know, she's very established within it. Lisa, very much one of those sort of up-and-coming riders. Every video clip you see of Lisa, she seems to be landing a new move, you know, dedicating a lot of time to the freestyle. So, yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see that heat and see which one of them can come out on top. So, yeah, make sure you don't go anywhere. But as I said, in the meantime, we have a resale of Tigo Core up against Eugenio Marconi. Ariane sliding around a nice funnel there to kick the heat off. That's how you want to do it. Here's that shaka from Ariane. Didn't get so much slide, but got a nice bit of height there. And landed clean as well. And there's that kono. Beautiful kono from Ariane. Absolutely stomped it, flipped the sail nicely, but just couldn't quite get the rest of the way around it. And here is the next matchup. So this will be our resale. So Tigo Core up against Eugenio Marconi. They sailed a couple of heats ago, but they will be doing a resale. So this one's going to be very, very interesting. Eugenio Marconi coming away with the win in the last round, the last one. But yeah, in this resale, let's wait and see who will be up next. Who will be winning? Who will be coming away with this one? So it does look like the wind's picked up. You can see in the background there, Jentel Kjær's just planing straight off the beach. You know, plenty of power. Maybe it looks like he might have changed down sail. So yeah, definitely loads of wind around. So there is Tigo Core on your screens there. He is on the JP Neo Pride gear. And then on the other side of the draw, you have Eugenio Marconi, who is riding all duotone. Obviously now the skate is actually duotone as well now. So yeah, Eugenio Marconi riding all that new gear. And then, as you can see on the screen, Tigo Core on the JP and Neo Pride. So this will be a heat resale. So there is both riders on screen at the moment. Let us know in the comments if you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, anything like that. Let us know who you think will be advancing through in this resale. So that is the start of the heat now. Focusing on Tigo Core there. Let's see what he's got. So the winner of this heat will be going up against Jentel Kjærs. Tigo with a beautiful kono there, super clean, real style on that one. That's how you start a heat. Eugenio Marconi, you can see in the background there, he is on port tack. Let's see what he's got for us. Really nice shaka there from Eugenio. Probably wanted to add the 360 on the end, but that was quite a lofty one. So I imagine, yeah, he'll be pretty stoked with it. As we see Tigo stepping into switch. Let's see what he's got for us. Duck in the sail. Oh, he's got so much power on those burners. He seems to he's like a coiled spring. You know, he's there in switch. I was like, he's not going that fast, you know, but he maybe just uses a bit of chop and just launches himself up into that. That was a beautiful burner 360 there from Tigo. So Eugenio ducking in regular. Doesn't quite catch it. He will go down. Looks like he got his hand stuck in the harness lines or something there. Tigo with a forward. We love a forward. Love to see the forward. Duotone coming in hot in the comments on YouTube. Ariane smashed it on starboard. Yes, she absolutely did. Yeah, some real nice moves there from Ariane in the first heat of the women's. Nice to see Duotone getting stuck in and supporting the guys sending the moves. Whoa! Don't know what happened there for Eugenio. Looks like halfway between an air bulb and a culo. I think he wanted a culo and it turned into an air bulb. Or maybe it went the other way, but either way, that wasn't what he wanted. As we see Tigo ducking. Huge air funnel there from Tigo. He is on fire. He's come out the gates, and he means business in this resale. If you're just joining us, these guys are resailing their heat from earlier. So the winner of this will be going up against Yentl Cares in the third round of the men's single elimination. Let us know, guys, in the comments. Let's get a chat going. Who do you think is going to be going through? Tigo Core or Eugenio Marconi? Eugenio Marconi going for a punch, and he will come away real dry, real nice. As we have just over 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Tigo Core ducking in regular and throwing himself around a culo. It looks like the wind has really picked up now. Looking out, we can see the skies are really starting to clear. The sun is coming out. And yeah, that looked like Tigo looked overpowered there. I'd say both riders probably on kind of 4.8s. You know, they're bigger sails, but looking really powered up now. Beautiful one-handed burner there. Full 540. One-handed burner there from Eugenio Marconi. So looking at the scores, this is still kind of all to play for. I think we're definitely waiting for scores to drop in from the judges. As we see Tigo Core in switch. Both riders very close to each other. Both ducking at the same time. And Tigo will go down on a Scopu. Eugenio Marconi landing a nice Kono. I think it was a Kono. It's hard to watch both. Love coming in for Eugenio on YouTube as well. Both looking, yeah, really powered up, ducking the sail, and there's that Kulo, but again gets a bit stuck. Kind of looked like an air bob takeoff, so I feel like he's getting a bit kind of caught up, getting a bit lost with the moves there. Tigo ducking, and we'll come around a nice Kono. I feel like he's already done a Kono on that side, so not too sure why he's doing another one, and the first one he did was even better. So yeah, there's a certain tactical element to it there where you've got to think of the moves that you've already done. You know, remember, as I said, we're building the house. You want to just go through your moves, and then you can start doing more advanced things, trying to add 360s on, all that kind of thing. Shove it Spock there from Eugenio, but he will go down. Got a bit stuck on the Vulcan part of it. Couldn't quite get the sail through the wind again. Tigo Core in switch. Hopefully he's not getting caught in that lull that Felix was talking about down that port tack end. He says it's a lot harder for the riders doing moves on switch that side. Yeah, switch, a switch Kono there, or semi-switch Kono, should I say. So probably not really what he'd have wanted. He wanted the Scopu, really, had to add that kind of rotation onto the end of that maneuver. Eugenio Marconi ducking the sail. Wow, really inverted air funnel there, but just gets the rail caught. As I said, I keep saying it, you know, and looking out of my window here as well, it does look like the wind has really picked up here. Both riders looking absolutely stacked. We're in for some real action later on. Huge Kulo there from Tigo. He will save it as well. And there's the Scopu from Tigo. That's what he wanted. So yeah, takes a few attempts there, but yeah, once he managed to put it down, you know, he's now put down the big three. What a cabbie! Oh, that's just changed the game a little bit. Kabakuchi there from Eugenio Marconi. We've only seen a couple of them today. That's definitely a sign the wind's picking up. As Tigo Court goes down, ducking the Eugenio coming round, and he will go down on the shove it Spock. But I think he's going to try and water star out. No, he's flipped the sail. So yeah, really interested to see Tigo Court actually down to 25 points. Eugenio 23, 25 seconds left to go. This is an intense one. Tigo ducking again. He's definitely super powered up now. And Eugenio, what's he got for us? And it goes down on the air funnel again. Uncharacteristic. He hasn't quite managed to stick that in this heat. And that is the end of that heat. So we will just wait for the judges' overall scores. And then the winner of this heat will go through into the third round up against Tigo Court. So, exciting news for all of you guys. we are going to be taking a couple of heat breaks. So we're going to take a break for about 15, 20 minutes or so. And we are going to be moving the competition area to the pool. So we are going to be moving to, I'm sure you've seen all the video clips, the super flat area protected by the little rock wall here at Brouwersdam. So we are going to be seeing some explosive technical freestyle right here. The wind has picked up. We are switching to one of the best freestyle spots in the world, frankly. But we are going to take a little bit of a heat break. So whatever you guys have to do for the rest of today, go and get it done in the next 15 minutes, because after that, you are not going to want to miss this action. It's going to be incredible. Yeah, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. In the meantime, if you don't have anything to do, sit back, relax, and enjoy some of the replays and the highlights from all of the action we've had this season so far. Don't forget as well, guys, get your phone out, get on Instagram, and follow us on @FreestyleProTour, where you will be able to see all the behind-the-scenes action of what we've got going on here in Brouwersdam. We are going to take a little bit of a break, and yeah, we will check back in about 15 minutes. See you then.
Ladies and gents, welcome to the first ever Freestyle Pro Tour event here in Cape Town. The 2023 season is officially on. One of the most exciting points about this event was the accessibility. We had a whole fleet of amateurs combined with some of the world's best freestylers and even some of the world's best wave sailors.
I haven't been on freestyling for a long time. I don't even have a freestyle board anymore.
The order of the day was to start off with flat water, so we headed to the Milnerton Aquatic Club where we would kick off with some freestyle on the lake. Then we went over to the waves for some sky-high aerial maneuvers for the second round of competition. So without further ado, let's see how these wave sailors fared against the freestyle freaks on flat water.
When the world's out of control and time is always racing, everybody has a place where they can let it go.
Getting pretty gnarly now.
And I'm like way overpowered.
Toweling, it's super strong.
Conditions are absolutely nuking.
So everyone's blowing away. Just go big, really.
It's so much fun. It's really windy out there.
And when life comes in like a storm, always raining, you gotta pull that light from the inside and fight on. When the world's out of control and time is always racing, everybody has a place where they can let it go and fall into that feeling. Take a breath and never leave it. When the world is overwhelming, just close your eyes, you'll find the strength to seize the day. Nothing stands in your way. Just fall into that feeling. Take a breath, it's time to let it go.
We head to the ocean, probably double view for some jumping.
What a load of excitement. So it was then onto the waves where head to logo high waves and super strong winds greeted the competitors.
And I have found the light at the bottom of my
go high sets once in a while, so it's cooking.
Push and shove, just close your eyes and fall into that feeling. Take a breath and never leave it. When the world is overwhelming, just close your eyes. You'll find the strength to seize the day. Nothing standing in your way. Just fall into that feeling. Take a breath, it's time to let it go. It's time to let it go. It's time to let it go.
Wow, what a performance from Marc Perret. An awesome result on the flat water, backed up with winning on the waves, has given him the event victory. In the women, it was Pauline Katz who in the end took the victory with awesome forward loops on both tacks in these super strong winds.
Let it go. It's time to let it go.
Ladies and gents, welcome to the second stop of the European Freestyle Pro Tour here in Bonaire. With classic Caribbean conditions, it looked like we're going to get a full round of competition complete, as well as some super sessions. So let's take a look back and jump straight in with a single elimination. So with good winds but overcast conditions, the single elimination powered on through with a few surprising upsets. Wowing and surprising everyone on the beach was the local talent Nigel Hart, causing one of the biggest upsets of the single elimination and knocking out Jentel Kez. Meanwhile, returning from injury was Leonard Neubauer. After over 18 months out, we saw him come back to competition with a bang, and he knocked out the 5 times European champion Steven van Broekhoven. Another next generation charger was Bodie Kempen, who managed to find his way all the way up to the losers final and actually put a stop to Nigel Hart to secure himself 3rd place. And so this brings us to the final showdown of the single elimination. It was Leonard Neubauer versus the local superstar Joep Schmidt.
An amazing feeling winning on my home spot and with such good guys in the seating as well, you know. It's wow, it feels great.
So Joep Schmidt sitting in pole position, and what's next? Well, we've got the double elimination. That's the second chance comeback round where everyone is reseeded and then has their chance to fight all the way back to the top once more. Being a part of the new Proving Ground series of the Freestyle Pro Tour, this event is the perfect platform for upcoming stars and rookies to try out competition for the first time. A great example was Leander Holm from Germany, who impressed with a number of moves and no more so than an incredible no-handed spot. So here at this event we tried out the mixed fleet format with both guys and girls competing in the same elimination.
And competing with the men, it really pushed me.
The Norwegian Udo Johanna impressed with a number of good moves. Meanwhile, it was the 20 times world champion Sarah Keto of Ringa who had a good run in the double elimination, only to be stopped by Jentel Kers.
I think I did one of my best heats ever against Jentel Kers.
Kers, who was on one of his characteristic comebacks, dispatched of many top talents. Steven van Broekhoven, Tim Gerdes, he faced redemption against Nigel Hart and kindly removed Bodie Kempen from the podium to face Leonard Neubauer.
Probably the best heat of my life, and with 5-6. I'm still a bit confused. The winner is Leonard!
So with the crowds gathered, it was lights, camera, action for the final. Joep Schmidt versus Leonard Neubauer.
Obviously, Joep at his home spot is gonna light it up. After his injury, his comeback, he's the guy to beat, man.
Ladies and gents, welcome to the first Continental Series event here on the Freestyle Pro Tour. We're here in Lake Neusiedl at the surf opening in Austria. With competitors coming from as far as Bonaire and as close as here in Austria, the fleet consisted of rookies and seasoned veterans alike. On day one, the southern winds provided the opportunity to dive straight into the single elimination. As the day drew to a close, the winds backed off, and with it, the opportunity to complete the single elimination. 4 competitors were left: Sam and Steve, Leonard Neubauer, Steven van Broekhoven, and Jakob Testa. With the event drawing a crowd, the opportunity to expose freestyle windsurfing to a large audience presents itself. These very waters being the founding location of the tow-in discipline saw innovation once again.
I've never done it, he has never done it. Double toe-in, synchronized moves. It's gonna be fun.
It was time for a synchro show where the athletes paired up and competed against each other in teams. In the final, 4 teams faced each other. It was the Bonaireans, the Belgians, the Dutch, and the tow-in maestros, Sam Steve and Lennart Neubauer.
First place, Team Belgium, Jente Kees en Steven van Broekhoven. Team Belgium had een applaus.
With suitable wind conditions forecasted at the crack of dawn, it was time to get on with the windsurfing competition. The single elimination final was on, and 6 AM was the starting time. With Lennart Neubauer already through to the final, it was all about the heat, Jakob Testa versus Sam Steve. The winner of last year's event, the Italian Jakob Testa, advanced and would now face the rising star Lennart Neubauer. Unexpectedly, the winds kept improving, and so we dived straight into the double elimination, that second chance comeback round.
Actually, I want to finish it. I want to do it proper, so one win is just one win. So if I can do it twice, would be even better.
The first standout rider was the Dane Matthias Vingard, who defeated opponent after opponent, only to be stopped by the Bonairean Joep Schmidt.
But it was a lot of fun, eh?
Really nice sailing, man. Beautiful scopus, burner.
On the other side of the draw, Jamie Howe was on a tear, showing he means business here after he sustained an injury at this very event in 2022.
Yeah, so far so good.
1 minute to go.
It's good to get out a heat before when you're here because it's quite a long way to the competition area.
Lennart Neubauer in the early rounds of the single elimination. Kees was on a comeback of his own.
Not something unfamiliar I have done. I have done many comebacks. Unfortunately, I got stopped by a really strong Steven van Broekhoven. You know, Steven is the man standing for so many years and he still got it, so I'm stoked for him.
Van Broekhoven flipped a switch and produced the highest heat score of the event time and time again.
Once you get in the flow, then it's going.
Really good moves. I'm super impressed about him and happy for what he learned.
Stopping Kees and defeating Steve and Testa to find himself in the final against Lennart.
can and just enjoy.
Winning the final is Lennart Neubauer.
It's my dream since I started windsurfing to win an event, and it's the first year where I was actually competitive. Well, it's a very special moment for me. The yellow lycra, as you might all know on the EFPT, means I'm officially the tour leader. Hopefully I can maintain it till the end of the year and get my first European title.
Once again, Lake Neusiedl has produced the goods. The 2023 Freestyle Pro Tour title race is well underway. Stay tuned.
Welcome everybody to the German Freestyle Battles here on Fehmarn at the Surf Festival 2023. This year we had 57 competitors. It is the biggest fleet we have ever had at the German Freestyle Battles.
For the pre-rounds we need some pre-rounds. Now it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
We had pros, we had kids, we had amateurs, girls. The elimination ladders were stacked. The first 2 days we didn't have the best wind, but we had the chance to enjoy the festival, enjoy the community and just have fun, and that's all what German Freestyle Battles is about.
The freestyle scene in Germany, I would say, is quite special.
All about fun, all about having a nice day on the water.
Always a nice storytelling time, I would say.
We try to grow freestyle in Germany, make bigger awareness of the sport.
The concept, I think, that everybody that wants can be a part of it. You just have to be there.
Yeah, it's really a community project. Kiel or the island of Fehmarn is sort of the melting pot for the freestyle scene in Germany.
The German Freestyle Battles was like the first competition, especially also here on Fehmarn. It was the first time I was competing in freestyle at all.
We have competitions, but it's more about the freestyle spirit. To have fun on the water is more like a get-together.
But for sure, like when we are out there on the water, it's like also like really competitive actually.
Finally, on day 3, the wind came Let's hit the water.
Gusty wind out there, but besides that, it was good. Always good to be on the water with other people.
In the women's elimination, we finished the whole single elimination in one day, and we had a tough battle between Elena Dominic and Lena Rippenstein.
Diesen Applaus, Platz 1, Lina Appenstein.
I'm super stoked to take the win. Yeah, I'm stoked that I could show everything that I can. Yeah, it's cool to see all the girls rip and that there's so many freestyle girls, especially in Northern Germany. Like we have this big girl community, which is super nice.
We kept going until the sunset with the men's single elimination, and we're really hoping for some wind on the last day so that we can have a result.
Let's see what the day brings.
It was a waiting game, but finally we got some wind and the German freestyle battles are on again. Although the conditions were light, we managed to come to the final to a showdown between Felix Volkart and Julian Wiemer.
So yeah, I actually just won my first competition, the German Freestyle Battles here on Fehmarn. Quite cool. First time for me, so yeah, quite stoked about that.
So that's it from the German Freestyle Battles here on Fehmarn, but stay tuned because we have many more events on forecast.
Ladies and gents, welcome back. It's the Freestyle Pro Tour and we're here in Vassal for a unique towing event.
It might look bizarre that we're going windsurfing in no wind, but actually if you think about it, when you stick your head out the side of a car, you have a lot of wind in your face and your hair's flying. There's a lot of power there. So we're actually using that wind.
With a packed out beach, some excited riders and some crazy moves, the qualifications got underway.
Not the biggest one, but it was definitely clean.
Actually, I wanted to do like a salto, but it went out like a Superman.
Really cool that the quad was into it. I was super stoked about it. It was a hard competition. Huh? The setup was nearly perfect at the end, and I'm just hyped to be in the finals.
With 6 men and 3 women making it through to the finals, the Airstyle format has once again provided the goods. So the finals are on. Let's go.
We put on a show.
Mike is always there and I'm always looking up to her like the queen.
I was super happy to be here.
Today is a good day. I'm not sure if a Kamiguchi is possible.
Stoked to win, but I'm even more stoked to do a big show in front of a big crowd. Yeah, that feels good. I think the crowd just hypes me up.
To be here and to experience all those people here at the event having fun and watching freestyle windsurfing and be stoked about it, that's amazing.
That's a wrap for us here in Vassal. We leave the calmer waters as they resonate from some of the finest freestyle talent and moves that we've seen within current day windsurfing.
Welcome to the second Freestyle Pro Tour Continental Series of event. We are here in Spiaggia Lunga Viesta in Italy. With this being the first ever event to have both foil style and freestyle in the same event, we have had competitors coming from all over the world to join in on the action. In the days leading up to the event, some of the riders arrived early and got out on the water to train both with foils and fins under their boards. Day two of the event, the wind came in and we managed to run the full single elimination and the majority of the double elimination for the foil style.
It was fun. It's exciting to do some moves and competing here. Beautiful place, it's warm, so nothing to complain.
For me, it's pretty nice to have these two disciplines in one event because I can compete when it's pretty light like first days and we can compete also when it's pretty strong.
Most of us had never foil style together, so we didn't really know what to expect, you know.
The single was really tricky. I mean, it didn't help being drawn against Tim in the first round, which is a tricky one.
Definitely have to mention also Lucy, the only girl competing in it, so I recommend all the girls come and join us, send it.
Day three saw calm seas and light winds, so what was a bit of a lay day, some of the riders and some of the team headed into town to put on a tow-in show for the locals.
The town is beautiful, and it has a vision when doing the towing of the town and of the lighthouse.
Look very unique, the water straight away on the old town.
The next day saw the winds kick back in and we were able to finish the double elimination of the foil style.
stoked to be the first winner of a foil style event.
Well, taking second place here in the event is insane, especially like with the level being so high.
Italy is a great country to be. The sailing is good, food is good.
I used to come here during Easter holidays. I came in this camping and I went sailing a lot in this place.
I go here with the family and they can play here, shallow waters, and they just like can put the kids in the water, it's no problem, and then I can go surfing all day, it's amazing.
On the final day of the event, the wind picked up enough that we were able to start the men's single elimination in the freestyle.
My dream is world champion, so I need more skill and talk with other people. I need to join the EFPT, so I came here.
At the end of the women's elimination, Maaike Hoeverman once again was crowned champion.
I'm really happy to win. It was great to sail against the girls. They put on a really great fight, so but yeah, super happy.
It was really nice to sail the final against Maaike because it's a good friend of mine and we cheer to each other when doing trick.
It looks like a really nice spot and it was fun to sail it. I'm happy we got a result. I feel good after breaking my foot last year, coming back and getting into competition mode, and I had a lot of fun.
Being in the women's fleet has been really lovely. We're all friends and we all support each other on and off the water.
So that's it for the event here in beautiful Viesta. Some great action from both the foil style, the men and the women, and of course, classic freestyle. We will see you next time for the event in Geneva.
Ladies and gents, welcome to the first ever Freestyle Pro Tour event here in Cape Town. The 2023 season is officially on. One of the most exciting points about this event was the accessibility. We had a whole fleet of amateurs combined with some of the world's best freestylers and even some of the world's best wave sailors.
I haven't been on freestyling for a long time. I don't even have a freestyle board anymore.
The order of the day was to start off with flat water, so we headed to the Milnerton Aquatic Club where we would kick off with some freestyle on the lake. Then we went over to the waves for some sky-high aerial maneuvers for the second round of competition. So without further ado, let's see how these wave sailors fared against the freestyle freaks on flat water.
When the world's out of control and time is always racing, everybody has a place where
getting pretty gnarly now.
And I'm like way overpowered.
Toweling, it's super strong.
Conditions are absolutely nuking.
Everyone's blowing away. Just go big, ready?
It's so much fun. It's really windy out there.
And when life comes in like a storm, always raining, you gotta pull that light from the inside and fight on. When the world's out of control and time is always racing, everybody has a place where they can let it go and fall into that feeling. Take a breath and never leave it. When the world is overwhelming, just close your eyes, you'll find the strength to seize the day. Nothing's standing in your way. Just fall into that feeling. Take a breath, it's time to let it go.
We head to the ocean, probably double view for some jumping.
What a load of excitement. So it was then onto the waves, where head to logo high waves and super strong winds greeted the competitors.
And I have found the light at the bottom of my demise. It's going to carry me home. Ooh, and whoa.
Got logo high sets once in a while, so it's cooking.
Wanna push and shove, just close your eyes and fall into that feeling. Take a breath and never leave it. When the world is overwhelming, just close your eyes, you'll find the strength to seize the day. Nothing's standing in your way. Just fall into that feeling. Take a breath, it's time to let it go. It's time to let it go. It's time to let it go.
Wow, what a performance from Marc Perret. An awesome result on the flat water, backed up with winning on the waves, has given him the event victory. In the women, it was Pauline Katz who in the end took the victory with awesome forward loops on both tacks in these super strong winds.
It's time to let it go.
Ladies and gents, welcome to the second stop of the European Freestyle Pro Tour here in Bonaire. With classic Caribbean conditions, it looked like we're going to get a full round of competition complete, as well as some super sessions. So let's take a look back and jump straight in with a single elimination. So with good winds but overcast conditions, the single elimination powered on through with a few surprising upsets. Wowing and surprising everyone on the beach was the local talent Nigel Hart, causing one of the biggest upsets of the single elimination and knocking out Jentel Kez. Meanwhile, returning from injury was Leonard Neubauer. After over 18 months out, we saw him come back to competition with a bang, and he knocked out the 5 times European champion Steven van Broekhoven. Another next generation charger was Bodie Kempen, who managed to find his way all the way up to the losers final and actually put a stop to Nigel Hart to secure himself 3rd place. And so this brings us to the final showdown of the single elimination. It was Leonard Neubauer versus the local superstar Joep Schmidt.
an amazing feeling, winning on my home spot and with such good guys in the seating as well, you know. It's wow, it feels great.
So Joep Schmidt sitting in pole position, and what's next? Well, we've got the double elimination. That's the second chance comeback round where everyone is reseeded and then has their chance to fight all the way back to the top once more. Being a part of the new Proving Ground series of the Freestyle Pro Tour, this event is the perfect platform for upcoming stars and rookies to try out competition for the first time. A great example was Leander Halm from Germany, who impressed with a number of moves and no more so than an incredible no-handed spot. So here at this event we tried out the mixed fleet format with both guys and girls competing in the same elimination.
And competing with the men, it really pushed me.
The Norwegian Udo Johanna impressed with a number of good moves. Meanwhile, it was the 20 times world champion Sarah Kito Ofringa who had a good run in the double elimination, only to be stopped by Jentel Kers.
I think I did one of my best heats ever against Jentel Kers.
Kers, who was on one of his characteristic comebacks, dispatched of many top talents. Steven van Broekhoven, Tim Gerdes, he faced redemption against Nigel Hart and kindly removed Bodie Kempen from the podium to face Lennart Neubauer.
Probably the best heat of my life, and with 5-6. I'm still a bit confused. The winner is Lennart!
So with the crowds gathered, it was lights, camera, action for the final. Joep Schmidt versus Lennart Neubauer.
Obviously, Joep at his home spot is gonna light it up.
After his injury, his comeback, he's the guy to beat, man.
Ladies and gents, welcome to the first Continental Series event here on the Freestyle Pro Tour. We're here in Lake Neusiedl at the surf opening in Austria.
Yeah.
With competitors coming from as far as Bonaire and as close as here in Austria, the fleet consisted of rookies and seasoned veterans alike. On day one, the southern winds provided the opportunity to dive straight into the single elimination. As the day drew to a close, the winds backed off, and with it the opportunity to complete the single elimination. 4 competitors were left: Sam and Steve, Lennart Neubauer, Steven van Broekhoven and Jakob Testa. With the event drawing a crowd, the opportunity to expose freestyle windsurfing to a large audience presents itself. These very waters being the founding location of the toe-in discipline saw innovation once again.
I've never done it, he has never done it. Double toe-in, synchronized moves. It's gonna be fun.
It was time for a synchro show where the athletes paired up and competed against each other in teams. In the final, 4 teams faced each other. It was the Bonaireans, the Belgians, the Dutch, and the toe-in maestros, Sam and Steve and Lennart Neubauer.
First place, Team Belgium, Jente and Steven van Broekhoven. Team Belgium hat sich einen Applaus verdient.
With suitable wind conditions forecasted at the crack of dawn, it was time to get on with the windsurfing competition. The single elimination final was on, and 6 AM was the starting time. With Lennart Neubauer already through to the final, it was all about the heat, Jakob Testa versus Sam and Steve. The winner of last year's event, the Italian Jakob Testa, advanced and would now face the rising star Lennart Neubauer. Unexpectedly, the winds kept improving, and so we dived straight into the double elimination, that second chance comeback round.
Actually, I want to finish it. I want to do it proper, so one win is just one win, so if I can do it twice would be even better.
The first standout rider was the Dane Matthias Vingard, who defeated opponent after opponent only to be stopped by the Bonairean Joep Schmidt.
But it was a lot lot of fun, huh?
Really nice. Nice sailing, man. Beautiful scopus, burner.
On the other side of the draw, Jamie Howe was on a tear, showing he means business here after he sustained an injury at this very event in 2022.
Yeah, so far so good.
1 minute to go.
It's good to get out a heat before when you're here because it's quite a long way to the competition area.
Winning 4 heats in a row, it was only stopped by Jentel Kers. After losing out to Lennart Neubauer in the early rounds of the single elimination, Kers was on a comeback of his own.
Not something unfamiliar I have done. I have done many comebacks. Unfortunately, I got stopped by a really strong Steven van Broekhoven. You know, Steven is the man standing for so many years and he still got it, so I'm stoked for him.
Van Broekhoven flipped a switch and produced the highest heat score of the event time and time again.
Once you get in the flow, then it's going.
Really good moves. I'm super impressed about him and happy for what he learned.
Stopping Kers and defeating Steve and Tester to find himself in the final against Lennart.
I do what I can and just enjoy.
It's my dream since I started windsurfing to win an event, and it's the first year where I was actually competitive. Well, it's a very special moment for me. The yellow lycra, as you might all know on the EFPT, means I'm officially the tour leader. Hopefully I can maintain it till the end of the year and get my first European title.
Once again, Lake Neusiedl has produced the goods. The 2023 Freestyle Pro Tour title race is well underway. Stay tuned.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the EFPT finals here in Brouwersdam, one of the most famous freestyle spots in the world, but especially here in Europe. And it looks like we are in for an afternoon of action. The wind has filled in really nicely throughout the morning, and it looks like it's kind of, peaking or should be peaking in the next couple of hours. And we have moved the competition area to the famous pool. Which is what you can see on the screen here. So this beautiful flat water right in front of the center here in Brouwersdam. You can see that kind of rock wall there. I mean, you don't need me to describe it to you. You guys know exactly what the pool is. You've seen the videos. You know what it's all about here. So yeah, that is where we are going to be hosting the rest of the action for the rest of the day. And coming up first, we are going straight back into the men's after a heat with the women. We are going into heat 13A and 13B. So it will be Bodie Kempen up against Lennart Neubauer, and then on the other side of the draw, Tigo Kor up against fellow JP Neil Pride teammate Jentel Kers. And speaking of Neil Pride teammates, I'm joined in the booth by Greek rider Manolis Chrysopoulos. Manolis, how are you?
I'm very good, Sandy. Nice to be here with you.
Yeah, thank you, mate.
How are you?
Very
Also
good. Yeah. Thank you for joining me to call the action on screen there. Bodie Kempen, Lennart Neubauer. I mean, I would ask you who your money's on, but we know
Lennart.
Yeah.
But Bodie's selling really well, and it's his home spot, so it will be interesting to see.
Yeah, so far Bodie and Tigo both kind of putting in a really great performance. They're definitely definitely on fire and definitely enjoying having an event here at their home spot. I know they're very passionate about this place. And they really enjoy sailing here. You always see the videos of them, so I bet they're pretty excited to have a competition going on right on their doorstep. You can see Bodie there. The pool, I've got to say, the pool is a lot smaller than we thought it would be, as we are about a minute into this heat. So Bodie Kempen up against Lennart Neubauer. Just waiting for confirmation as to whether we are running 2-man heats or 4-man heats like we have been running. But on the left-hand side, you can see we have Lennart Neubauer throwing himself around a sick double culo. We're going to see some serious action now. Really flat water here. Nice flakka shaka there from Bodie Kempen.
I think they're on 4-4 or 4-0.
I know a lot of the guys went down to 4-4.
Picked up a lot, actually.
Yeah.
I just passed by the pool. It's quite strong already.
Yeah, I think a lot of the guys went down to kind of 4-4s. Because we saw in the last heat, just before we went on a break, Tigo Kor up against Eugenio Marconi, that resail, they were kind of throwing the sail in the water, trying to duck the sail a lot. As we see a beautiful spot culo there from Lennart. He does something weird coming around the culo there. He just did something to me that it pulled him right back up out of the water. That was amazing.
I think he wanted spoke double culo maybe.
Bodie Kempen with a spock. He wants the spot culo as well. And he will just get it, but go down a little bit. Not quite as good as Lennart's. See him looking at the camera there. He's pretty pleased with that one. Lennart Neubauer with a spot culo on the other side as well. It's one thing being able to spot culo, but being able to spot culo both sides, that's pretty skilled. So we are now on man heats. So we will just be sailing 2 riders at a time. Obviously the pool is quite a small area. We want to make sure they've got the most amount of room to be able to display their moves. We've got these guys up. Wow, sick burner there for Bodie, but he goes down at the end, over-rotated it almost.
Yeah.
It will be Bodie Kempen up against Lennart Neubauer. You are seeing here just under 5 minutes to go of this heat. Next up will be Tigo Kor up against Jentel Kers. Woo!
Oh, JP Neil Pride team.
JP Neil Pride team. Wherever you're watching, Facebook, YouTube, let us know what you think of the action so far. Let us know who you're rooting for in the heats coming up. Make sure you follow us on Freestyle Pro Tour on Instagram for all the behind-the-scenes action. As we see Bodie Kempen ducking in regular.
Kono.
Stomped the Kono there. Really sick one. You can almost hear the noise. So Bodie there. And you can see, it was interesting chatting to Micah Hooverman earlier, who's obviously a local to this spot as well. She was kind of saying that's how a lot of the riders here improved so quickly, because it's such short runs here. It's not like other places where you can sail for quite a long time. Like the time spent doing moves, like look at that pool.
Yeah,
it literally is a pool.
Funnel,
wow, sick burner 360 there from
Burner
Bodie Kempen.
Yeah.
I think it was a Kono there from Lennart. Or was it a cabbie? I didn't see.
I think for Bodie could be burner funnel actually.
Bodie was a burner funnel for Lennart. Yeah. I think it was
a Kono.
It was a Kono. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Great drone view of the pool here. It's funny, you look at it and it looks like it looks like there's no wind on the water, but it's just because it's so flat, because you've got that sort of rock formation there.
But I really liked sailing outside also, and the chop was
the chop
nice
looks great. Yeah.
Light, but
so a little bit of a lull. I mean, a couple of the locals said ideally you want it to clear up, you want it to be nice and sunny, and that's when you get the real wind filling in. It started to get really sunny, but it's kind of clouded over a little bit again. But I mean, fingers crossed, we're gonna it's gonna clear up, and we're gonna see plenty of action.
And I think we also wait for score updates.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. We're just waiting for the score updates to come in. Yeah, both of them easily put much higher heat scores in than that. Looking like a bit of a lull in the wind at the moment, but both riders have definitely put down some great moves so far. Robin Van Linden on YouTube, I'd love to sail a 4-0 heat there. Wouldn't we all? I mean, it's the perfect place for freestyle, really. Super flat water, nice strong wind, as we see Lennart Neubauer accelerating up towards that flat spot. It's crazy. The water just looks so flat.
And it will be a flacker punch from Leonard
Oh my
Neubauer.
God.
And a big air funnel 360 there from Bodie Kemp. And this is an absolute display. Oh, someone with a nice shaka in the background there. Gies Bomer, go Bodie. Love coming in from the local crowd for one of their local riders, Bodie Kempen. Yeah, Leonard Neubauer battling against the locals with this one. He's going to be nervous heading in. But obviously, Leonard, our tour leader, ducking the sail in regular. And there is the Kabakuchi up. He will go down a little bit. And just a spot.
You saw that little kicker coming in from...
There's the,
from Leonard, like he used the kicker. There was one kicker coming in actually.
Yeah, a little ramp coming through the seawall.
Quite smart actually. He didn't sail till the other side, but he just used the ramp.
Used the ramp. Bodie looking nice and powered up there. They're sailing so close to each other.
Yeah.
Wow, nice shaka there from Bodie. Looks like he's on. He's on the ground. You got to realize, it looks like it's really shallow here. You can see there where it opens into where we were sailing before. You can see, you're right, Manolis. There's a couple of little bits of chop coming through there. Good to use. He can't quite stick that cabbie. Yeah. That's his second try on the Kabakuchi.
I think the wind is still a little bit weird, a little bit gusty.
Yeah, I think it is still, like I said, I think because it's still quite cloudy, I think, ideally you want, Wow, a double culo there from Bodie in the background. Sick.
I think it's getting closer now, yeah?
100%. Yeah. I think it's just coming and going. You know, it's European wind. It's just gusty.
I mean, Bodie is coming closer to Leonard.
Yeah, I think so for sure. Yeah, we're just waiting for the scores to update on our.
Made a cabbie.
Leonard made a cabbie?
I think so. Yeah, it looked like
beautiful. I mean, this is a close heat. I mean, I can't tell. You know, we're still waiting for the scores to drop, but I can't tell. Who is leading this as we go into the dying seconds of this heat. 15 seconds to go. Bodie coming right in hot, right in front of the crowd there. Spock.
If he improves it.
Sick. So he's done a double.
We didn't see what Leonard did.
But I didn't. He did a spot culo and a double culo.
Can be the Bodie's in front, huh?
Oh,
can be.
I'm going to say that was probably an air funnel burner there from Leonard as well.
Yeah.
Wow, high performance heat. High performance heat there from both of the boys there. We are just waiting for the scores, and we will see who is coming out on top of that. But while we wait, next up we have Tigo Core up against Yentl Cares, and there is a wider view of the pool. So if you've never been here before, it's a lot smaller. You've seen it in the videos, things like that. It's a lot smaller than it potentially looks in the videos.
Small, yeah.
There really isn't much room, and as I said earlier, what Micah was saying about, that's why the guys have improved so much. As we see a replay of some of the moves. Beautiful double culo there. Spot culo. A lot of kind of culo variations going on in this heat.
I think it's a perfect spot for
flat
people who
water.
can do spot culo, double culo.
Yeah, I mean, look how flat it is.
I didn't sail on the flat yet, but it looks
fun.
Solid, yeah.
Bodie on absolute fire. That flacker punch was sick from Leonard. And the burner 360 from Bodie to answer back. Nice shaka there from Bodie as well. Just sliding on the nose at the end there. And there's the flacker shaka 360. Why not? Chuck an extra 360 on the end. So next up, another local boy, Tigo Core.
Oh, yeah.
Up against Yentl Cares, our current world champion. So,
and
I mean,
also local.
Well, basically, yeah, one of the locals,
basically
essentially his home spot. Yeah, you know, him and Steven van Broekhoven as well, and Dieter, who's sadly not here. I think he's in Ireland chasing waves.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, this is also, you know, kind of a spot that they all call home.
Yes.
So yeah, definitely. It's so funny. You look at the drone, it kind of moving around, and if I look out the window here, it looks, you know, looks nice and windy. It's always funny with the drone, but yeah, that is the beautiful Brouwersdam pool that you are seeing on your screens here. We have 1 minute to go until this next heat. Tigo Core up against Yentl Cares. Let us know who you think is going to take it. Something we don't usually see.
But I think it's really close.
Yeah.
Really close.
Yeah, but we're just waiting for confirmation on that one.
And in the meantime, Yentl was already, like, in our hit, he already did double culo and double culo, I think. So maybe we'll see some triple moves on the flat water.
So
Let's
yeah,
see.
that is confirmed. Leonard Neubauer will defeat Bodie Kempen, and he will go through into the next round as we see Tigo Court heading out onto the water as we get into the start of this heat. And that is the flag up, so this heat is beginning, so we can see Tigo Court there. That is like, for any freestyler looking at that water state, you are just dreaming right now. You're just dreaming of that's what I want. That's what I want right now.
I think Yentil is sailing outside on the chop. You can actually use either two spots, yeah, or the flat water.
Nice flacker there from Tigo. I'm not too sure actually. Yeah, I don't know.
I guess so. Yes, that's where Yentil is. Yeah.
So Yentil's actually choosing not to sail in the pool. So yeah,
I think I would do the same, as I see the wind quite tricky.
Yeah, looks
Here
like the
you
wind
can really
has dropped. It looks like the wind's dropped right off at this heat. Yeah, pretty frustratingly. As I said, today is the
now Yentil has a disadvantage where he is actually really low.
Yeah, Tigo looks nicely powered up here.
Spoke, double spoke. Yentil, I saw he sailed. Now he's on 4-4.
Yentil with a nice culo there, but yeah, he doesn't look powered up at all.
Yeah, but he's still on 4-4, so...
Yeah, so you can see Tigo sailing downwind of him in the pool. Yentil opting to sail outside the pool and use the chop to his advantage. I mean, it's just personal preference, really.
Yeah.
As we see Tigo duck in the sail, what's he got for us? Just a nice funnel. Looks a bit underpowered. I'd say that would be a Shaka 360 there from Yentil Cares.
And it makes it interesting now. Actually, if you're like Yentil, like a really good rider, yeah, and then you choose the chop, and like you see now, he's not planning, Tigo is planning, so Tigo gets an advantage. Will be interesting at the end.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, currently looking at the scores, Yentil just ahead of Tigo, but it's still very much anyone to play for.
He also doesn't have like really good power, yeah.
Nice burner there from Tigo. Oh, sorry, from Yentil. Yeah, both looking quite underpowered though.
Yeah, Tigo asked maybe like if there was a cancellation of the hit.
So yeah, Yentil pumping in, ducks the sail, and a nice culo there. I mean, I said it before it even landed it. We know he's got it. Yeah, it really looks like the wind's dropped for this heat. Tigo in switch, ducking.
Burner.
Nice burner, there it is, done it. Oh, dipped down a little bit at the end, but...
A little bit wet, yeah.
Yeah, that's okay, coming round. Nice.
And I guess you can see at all if what the other rider is doing here.
Yeah. Wow, sick Kodo there from Yentil. Such a unique thing to be doing, to essentially have riders in the same heat sailing in completely different conditions.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got Tigo there, also with a nice Kono, but he goes down at the end there. Ah, unlucky.
And now Yentil enters the pool, I think, or not?
Yeah. It looks like Yentil might be, so he went to sail in there for a bit. And
actually,
now
it's quite interesting. Nice format.
Yeah, jive down, and he's, okay, cool. I've done a few moves. I'll come down into the pool now. Just waiting for scores to drop again. Tigo with 10.04. Yentil Cares with 11.35. So Yentil leading, but only just as we see him pumping. What's he got for us? Flacker, and there is the Shaka as well. Beautiful. Textbook. He hasn't put a foot wrong. As we see Tigo go down, I think that was a switch Chachu.
Maybe.
Either an air funnel or a switch Chachu, the way he came down. So yeah, both riders looking underpowered. It does look like, it does feel like that wind's dropped off a little bit.
I think we would see like some great moves from both of them. Tigo is also local. He has quite good double moves.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
So if you guys head over to freestyleprotour.com, you'll be able to see the full live scoring at the moment. Yentil Cares, wow, sick culo there from Tigo, fully planing. As we see Yentil.
He answers with double
Once,
culo.
twice. Nice double culo there from Yentil. So currently, Yentil Cares with a heat score of 28.70. Tigo Court with a 16.95. But we are just waiting for that exchange to come in. So the double culo from Yentil and the culo from Tigo. So we're just waiting for those to come in. Because, yeah, starboard tack at the moment, Tigo's only got a double Spock and a Shaka. And
Air
there's
funnel.
the air funnel from Tigo, but
Quite wet.
went down a little bit at the end, but still points on the board. So wherever you're watching from home, let us know, guys, who you want to see in the final. Let us know where you, let us know where you're watching from. As we see Tigo Court ducking, nice Kono there.
Yeah.
Go Bodie, going to be close from Keith Bomer. Yeah, this is definitely going to be quite close, this one. Wow. Oh, my God.
Spokulo 360.
Oh, that's not a move you see very often. There's only a handful.
That's what I say. I think if it will be like quite windy like that, yeah.
Tigo's got such a big burner. Whoa, Yentl with a burner on port tack as well. It's not something you see very often.
Yeah.
So Yentl Kerrs now with a heat score of 32.77. Tigo Court coming in at 21.85. So Tigo has a lot of work to do, but realistically he's going to struggle to catch up with Yentl, who's put in an absolute mega heat. Goes down on the Kulo at the end there. Didn't really look like he was powered up enough there. But I guess it's one of those, wow, let's just go for it anyway kind of thing.
Yeah. I don't know what sail Tigo has, but I'm sure Yentl is on a 4.4.
I don't know. I think Yentl might be on 4.8 still,
No, it's a 4.4.
Whoa, sick air funnel.
Yeah.
Full 540 air funnel. Love that. Oh, there we go. Looks a bit more powered up now.
Maybe a Skopu? No, air funnel. Ooh.
That's better. Air funnel 360. Nice from Tigo. There we go. That looks like the wind suddenly just filled in. Yeah.
That was a cool thing from Yentl.
Yeah. Really nice.
And we are done now.
I think that is the end of that heat. So it looks like it will be Yentl Kerrs advancing through, and he will be going up against Leonard Neubauer. Ooh, that's a big battle. That is a big battle. But before that, we have a few more heats to do for the third round. So next up, it will be Sam Esteve up against Steven van Broekhoven.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be interesting.
That's going to be really interesting.
It looks like the flat water has the shape of a heart.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit. Well, we love the pool.
Yeah.
We love the pool.
We love the pool, yeah.
We love the pool. Don't forget, guys, you can keep up to date with the individual scoring of the moves, everything like that. If you want to get real nerdy about it all, you can head over to freestyleprotour.com. Make sure you're letting us know on YouTube or Facebook. Leave us a comment, let us know where you're watching from. As we are moving into the business end of the men's single elimination. So that was Heat 13B, just sailed. Next up, Heat 14A, Sam Esteve up against Steven van Broekhoven. The Flying Frenchman up against the most successful European freestyler of all time. As we check out some of the replays from the last heat. So Yentl choosing to spend the first half of the heat out in the chop. Outside of the pool. Did a few moves there and then thought, I'll come down into the pool. And that's quite a good idea. Use the chop to do your first few moves. You can go high, make sure like that Kono. Oh, like board all the way around. Yeah. But then, then you can see him there jibing, coming down into the pool and then cool, right, now let's get technical. And boy, did he get technical. We saw double Kulo. We saw nice Kono there from Tigo. Tigo put together a really good score. This was the highlight here. Woof. Oh, so sick.
And the end of this 360 was, after the Kulo was amazing.
Just so stylish. And this air funnel as well. Yeah. Just lands on the tail. Boof, straight around the 540 of it. So, match up here. Sam Esteve up against Steven van Broekhoven. Steven van Broekhoven, 38 years of age, one of the real veterans on the tour. I can't really remember him not being around in freestyle windsurfing. From when I first started windsurfing, he was already, at the top. So for him to still be at the top, he's coming into this event in second place overall.
Oh, yes.
For this season. He's in contention for the title. So he potentially could be coming away from this event as European champion. Which personally, I should never be biased, but I would love to see that personally.
Definitely, but I would also like to see Leonard getting his first title.
One of your countrymen. But I mean, Steven, he's such an institution in freestyle windsurfing. He's had such an influence on everyone. And I think for him to come away with a European title would just be a real, I don't want to say fairy tale story because that makes it sound like he needs a win, because he definitely doesn't need a win. But I think it would be really
I know
nice.
what you mean.
I think it would be
know
really
what you mean,
cool
definitely.
if Stephen could get it.
Stephen's choosing the chop, yeah?
Choosing the chop, yeah. So that's a nice Kono there, and I think that is the start of the heat.
I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe. But it will be interesting to see. Yeah. Okay.
So heat has begun. And we are in. So that was a Kono from Stephen. Sam and Steve looking like he's powered up, bringing the hand up to the mast. We're going to see a Spock. And no Kulo. That's not what he wanted.
Now it will be interesting to see Sam on flat water.
Woo! Yeah, that's what you want. Sam on flat water is a potent mix. Yeah. Stephen there on your left-hand screen with a nice future Ponch Flakka. So yeah, the chop is perfect for moves like that. It is. Perfect for moves like that. And I think this is such an interesting format that some riders are opting to just stay in the flat water. Some riders choosing to be in the chop. They've kind of got a choice. Which conditions work best for your type of sailing?
It's not working for Sam so far.
Not so far, as we see Stephen in switch. What's he got for us?
Powered up.
Yeah, really powered up.
Oh, our final 360.
Wow, so fast. Boom.
And big.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to see from the top of the drone, but you could see he was all the way around before coming down.
Stephen is entering the pool. As I think I saw him entering the pool.
Look how flat that water is. It's just a dream. As we see Sam stepping into switch. What's he got for us? There's the air funnel. Wow. Probably wanted another move, and there's the Flakka and the Ponch from Stephen. You kind of always know. You always know when they're going to do a Flakka Ponch instead of a Flakka Shaka, because they just go that little bit further downwind. And the Flakka just they kind of come out of the Flakka with the sail already open so that they can go straight for it. Sam not having a good heat so far.
He's on a 4-0 thing, or 4-8.
I don't think it's a 4-0.
He's not on a 4-4.
Maybe 4-4. He doesn't look super powered up, to be honest.
Not 4-4 for sure. Like I saw the number from
Spock
Kulo.
Too easy. 6 Spock Kulo there from Stephen. And coming back to Sam. He'll duck the sail. There's the air funnel. Double air funnel. Oh.
That's what we want to see from Sam.
Yeah, we want to see those switch combos. So just waiting for the scores to come in at the moment. On freestyleprotour.com. So yeah, just over under 4.5 minutes left to go for this. So far, Sam really not having a good heat. That air funnel. Hopefully, that's kind of put him back into the mood. And as we see him go around a nice Flakka Shaka. So yeah, hopefully that's put him in a better frame of mind. But yeah, this is now the scores have updated on freestyleprotour.com. Stephen van Broekhoven already with a heat score of 28.97. Sam and Steve 12.85. So with 4 minutes to go, Sam and Steve has a lot of work to do. That Flakka Shaka is the first port tack move Sam has actually managed to put down. Just waiting for that to come in. But yeah, Stephen with an amazing heat score so far. Sam and Steve with a Kulo there, building the house. Get the normal, get your standard moves in. Stephen van Broekhoven coming in hot. I just can't stop looking at the water state. I want to go windsurfing. Look at that. It looks so fun. Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah. Your favorite move, I think.
Big Shaka Flakka there.
How you started with a Shaka.
So, yeah. I mean, a good Shaka to me, you just can't beat it.
You love it, huh?
Oh, you can't beat it. Wow. Big Kulo there from Sam on the other side as well. But that Shaka as well, it's where you really get a sense of the technique. Like, he got so much lift off no chop. And sometimes you think you need to go off a big bit of chop, and actually the sail does a lot of the lift for you.
Yes, so technical actually.
Yeah, for sure, especially to bounce into it.
Double Kulo.
And speaking of bouncing, beautiful double Kulo there from Stephen. So Stephen van Broekhoven on a tear at the moment. 33.04 points. Sam and Steve 20.60. There's the Spock, and there is the Kulo from Sam and Steve. Beautiful. So Sam's slowly starting to get into it.
He's on a 4.8. I could see now the cell number.
Yeah.
Sam is on 4.8.
So Stephen actually being deducted a few kind of points on the kind of diversity, because on port tack he's done a future, so a Ponch 360. He's done a Flakka Ponch, and then he's done a Shaka Flakka. So all those moves are fairly similar. So ideally, he may be wanting to do something a little bit different. Maybe add a shove-it spock in there. Or a
But
culo.
I would be pleased having this score and this diversity from this moves.
I mean, yeah. Oh, it looks like actually that
36
diversity has actually been
time,
just been changed now. Oh, no-handed burner.
No-handed burner? Oh,
Ah, but he'll go
no.
down.
Oh.
Unlucky. I love that the no-handed burner has kind of come back
amazing,
into fashion.
amazing feeling, yeah.
It's come back into fashion again. The riders are doing it again. It used to be, you know, a lot of riders doing it, and then they all stopped doing it for a bit.
Actually, that's how I got injured.
No-handed burner?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
I also lost 1 foot on the back.
It's definitely a move where you can injure yourself.
Yes.
There's a whole lot going on.
I mean, it was unluck. Yeah, it just happens.
But yeah, nice. Nice moves there from Steven van Bronckhorst.
And now we see the wind dropping quite a lot. Yeah.
I think it just coming and going. It just comes and goes.
Yes, it's the same like the first 2 rounds.
They had a great
when
start
I was
to
out,
this.
it was actually the same like on the chop. Like
they had a great
wind
start
for a
to this
minute,
heat.
wind for not windy for another minute, and yeah.
As we see Sam, and
Nice
there is
Kono.
the Kono from Sam. He'll just step
Think
straight
the
off.
time is up.
And it looks like that is the end of this heat. So yeah, Sam and Steve really not quite managing to find his form there. He's going to be quite frustrated with it. Equally, he's got himself nicely in a nice position for the double elimination. You know, he'll be able to relax a little bit when we run through that on Friday. So
definitely,
you know, he's put himself in a good position. But yeah, potentially he'd have wanted to see himself a lot further up.
For
Steve
sure.
van Bronckhorst.
But you know, like also on Friday, look, the focus looks stronger.
Yeah.
So I think Sam will be in his conditions that the one he likes on smaller sails. And
Yeah, he definitely much prefers the stronger winds, doesn't he? You know, he's still very talented in the lighter winds. Can't take anything away, but
for sure.
yeah, he really enjoys.
I mean, that's what you get in Lucat, strong wind. And
Yeah.
This
As we
corner
check
was
out-
huge.
So
from
good.
Steven.
As we check out some of the replays, wow, big future as well. Woo!
Wow, yeah.
So yeah, Steven van Bronckhorst will advance through up against after being up against Sam Steve. So yeah, Sam
Another
just
big hit
didn't quite manage to find his form there, did he? Whereas Steven was just on fire.
On fire.
Look
like
at that.
a punch. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yes. Oh, this was sick actually. Air funnel. Why not do another one? Air funnel, air funnel. That was sick. That's not a move you see often as well. Yeah. Yeah, look, that 2 times air funnel from Sam coming in at 7.22. That might be the highest scoring move that we have seen all day.
I think Sam's score got updated to 31 points.
Sam's score, yeah, updated 31. So Sam on 31. So actually put together a really good heat by the end.
Yeah.
But Steven was just on a
But
tear.
I think we could see the difference.
Oh, for sure. 36.53, Steven, overall there. I think...
It's the highest score of the day?
Yeah, I think that is the highest heat score. I'm pretty sure that is the highest heat score of the
From
day.
my point of view, was the best performance so far.
Yeah, I mean, it was incredible.
So I guess it's also the highest.
Yeah, incredible.
I don't know what Leonard had. Maybe Leonard was, but I don't think he was on 36
No,
points.
no, wasn't. No, he didn't cross 35. Yeah, I think pretty sure Steven's the first rider to cross 35 today. I think Leonard and Jentel have come close. 33, maybe 34s. But yeah, no. So far, yeah, 30. Steven's the only one to have gone over it. So next up then, another big heat. This is not stopping. So next up we have Nicholas Niebelung up against Jacopo Testa. So Italian
Also big
style
hit.
master, German powerhouse. Who's your money on?
Hard to say. I know Nicholas is really good on flat water because we used to learn windsurfing together, Bresonisi.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, when he was young. He was in, we had this young camp and Nicholas was always the one winning. At least when I was there. He was learning so fast. He was like, he had the book and he said, okay, I will read how to make the burner. And he just went out and he
did
made
it. Yeah.
So, but the wind is actually light. It's not so strong as we see.
But
And
we saw him
Jacopo
earlier.
is a style master
Yeah.
and he has a lot of experience. So
In the light winds as well.
If-
Jacopo's so good in light winds.
I would bet on Jacopo actually.
Me too, but Nicholas, I mean, I don't want to take anything away from anyone, but I said earlier, I was like, Nicholas is definitely prefers the stronger winds, but he really surprised me in the light winds earlier. He sailed so sick.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
I'm intrigued to see how this heat goes. Once again, it looks like one rider staying in the pool and another rider will be out in the chop. So yeah, we have.
I like this format actually.
I think it's really
so
fun.
interesting.
It's really interesting, yeah, and it's kind of like giving each rider the opportunity to sail in their best conditions. So it's the most fair thing, really. You know, some riders prefer sailing in chop, some riders prefer sailing on the super flat water. So to be able to take advantage of both is great.
I think Jacopo changed his mind.
I think he did as well. Yeah, he sees Nicholas there and he's like, nope, I'm coming in here. And Nicholas Nieblanc coming in hot, stepping in a switch, ducks the sail. Air funnel. Wow, so steezy. And we see
Jacopo Flaka Shaka 360.
Oh. What an opening exchange there from both riders. That was incredible there.
And now Nicholas is coming.
So both riders now coming in hot.
He's powered up. It looks.
Yeah, he looks super powered up. Ducking the sail. One culo. Ooh.
What was that?
I guess that was just a little save. I'm not too sure. Either way, I would say
nothing you move.
It'll probably not. I'd say it'll just be scored as a culo. Yeah. It's just a nice way to save the landing, I think.
I haven't seen that kind of save, actually.
I've definitely seen it in a video before. I've never seen it in competition. So it'd be interesting to see what the riders think. A little bit of pizzazz, a little bit of riz at the end. As we see a Spock. And there is the culo from Jacopo Testa. Look, he's got his hand in the harness lines. Yeah. His hand went through the harness lines there.
I had it also sometimes.
Yeah, but I don't usually land a move when it happens. So that's the difference, I guess. Nice culo of his own there from Nicholas Nieblanc. So scores coming in at the moment. Don't forget, guys, head over to freestyleprotour.com where you can keep up with the live scoring. Jacopo Testa just in front at the moment.
Burner 360.
Sick burner 360 there from Jacopo. So 12.65 for Jacopo, 11.72 for Nicholas Nieblanc. So still very much all to play for.
Flaka Shaka, yeah.
Nice Flaka Shaka there from Nicholas. Feel like he could have added a third rotation on there, but I think it would have been a little bit of an upwind 3. You know, he wouldn't have necessarily slid round into it. And often, actually, the judges don't want that. Mm-hmm. They'd rather just see one move really nicely landed than have it, you know, for an extra rotation for the sake of an extra rotation, you know.
I mean, it's always, it always depends. If you have a rider like Jacopo, you also need to push for an extra 360. It always counts. But
well, that's it. Yeah, you need to bring your A game. Once you're at this point in the competition, once you're this high in the draw, it doesn't, you know, you have to.
You have to, yeah.
But equally, you know, you need to make sure.
Jacopo almost crushed.
Nice burner there from Nicholas. Making it all look far too easy. So the winner of this, will be up against Steven van Broekhoven.
And Jentel is against Leonard, yeah?
Jentel will be up against Leonard, yeah. Malteser, what size board is Steven on? I think he's using the 93 Starboard Ignite. That board's actually really wide there. Well, that was sick from Nicholas Nieblanc.
Double culo? Nicholas? I think he did double culo.
Yeah, Nicholas did a double culo and Jacopo with a double culo as well. Speed Quest windsurfing. Conditions look pretty good. We are very lucky, the conditions are pretty great. It is a little bit gusty, won't lie to you. The conditions are a little bit up and down, but, you know, broadly speaking, riders are on 4.8, 4.4, powered up, beautiful flat water, and we are seeing moves like that go
360.
down.
360, oh yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, he's stoked about that one. Jacopo, he did it right in front of Jacopo as well. He's not going to be happy with that.
I think we wait for the scores to drop.
Yeah, we're just waiting for it. So there are the scores back on. So just over 3 minutes of this heat left to go. Jacopo flying through a Skopu. And a Spock culo for Nicholas Nieblanc. So Nicholas Nieblanc actually leading this at the moment. I would say there's a lot of points to come in at the moment for Jacopo Testa with that double culo there. He's only got 6 points on starboard at the moment. So just waiting for those scores to update. Once again, guys, if you head to freestyleprotour.com, you can see the full updated heat scores. And Nicholas Nieblanc just put down the highest single move score of the day. And there's a double burner.
Is the first double burner we see, I think.
He's today, on fire. So his air funnel burner that he did just there, air funnel burner 360, came in at a 7.92.
He will get a diversity fine, maybe.
I mean, he will definitely replace his culo with that double burner. So he will have a double burner, a burner, and an air funnel burner. So yeah, he may struggled with that a little bit. But he has now put a heat score of 36.59 down. So he's now putting a heat score to match Stevens. So he's also right up there with the highest heat score of the day. So yeah, you were right. Some of the highest heat scores we've seen today so far in the last two heats.
The first double burner.
The first, double burner, I want to see, So that double burner coming in at a 6.88. So actually they preferred the air funnel burner. Let's see what he's got here. There's the air funnel and a double air funnel as well. Oh my goodness. Someone stop this guy.
So I would bet my money on Nicholas, I think.
I would like to change my mind, please.
Can I change it?
Yeah, you said Jacopo at the start. Wow, Kulo
so
360. Yeah, I'd like to bring it back again. Yeah, Kulo 360 there from Jacopo. What exchange this is. This is some of the highest level freestyle we've seen in a competition before.
I would put my money on Nicholas in general. If he keeps going like this.
Oh, came off in a Kono. Ooh.
Yeah, he will be unstoppable.
I mean, that was crazy. So that
and the
double
forecast is that the wind is going to get stronger.
It's forecast too.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Kono
with a little...
the tip of the mast.
Yeah, tip of the mast. Caught the water there. Just bonked the water a bit.
1 minute left. Let's see what's coming up.
Yeah, for final minute. Let's see. We're just waiting for the scores to update. So actually, Jacopo Testa actually on 31.19. Nicholas Nieblang 36.69. So both hit over 30 points. A little E-slider. Why not?
Yeah. I don't think if he can improve something. Maybe on Portac.
I mean, we're still waiting for Nicholas's air funnel to come in because that will be coming in to replace his Kulo of 4.1. So he may actually even up his heat score even further, but it just depends if he gets a bit of diversity fines and stuff.
So he will go up to 40 points, I guess, and maybe
potentially, maybe sort of 38. But we'll just wait for that score to come in because
he'll be the first rider who will go on 40 points.
It could come in really, really big.
I think also Jacopo got closer to 36.
Jacopo on 36.31. Nicholas Nieblang on 36.69. So both of them with 36
points. We still
wait
for the double air funnel, yeah?
We're still waiting for that, air funnel to come in for Nicholas. Let's check out the replays. Of all the heats we've seen today, this is the one where I want to see the replays.
Nice flag at Shaka. And the 360, of course.
Cortex.
That save, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's cool. Really unique.
Yeah.
Cortex
Ducking
on
the
YouTube.
sail after Kulo.
Nieblang going in. Nicholas Nieblang on an absolute tear. I mean, as you said before we started this heat, these are really great conditions for his kind of style of sailing. You know, super technical flat water sailor.
Also where he lives, I think the spot in Kiel is quite flat.
Yeah.
Quite strong wind.
Yeah. So this suits him, absolutely perfectly.
But this is not so strong wind. He's on 4.8.
Air funnel burner 360.
I'm surprised about how good he did also. Like
I think 4.8's okay. I think it's more like 5.2 weather that I don't think he likes so much.
Yeah.
I think realistically we've got kind of 25 knots, something like that, average maybe out there, so it's pretty perfect, really. And, he's making that 4.8 look very easy. Here's that double air funnel. So we're just waiting for the scores to come in on that as well for that final heat score. But it's looking like...
I think Nicholas
is going to beat Jacopo Testa and will go through by 0.3 of a point.
So the race for the title will be quite interesting as Nicholas is getting into the game.
Nicholas is and he's taking out Jacopo Testa. Yeah, that's a heavy hitter, and it looks like he will be going up
against Steven.
Against Steven, yeah. So all three of those riders all putting 36 points on the board for their last few heats. So if we just take a look, so the next heat that we have coming up. We are actually going to switch to the women's, I believe. So we are going to sail the next two women's heats, and then we will come back to the men's. So I'll just confirm whether we are going to be having a heat break. But yeah, we are going to be taking a break from the men's, and we're going to sail women's heats 7A and 7B before coming back to the men's semi-finals. And then
I think Lisa is already out.
Yeah, so that's Lisa Kloster on your screen with her the signature blue helmet.
Against Ariana.
So this is Ariane Aukus waving her arms around on the duotone sail. So it is Ariane up against Lisa Kloster. Let us know.
And I think the heat starts now, yeah? Yes.
Yeah, so that is the start of this heat. So both riders, I think, opting to stay in the pool. So yeah, Ariane Aukus up against Lisa Kloster.
Nice funnel from Lisa.
Lisa just improving, like,
oh yeah,
by every single time I watch her windsurf,
yes,
she seems to be better.
You don't see a lot of women just pushing on this level.
Yeah,
she's traveling a lot.
It's awesome to see. Yeah, she's like fully dedicated to it and nothing else, and it's really great to see. So Lisa pumping. Looks like she's on a small sail, but nice spock there from Lisa. Wow, nice. Ariane looks nicely powered up. And she will slide round a beautiful flacker there, fully planning. So those are not their heat scores just now. We're just waiting for them to update. But yeah, Ariane up against Lisa Kloster. Who's your money on?
Interesting. I will put my money on Lisa.
Lisa?
Yeah.
Okay. I will say, I'll say Ariane then, just so it's not. Yeah. I think Ariane, she's got so much competition experience. She's solid.
This is true, yeah.
You know, she's got the Kono, she's got the Shakas, but then again, I don't know. It's so hard to tell. It's so hard to tell. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Lisa also, like, if she gets a little bit of gust, she has also those power moves a little bit better.
Yeah, it looks like the wind's
also
dropped.
switch Kono and.
But the sun looks like it's starting to come out, so
yeah.
hopefully.
So the wind will kick in soon,
yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
I think so. Hopefully, yeah.
But I believe it will end up like this, like just windy for a minute and then not windy. A nice poke from Ariana.
Yeah, nice one there from Ariane. Super smooth. Lisa looking underpowered. Looks like she's on a tiny sail.
No, it's a 4-4, as I can see.
Can you?
Yeah, I can see on the bottom. Yeah, it is a 4-4. But they have both quite small boards, I guess.
I don't know why it looks small, yeah. Maybe it's just the wind's dropped a bit. As we see Lisa stepping into switch.
Punetta.
And she will come round the punetta. Nice there from Lisa.
A bit slow, but clean at the end, yeah.
This is what I remember Ariane, talking to Ariane quite a lot about this. She kind of said, you know, we need like a women's event somewhere flat and like nice wind conditions. Beautiful E-slider there from Ariane. See what I mean? We're seeing a level here, you know, they're killing it. It's really sick to see.
This is good, yeah.
Both of these girls, both of these girls have been such great ambassadors for getting women into the sport. Obviously, Ariane, you know, now into that kind of coaching phase and doing so many clinics across the world, and all this, and you know, traveling with her daughter and everything like that. And then Lisa kind of still only embarking on that, you know, professional journey now. Oh, Ariane goes down on a powerful grubby there. But both of them, you know, super focused on, you know, bringing more women to events, getting them into the scene a little bit more.
We definitely need them, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it's fun to see them coming up against each other. As we see Lisa stepping switch, super nice technique there. Going for an E-slider of her own, but just doesn't quite have the power.
It can count, I think, yeah.
But she's already done a punetta, so.
I think she's ahead so far, but we still have.
So far, Ariane is slightly ahead with an 8.87.
Okay.
Lisa Kloster just trailing about a point behind, 7.73. So yeah, Lisa just with if Lisa can get a good move in on starboard, that's going to put her, you know, quite nicely ahead because she's got a better score on port tack at the moment.
Yeah, maybe the wind dropped even more.
I
see the beginners quite comfortable behind.
I think it's just up and down in each heat. You know, we saw like the guys earlier on. You know, they were fine, and then it kind of dropped for a few minutes.
Niklas and Jacopo, they were fine.
Yeah, yeah, and then it looked better, and then it got a bit worse. So I think it's just really up and down. As we said,
the Kono, you said, yes.
Kono from Ariane. It will be wet, but she will water start out of it and will put some points on the board. Billy 1996 on YouTube. Billy Short, my man. This is like a new event to watch for me, flat water and onboard drone footage. But we also see why Brouwersdam has been a great training ground. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I heard it from the horse's mouth earlier, chatting to Micah Hooverman. You know, she was saying it's such short runs, such flat water. It's the perfect place to just continue improving when you're learning the freestyle. As we see Ariane ducking the sail, and she just doesn't quite manage to get the pop for that funnel. but doesn't fall in, so she will get to head off to the port tack end quite quickly.
I think Lisa just changed the sail on 4-8.
It looks,
Just-
yes,
yeah.
she's definitely changed, yeah, because that's Micah Hooverman caddying for her. So, yeah, it looks like Lisa has changed up.
And I see it's a 4-8.
Yeah, 4-8, yeah, you called it. So, yeah, Lisa going up to 4.8.
Ariana is powered up. Oh, yeah. I think she was quite powered up for this
Yeah, I
grabby.
think she'll just jibe there, yeah.
Yeah.
I think she was like, actually, nope.
The gas probably just heated a bit later.
So
Lisa's on 4-8 and like looks like the wind dropped.
Yeah, still not finding
quite
the
a
wind.
lot.
I mean,
but
I
look,
don't know.
Ariana is coming like full power.
Yeah,
No-
Ariane looks powered
yeah.
up. It's tough.
4-4. She's on 4-4.
Yeah.
I think she's on 4-4. I'll probably see now. Yeah, it's a 4-4.
I think Ariane is on 4-4. Yeah, Lisa on 4-8. And Lisa goes down on a flacker. She's just not powered up at all. I wonder why. It's strange.
Yeah, and the board is like it's 92 liter. Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, I think
It's-
Lisa's board. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know that Ariane's would be 91.
91. Yeah, yes, that's.
But Ariane also.
Yeah, Dioton, I think. Yeah, they have 91.
Yeah,
on this
Ariane
shape.
also struggling for power a little bit there, to be honest, as well. You know, doesn't look too.
But still, I think Ariana is quite relaxed now. She got the Kono.
Yeah,
I mean,
she's got quite a nice.
Pretty
She's
far
got
ahead.
Yeah, she's got quite a comfortable lead. Yeah, 12.97.
And 1
Leads
minute
close
left.
to
I
it.
think like with this wind, we're not going to see any changes.
Now
It will be hard, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, Lisa needs a move on starboard. As we see,
I think
Ariane. Oh, switch Chachu, but just goes
Yeah.
down.
I think she needs, yeah, one big move on starboard and still one on port also.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Lisa's got a good starboard, a good port tack score though. She just needs a move on starboard. If she can get a move on starboard, she could potentially do it.
I think she did it. Like,
And she will pull off a flacker,
Yeah.
but it was a bit wet. And that is the end of this heat. And it looks like it will be Ariane Aukus who will go through into the next, or she will go through into
So
the
you won
winners'
the bet?
final. She will go through into the winners' final.
so you
Ariane.
won the bet.
I won the bet. We should have bet something. I didn't bet anything with you. Damn it.
The next hits, yeah. We can start betting from the next
Yeah.
hits.
So that will be, that's that heat. So, and then Ariane will go through into the winners' final, Lisa Kloster into the losers' final, or what we like to call it, the small final, because there are no losers here
No
in the
losers,
EFPT.
yeah.
So essentially, Lisa will now go through, and Lisa's heat will be a battle for third place. Ariane will go into the final, and Ariane's opponent will be the winner of the next heat, which is Maud de Bruin and Micah Hooverman. Micah Hooverman obviously needing no introduction. You know, the
Definitely
only
not.
female freestyler to have ever defeated Sarah Kita Offringa in a heat. Yeah, Micah Hooverman, you know, multiple European champion. She's just absolutely rips on the water. As we check out the replays of this heat, Lisa with some silky smooth moves. Ariane with a beautiful flacker there, making it look far too easy. And a nice spock as well.
Spoke, yeah.
And Lisa with the pugnetta. Nice pugnetta there.
Was a bit slow, but so clean. Not wet at all.
Yeah,
Quite
exactly.
a nice save. Look, she hit the
Ariane-
buoy here.
Whoa, she hit the
needs,
buoy.
She needs some extra points for
Yeah,
this.
style
Like
points.
she
Yeah.
passed the nose over it.
Went down on that grubby there. That grubby would have done
And
it.
the Kono. I
Kono
think that
as
made
well.
the difference.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Good heat there from Ariane. Yeah, if she'd made that funnel, that would have really put her ahead, I think.
With Chechu,
Woo.
she tried here.
And then Lisa
Yeah,
with a flacker
good
to finish it
flacker.
off. But yeah, it looks like I don't think that will be enough. So it will be Ariane going through. And next up, we have Maud de Bruin and Micah Hooverman.
Both locals, I think, yeah. For sure, Mike.
Micah's a local, yeah. Maud,
Yes.
I think, also a local, one of the young up-and-coming locals. And, you know, that's part of the tour, you know, is get these guys coming in, having a go,
Yes.
get stuck in. You know, the only way to get competition experience is by doing a competition, you know, and it can seem
Definitely
nerve-wracking and
not, yeah.
scary. But, I mean, I imagine Maud has probably had, you know, lessons from Micah. You know, Micah's probably sailed with her quite a lot, you know, if they're locals sailing here together. So it's probably pretty fun for them to sail in a heat together.
Yeah, definitely. Like you need some, competition experience. Just doing all these moves in 7 minutes. It's not the same like doing them on your free sailing. That you can choose when to do
For
them.
sure,
Yeah,
it's
like
a
chill a
complete
bit.
Yeah, completely different experience. Looks like the wind has dropped right off.
Quite a lot.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But still, I think they can go to the... I would go actually outside to the choppy water.
Yeah,
I think the wind
potentially.
is stronger there.
Micah doesn't seem too bothered, though. Yeah, it looks like the wind has really dropped off here. But let's wait and see. Oh, maybe not. Oh. Micah looks like she's going to catapult there.
Yeah, we have the start of the heat already.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the flags in the background there, it looks windy. I don't know.
Yeah, I think on the chop, it's more windy, so the strategy will be interesting. Yeah. But I don't think the women will choose, the choppy water. Nice grubby.
Oh, super stylish.
It is
grubby
like,
there.
so
barely
lightweight.
planing. Yeah, barely planing there. And that is Maud there on the green and grey starboard flare and another red freak. So yeah, fingers crossed the conditions pick up a little bit for this one because, yeah, as I said, it's looking quite light at the moment.
They're both planning, I think now it just got better.
Yeah, Micah looks a bit more powered up now. Pumping. And there is the flacker there, and it looks like Maud did a Spock as well. Is she?
Yeah, I could not see.
Ah, she went down. I think she went down on a Spock. Unlucky there. So yeah, Micah Hooverman just looks like the wind's kind of right on the edge a bit.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll be interesting to see what the judges think about this. But I mean, equally, Micah's just managed to put some moves down.
Yeah, I think they will wait till the end of the heat.
Yeah.
And then, but no, Mike is like doing Spock, doing grabby, flaka.
Yeah, nice Spock.
So, yeah.
540 there from Micah Hooverman. So yeah, there's moves going down.
Yeah, it's actually the same, quite gusty, but definitely it dropped.
It's definitely dropped a lot. Yeah, it wasn't. At no point was it like this, 2 or 3 heats ago. It does seem like that wind has dropped, which is odd because, as they said, as the sun starts to come out, that's generally, when the wind starts to pick up, and it does look like it is getting a bit brighter. The sun is starting to show its face. Looks like the clouds are starting to burn off. And equally, it said that the windiest part of the day was going to be this afternoon. So yeah, quite strange that it seems to have dropped. As we see Micah Hooverman just effortlessly sliding around an E-slider there. Maud looks like just stuck Vulcan there.
Yeah.
Or was it a Spock 540? We shall have to see.
I think from what I see, I think it was Vulcan.
Yeah, I think so. But we are just waiting for the scores to come in. So yeah, planing a bit now, but still just looks super light. As we see Mike Hooverman with a flacker. So just really sticking to basics. So, the wind's not really picked up, giving Micah a chance to really showcase her moves.
Yeah, we definitely know that Micah can pull out power moves.
Oh, for sure.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah.
I think, and as I see from the drone now, it looks like the wind dropped quite a lot outside as well.
So Maud with a Vulcan.
Red and white flag.
Yeah, red and white flag. So it looks like the heat has been cancelled. Yeah. So, and I think that's probably a good decision, really. Yeah, there's not enough wind, really. Maud with a Vulcan, and then Micah Hooverman actually putting quite a nice heat score together. Yeah. But yeah, it looks like that heat has been cancelled. So it potentially may be that we come in and either have a break or they will just look to resail it.
I had the same on my hit, and actually I kept sailing. I didn't saw the red and white flag.
Oh, really?
And and just the last minute I pulled out 4 moves. And actually, this minute it was like quite windy.
Yeah.
It's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like, as you can see there, but there's good vibes here at Brouwersdam, and we're very grateful to the guys for hosting us. It's such an amazing spot.
Place,
and it's so synonymous with freestyle. Every freestyler has either heard of this place or come to sail here, and especially the pool and stuff. So we're very pleased to be able to run the finals of the 2023 season here in the pool. We are just waiting for confirmation on what we are going to be doing. Because that heat has been called off between Maaike Hoeverman and Maud de Bruin. So this is the last women's heat of the semi-finals before we head through into the finals. So we will complete this heat and then move back into the men's semi-finals. But yeah, we are just waiting to hear whether we will resail that straight away or potentially go on hold for a little bit until the wind fills in a bit more. It's tough because, I mean, looking out there, it looks windy, doesn't it? And you know it's always a lot windier than the drone makes it look.
Yeah.
So
I'm sure on choppy water is actually windy, like at least for 4-8.
Yeah.
You see the flags here on the pool.
They're not moving so much.
They're moving in a weird way. So I guess the wind is it's not really coming in from the proper direction.
There's one of the judges.
To say, but looks like that.
Yeah, one of the judges, Rafa, down there, just having a bit of a chat to Maaike Hoeverman there on the beach. I guess just discussing what the conditions are like.
And I see Steven is moving with his board.
Yeah, it looks like he's maybe re-rigging. Yeah, some of the riders coming in, changing their gear a bit. Yeah, it looks like potentially the conditions have dropped off a bit. So yeah, potentially maybe having a heat break. Just waiting for as you can see there, Rafa having a chat with Maaike Hoeverman, and we will wait and see what is going down. So a few people hitting us with the questions on YouTube. With this wind direction, the wind can do anything at any moment. Sun breakthrough does not make a difference. Oh, that's interesting. A couple of the local guys who are competing, they were all saying that actually, if the clouds burn off a bit and you get the sun, it tends to increase the wind. So maybe they're wrong. Yeah, I don't know. We're just going off local knowledge that we were told here. Billy 1996, what is the wind forecast for today? I mean, it was forecast to pick up this afternoon, but from what I gather, I think this isn't a normal direction. I think you want it to ideally be a bit more, I think maybe a bit more westerly, but I'm not too sure. This isn't a native spot to me. I've never sailed here. So if anyone else in the comments knows, please do let us know, what you think the direction should be ideally. But yeah, it seems to be doing whatever it wants, as it always does. There's still plenty of windsurfers out there, people enjoying it, but yeah. So ideally, what we would like to do is finish this. If we could do we want to do the single elimination today for both the men and the women. We've only got a few heats left of that, and then depending on what the conditions are, we will look to get started in the double, or we will be running the double on Friday, because Friday the wind forecast looks much stronger and in a much better direction. So yeah, that's the plan for Friday.
Maybe some rain as well in the morning.
Yes, yeah, some rain in the morning, and then it looks like once the rain stops, the wind is really filling in for Friday. So yeah, that's essentially the plan that we've got. Fingers crossed that all comes through. But yeah, at the moment it looks like we are just waiting for the judges to decide.
It looks like it's just getting stronger again. I see the flags moving like up in the tower quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean the red and white flag is still up. You can see it. Yeah, loads of the riders all kind of discussing with the judges.
I think it will be good to finish the single today.
I mean, fingers crossed. That's the idea. That's what we'd like to do. And actually, we're pretty close to it. We've only got three heats for the women left. So the heat we just sailed there, we'd obviously need to resail that. So we'd like to do that, and then there's the small final, and then the winners final for the women's. So yeah, if we can do that, that would be ideal. And then.
Because looks like on Friday it's not going to be so windy like the whole day. Today we started quite early, and Friday looks that it's going to be quite rainy.
Friday will be I think starting late morning. I think but depending on what the conditions do.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, as we see a beautiful drone view there of the pool. And then in the men's side, we only have 4 heats left as well. So going into the semi-finals, we have Leonard Neubauer up against Jento Kers, and then Steven van Broekhoven up against Nicholas Nieblang. And then obviously after that, after those 2 heats, we have the small final and then the winners final.
Can't wait to see these 2 heats, like Steven against Niklas and Jentel against Leonard.
Yeah,
it will be so interesting. Like.
Yeah, absolutely.
And with this format, let's see what they're going to choose.
Well, hopefully, as long as the wind fills in, I think it's going to be a pretty epic show. But yeah, it looks like, as I said, there is a heat break, so we will be back in just over 5 minutes. Do not go anywhere.
Micah, so you've just got off the water. How is the conditions out there?
Yeah, so the wind dropped quite a bit, as I think everyone could see. I quickly changed up to 4.8. I was on 4.4 before, and yeah, I mean, I think the clouds came in and it did. Yeah, it didn't do the wind any good, but luckily we got the sun coming out, so I'm hoping that it's gonna pick back up. We're gonna go again in 3 and a bit minutes, so yeah, I'm hoping we're just gonna get that extra little bit of wind so that we can get it done and move on to the next heat.
It's always been a dream of yours to compete in the pool.
Yeah, competing in the pool is something I've been dreaming about probably since I started. It's just a shame that as soon as I went on it dropped, so I really hope we're gonna get some proper conditions. Really enjoying it though, even during the heat that got cancelled. I think when I was 12 and landing my first air jibes here, I was sort of wishing I could do a competition here, so I'm super stoked to see that happening.
Hey, so Jento, you said a stomping heat. Started outside the pool and then finished here. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's nice to be sailing here in Brouwersdam. It's my local home spot. It's been a long time since I actually been here, so it's just nice to be on the water with everyone. The wind is a bit tricky. When we get some good wind, we can go in the pool. Now for the next heats, let's see. I hope we get some strong wind and we can show some good action.
We're seeing something really unique. Yeah, how does it feel to have the flat water spot on the top?
I prefer actually to compete in the chop. I only want to have the flat water when it's like firing wind. At the moment we don't have that, but you know, it's just cool to have something different, and let's hope the wind will increase.
Thanks. Cheers.
first heat. So it looks like the wind has kind of filled in a little bit. It actually looks like the direction has changed slightly. So it's not kind of going across the pool so much. It's kind of coming into that kind of opening a bit more. You can see they're sailing a little bit more diagonally across the pool rather than straight alongside. Micah Hooverman there. Let's see what she's got, looking a lot more powered up now.
Yeah, way more flag at 360.
Nice from Micah Hooverman there. We can see 6 minutes left of this heat. Yeah, that wind looks a lot better now. So Maud de Bruin there, just not looking so powered up. So just going for attack. But I think she's actually already landed a move.
A Spock.
Yeah.
She landed a Spock quite clean. Yeah.
Yeah. Spock on port tack coming in at 1.76.
So another upcoming talent, yeah? She's just 16 years old.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right.
Nice to see, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. Right at the start. And getting into a competition early as well. You know, getting that experience in.
She's doing another Spock 540 now.
Yeah. Oh, Spock 540 there. On port tack. And Micah there. Looking kind of powered up, but still not super bad. You can see there, yeah, she's pumping hard. Oh, decides not to go for it.
So the wind is on and off, yeah.
Yes, it seems that way.
Yeah, definitely better than before. Like when you have the gust, it looks powered up.
Yeah, I think hopefully it may just be, you know, like it was earlier on in the last few heats before this one, where it was kind of, you know, they just, you know, it's quite up and down. Maud stepping into switch there, but just not enough power.
Yeah, no wind.
Yeah. She will just jibe straight round again. So yeah, a bit of a slow heat. Yeah, just the wind conditions just not allowing you know, the girls to really showcase what they can do. You can see the wind kind of coming down the, you know, down a bit, you know, outside of the pool, but it's still just not quite there. So Micah Hooverman coming across the opening. Looks like she's got a bit of power. I'd say it's a grubby gust again. She's so good at doing them in nothing. And we'll do a Spock instead.
Yeah.
A Spock 540 there for Micah Hooverman. And Maud looking quite powered up. Bit of pumping. Whey!
This grubby looked like a loop.
I think it was the old trying to want to do a grubby, accidentally do a forward crash. It's a crash that we're all familiar with when you're learning to grubby. And it accidentally turns into a forward. But yeah, Micah Hooverman, just not looking so powered up.
Yeah, and they have big sails. I think it's, I mean, not that big. They're for sure on 4.8.
I'd say Micah definitely is. Yeah, you know, considering that Lisa went out on 4.8 and they did that. But yeah, you can see her step and switch there. There's just no wind at all. I'll be surprised if the judges let this heat run through. They've actually done less moves in this heat as we come into just under 3 minutes left of this one. Yeah, it looks like that wind has, dropped right off. Make sure that you guys are following us on Instagram at Freestyle Pro Tour. We are just uploading some of the content from some of the previous heats from today, and there has been some crazy action. If you want to get your windsurf fix, make sure that you are checking out all of the videos that are coming out from today so far. Fingers crossed we're going to be able to continue delivering some of that action, but at the moment it does look like the wind has dropped off. So yeah, we'll just wait and see. And there is the red and white flag, so that has gone up again. So yeah, it looks like they will abandon this heat once more, which is
But
so
we see the
frustrating.
replay here, how the heat started. Micah has so much more power on this flag at 360.
It looked
Same
like it.
One hand Spock actually.
Yeah, nice.
540, that was cool.
It looked like they were gonna, be on. It looked like the wind had, kind of filled in, but then it just kind of dropped again. So yeah, pretty frustrating there for the girls. You know, it's so annoying having to just keep resailing a heat. But equally, that's kind of part of the sport, isn't it? You know. And it's better that they resail it and be able to do it in conditions that are actually representative of how talented these athletes are. So yeah, riders coming back in off the water. So a beautiful view there of Brouwersdam, the big kind of centre and restaurant and everything you could ever need for a day at the seaside. And yeah, once again, you know, and also a giant slide. They've got the giant slide, people going down, throwing themselves off. You can see there on the right-hand side of the screen. That looks like a lot of fun. I think some of the riders are probably going to be doing that. And speaking of riders there, you got Micah Hooverman there. You can see a bit of frustration in her eyes. All she wants to do is get out there. Oh, maybe not, actually. She looks pretty stoked.
She's an 86 leaderboard. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not so much, you know, she doesn't necessarily need to have a bigger board.
I was also fine on 85 actually.
Yeah,
today,
it's the sail that makes the big difference. I think freestyle boards have so much volume. They're kind of more. You have one that's like relative to your body weight, and then you can go up and down sail sizes. It's not necessarily like, you know, like wave sailors and, you know, things that they'll change boards quite a lot.
Also, but I see like on the 4.8 the difference having 85 or a 92, 93.
Yeah,
it's quite different. Like with a 4.8 or a 5.2, like it's so much more. You can get more rotations, basically an extra 360. We see a show here from Mikey.
Yeah, Micah with lots and lots of geckos. Looks like she's about to go in. And with that, guys, we are going to go on hold for a little bit longer. I think it may take a bit of time for the wind to fill in. We will leave you for the moment. Please do stay glued to our YouTube channel, our Facebook page, and, of course, our Instagram at Freestyle Pro Tour for any updates of when we will be coming back on. Fingers crossed the wind is going to fill in and we can finish the single elimination today. If not, the forecast for Friday looks amazing. But, yeah, stay tuned and we will see you soon.